Welcome. Before the stories begin, I wanted to give you an update on Chilling. And in case you aren't familiar, Chilling is the new ultimate streaming platform for horror and thriller fans. We have hundreds of full-length horror movies, which you can now stream on your TVs at home on Roku, Samsung, and Fire TV. Chilling also has a ton of the most terrifying short films I've ever seen. And I'm really excited to announce that we now have award-winning horror and thriller audio novels, a massive library of true crime, Chilling exclusive short stories, classic full-length novels like Dracula, and the most exciting update, we now feature creator content. Yes, we are now adding new creators from YouTube weekly. Some of them I know that you've heard of, some of your favorite narrators, myself included. That's right, all of my YouTube videos will soon be available to stream on Chilling, including my Chilling exclusive brand new series, Dark 12. This is a brand new series that you'll only be able to watch on Chilling, and every episode is 12 hours long, with a crazy amount of true scary stories in every episode, with louder rain. So this series is perfect for relaxing or falling asleep, all with no ads. I will be adding new episodes of Dark 12 to Chilling frequently. Click the link in the pinned comment to sign up for Chilling and start your free trial to check it out. It's only $5.99 a month for complete access to everything Chilling has to offer, with more movies, creator content, and novels being added every month. Don't forget to use my promo code SCARED for $3 off your first month. This is the ultimate location for horror and thriller fans. You're not going to want to miss these new updates and all of the new releases that are coming soon. Last thing before we begin, as always, there are only 3 ads in this entire video after the first 3 stories. You know I get them out of the way fast, so you can enjoy the episode without being interrupted over and over again. If you want to show me your support, please like the video and consider subscribing to my channel. Now, let's begin. I am 23 and I'm currently living alone. Sleep paralysis and night terrors are so common for me to the point that I can recognize them instantly and break free from them on my own. But a few nights ago I experienced something very different. A few nights ago I woke in the middle of the night. I reached for my phone and saw that it was roughly 4 a.m. I am a light sleeper, so waking up randomly like this has always been an annoying, yet common occurrence. I sighed. My alarm would go off in 2 hours. I should try to fall back asleep, I thought. I kept telling myself to stop trying so hard. Let the sleep come to you. I even attempted meditation. But the more I did, the more I began to feel my brain inevitably waking up, uncontrollably racing through all the tasks that I needed to get done the next day. I accepted this fact and decided I should at least rest my eyes. I curled up on my side, on one half of my queen-sized bed, facing the edge of the bed. All of a sudden, clear as day, I felt my mattress sank behind me, like someone sat down on my bed. My eyes shot open. I froze, confused and terrified. I felt that sinking spot in the mattress shifted and heard the sheets shuffled as the person was dragging themselves across my bed behind me. I lied very still and shut my eyes tight, trying to regulate my breathing and heartbeat. I told myself, as long as I can convince them I am really asleep, they would leave me alone. I felt the person moving closer and closer to me until they touched my back. I did everything to hold in a gasp. I didn't dare open my eyes because I feared what I would come face to face with. I could almost picture a haunting face leaning over mine, and I did not want to witness that. As if they've made sure I was really asleep, they retrieved. I let out a sigh of relief disguised as one of those grunts you make when you're sleeping. I could still feel them sitting on my bed behind me. I slowly opened my eyes, but I didn't move another muscle. Trying not to move my head and neck, I looked around the room with my very limited field of vision. It's not real, I thought. I was just dreaming. I was sure because I knew if it was an actual intruder, I wouldn't have reacted the way I did, and I wouldn't have tried to pretend to sleep. I would most likely put up a fight, try to escape or scream for help. But why is that spot on my bed behind me still sunken in? I looked at the room again. From what I could see, my room looked exactly like the way it should. You know how when you recall a dream that you had which took place in your room would always look a bit off in your dreams? Well, I was very sure that I was looking at my room with my own eyes, so it had to be real. It wasn't a dream. Then what was? All of a sudden, I felt a light tug on my duvet. I flinched, gasped, and closed my eyes, but it was too late. The person began pulling my duvet violently once they realized I was awake. I screamed and kicked and cried as I mustered up all the strength within myself to keep the duvet over myself. The entire time, I didn't dare turning around to see who it was or what it was. I just pulled, kicked and wailed in the same curled up position, keeping my eyes shut, snot and tears covering my face. For some reason, I believed if I let the thing pull my duvet away and expose myself, I'd be a goner. Then, as suddenly as it all occurred, it all stopped. I opened my eyes again and saw that the sky was brightening up. I sat up and looked at my bed and around my room. I was fully covered by my duvet. There was no sign of a tug-of-war ever taking place. There was no snot or tears on my face. I was sweating, and my heart was beating out of my chest. What was that? I was beyond baffled. Usually when I see my room in my dream, I'll remember how off it looked once I have woken up. But this time, nothing about the room I just saw seconds ago looked off to me. I was sure I was looking at my room with my own eyes, and the mattress sinking. It all felt so real. Perhaps my eyes were really open and looking at my room in reality, but my exhausted brain somehow slipped into that realm between dreamland and consciousness and created this juxtaposition of reality and imagination. But I am open to any other explanations. I made a best friend in high school named Ayla. Ayla and I were super close, and we are still friends today. I just wanted to introduce her, as she is an essential character in this story. She was 1 year behind me in high school, and when I graduated, I decided to take a gap year before I went to college so that I could help her finish out and be there for her. Her mother regularly left her all by herself in a big empty house, so I invited her to spend the night at my house almost every other weekend. This story is one of those times. It was a Friday night, and Ayla and I had made our usual plans that weekend for after she was finished with marching band that evening, around 9 p.m. She texted me to come to the school to pick her up, and when I arrived, she got in the car. I remember she looked rather sad, as opposed to her usually upbeat, silly self, so I asked what was wrong. Her mom had said she was not going to be home for another 3 weeks, after she had promised she was coming home the next weekend. Obviously, Ayla was very disappointed. I asked her what she would like to do, and Ayla said she would really like to see her mother's best friend, who lived about 4 streets away from my house. It was around 10 p.m. at this point, and I was a little bit hesitant to drop by unannounced, because she may not even be home. Ayla did not have her phone number, and I lived in a bad part of town, but Ayla was so insistent, so we drove to her house. This person was like an aunt to her. We arrived on her aunt's road about 10 minutes later, and there was no place to park, so I decided to park on some gravel at the side of the road on the corner so that I was not in the way of incoming traffic. The gravel section was around a block away from her aunt's house, so we had to walk to get there. We began the short walk, and I got this really uneasy feeling, like something was not right about the place. Even though we lived in a bad neighborhood, you could usually hear cars driving by, people shouting, and dogs barking, even that late at night. On this night, you could hear none of those things. The street was dark and quiet, save for a single light about 50 feet from the entrance to her aunt's home. The house is one of those places that is a single story, has no front porch so that the door is flat against the house, and has a long sidewalk to the entrance. I told Ayla I felt really uneasy, and she chalked it up to me being jumpy as usual. Can you blame me with the neighborhood I lived in? I decided not to push it, and she was already feeling down. When we got to the door, Ayla knocked a few times and rang the doorbell. She knocked and rang several times for about 10 minutes, and I said that her aunt probably wasn't home if she didn't answer after the first set of knocks. Ayla sighed and decided I was probably right, so we started walking to the car. As we turned around, Ayla and I noticed a short figure wandering into the orange glow of the single streetlight 50 feet away. He was what looked like to be a cross between a man and a child, about 4 feet tall, with a really muscular chest and arms, scrawny, but with scrawny pencil legs. He was very disproportionate. His head and features were obscured in a sort of blur, other than his clothing, and neither of us could make out exactly how old he was. Walking is not a very good way of describing how he moved. He sort of swayed with his shoulders in big, slow, jerky, and dramatic movements, letting his arms that were too long and muscular for his body flop beside him and pausing in between strides. He stopped beneath the light. We stood in shock for about 30 seconds, and it was not until I urged Ayla to hurry to the car that the short man started to run straight towards us. He was fast, and his swaying, jerky movements became swift, flinging arms that flung violently into the air as he ran, and Ayla and I screamed and took off as fast as we could go. I remember hearing the pounding of his feet behind us when I flung myself into the driver's seat, starting the ignition and locking all the doors. I was so scared I couldn't get myself to start driving away because my hands were shaking so badly, and Ayla shouted, "He's gone!" And he was, vanished without a trace. I glanced out the rearview mirror, and where before he had been 10 feet or less behind us, there was no longer a man. The street was quiet once again. That prompted me to move again, and I threw the car into drive and took off around the corner towards my house. We got there. We just sat for a few minutes and then went inside and tried to figure out what just happened. At that time, we decided it was probably an addict and tried to forget about it as best we could. But it was by far one of the scariest things that's ever happened to us. Growing up around the age of 13 or 14, my best friend's house was always where I stayed. spent years practically living in her little trailer for the entire summer. I remember one winter, the year was rough, and we got around 6 inches of snow during winter break. Of course, I was determined to spend the time off of school at my friend's place, and it wasn't surprising when I ended up stuck there for a few days due to the amount of ice and snow covering the roads. The cold weather made for a day of cozy hot chocolate, movies, crafting, and the most important thing, a wood-burning furnace. Me and my friend had just finished up making some crafts, and as such, night fell on the sky. So to set this story up, the trailer had around 7 rooms, a bathroom, 4 bedrooms, a kitchen, and an extension they built into the back that served as the living room. The room faced the woods that stretched for miles, which I knew because we frequently found ourselves exploring it. The extension held a couch, the furnace, a TV and a stand, a chair, and 2 glass sliding doors that pulled out onto a small deck where her dad kept the logs and her cats sat delicately as they ate. Past the porch and out of view of the glass doors, by just a little bit, was her father's workshop, where he often spent his days and nights, only coming inside to add another log to the flame. Me and my friend spent a lot of time in the room because her bedroom was small and the couch in the extension could fold into a full-sized bed. We kept blankets inside the couch, so when it rolled out, we could instantly get in bed and go to sleep. That freezing winter night, we passed out under many covers across from the burning wood stove. I found myself hazily awakened by the cold of the door opening as her father walked into the room, illuminated by the light of the television, which my friend finds necessary to keep on to fall asleep. Not until he began walking across the floor did I realize that I was beginning to float. I could see my body laying on my side below me next to my friend. I knew that it was impossible to be awake because I could see myself asleep as I stopped at the ceiling above the television. I could smell the wood-burning smell and see the sparks as her dad lay a few logs on the fire. The small bits of snow boot prints melted on the carpet before he stopped to say goodnight to our sleeping figures, before sliding the door over to go back out into the shed for a night of work. I watched our still bodies lay and the fire crackle for what felt like an hour or so before my eyes shifted to movement. The sight of something slide into view of the glass doors from the side of the bed caught my gaze. The object could only be made out as a black mass, like a shadow. Despite the vivid colors of television light that danced across the glass, reflecting back, the figure was void of light. Somehow it looked like the spot sucked all the rays into the total darkness of a black hole that was only there in one spot and one shape. It was a few minutes of complete silence and dead staring at this mass before a shape began to appear. A hand, sliding into my line of sight and moving the handle to the sliding door. A slow, jerky movement turned the handle and a creak sounded across the walls as the door slid along the frame and cracked far enough open for the darkness to slide through. The familiar cold climate greeted me as my body below my eyes shivered under the covers. The creature had to duck down and bend in order to fit into the glass door frame, which was well above the height of a person. Only as it moved past the reflecting glass did the mass begin to portray the figure of a man. The shape was similar to a human, still devoid of features, entirely black, and even the color in the room seemed to have been absorbed into the void of its body. The thing walked unsteadily, as if it was unable to control its body, like a man with slinkies as feet. With each step, its length seemed to stretch and bend, like it was unable to control the way it portioned out. It bended back and forth, closer and farther with each inch, closer it stomped. as the figure began to illuminate. What appeared to be the dark shadow of a hat upon its head rocked back and forth. The figure abruptly stopped and vibrated as it straightened and reached the edge of the bed where I laid, closest to the doors. His body stayed straight, but only the middle section bent, so the top part of its frame was facing directly down, face to face with my closed, sleeping eyes. The dark hand jerkily pulled up and made a formed line above where the eyebrows would be if the face of the creature wasn't a black hole, as if it was helping shield the TV light to look at my features better. And just like that, it stayed for another hour perhaps. I could see myself shaking below, and sweat reflected pools of light towards me. It was as if my subconscious knew that this mass inflicted pure terror and stillness and worry into my body, and yet I could do nothing but watch myself, cold and shaking below. I had no hands to shake myself awake, to pinch myself from this nightmare. All I could do was stare and watch as this thing stared, not so much as breathed or moved the bed frame in the slightest, just observing me silently in the night. When my brain tried to rack itself around all I could possibly think of as to how something like this could exist, how was this real? Then, just as insanely and unrealistically as it had appeared, all of a sudden the creature straightened and hurriedly stumbled toward the door. The frame moved, opened and closed as he slid sideways out of view of the porch door. A slam echoed outside as the workshop door opened, hitting the wall. The familiar boot steps walked onto the porch, stepping in the ghosts of where the creature's feet had stepped. The sound of the boots marched to the door inside. My friend's dad, unbothered, peered into the reflecting glass before sliding to open the door, adding another log to the wood stove. He left the room after completing his task and headed toward his room to sleep for the rest of the night. I watched as this familiar scene calmed my sleeping face, as the snow once again melted into boot prints on the floor, realizing that the thing had never left a mark in or on the carpet. I sat floating for hours as the daylight lit the room and the darkness faded before I slid back into my body below to wake. I sat up as my dream was vivid, and before I said a word to my friend, who was stirred by my abruptness, said that she had a terrible dream a few nights back, and she knew that I had seen it too. My friend spoke about a man who peered out of her closet and was gone when she went to check it out. I was baffled by this entire experience, but I have never had sleep paralysis like this before or after. And a mutual friend of ours had claimed to see the same man growing up in that house before we even mentioned our story while we were camping. I know it seems crazy, but I am convinced that the house, the extension, is built somewhere it shouldn't have been. The creature was not just a physical energy, it was full of dread and malice, and it was looming off of it as it stood near me. I just know that it did not want me to be there. It's been many years since I've been back to that house, and I don't talk to that friend as much anymore. I can only wonder if it ever came back. This was over a year or two ago. I'm young, living in Southern California, in the San Diego area, and live with my family, including my older sister. We'll call her Eliza. We had a cousin, who we'll call Jerry, visiting us from out of country, and as he and my sister are particularly close due to them being closer in age, she took it upon herself to be his tour guide, since he hadn't been to California since he was a small child. Eliza and Jerry are big fans of pop culture, particularly pop music. There was a fairly famous pop singer performing in Los Angeles, which is a bit of a ways away from where we live. Eliza was a particularly big fan, and she actually bought tickets specifically for Jerry and her so they could go during the visit. At first, I was a bit salty that I wasn't included in the invite, since I am somewhat of a fan too. But whatever. Not wanting to miss out on a fun day trip, I decided to invite two of my close friends, who we'll call Savannah and Eric, who were something of a couple at the time. I don't have my license, but both of them do, so that way once Jerry and Eliza go to the show, we could still drive around and do whatever. My sister drove the five of us to Los Angeles. She and Jerry in the front, with Savannah, Eric and me in the back. Despite being a casual fan of the artist they were going to see, Eliza and Jerry played the artist on repeat the entire time we drove. With traffic, it easily was a 3-hour trip. Mind you, the artist only had like 3 albums out at the time, and one of them was very loud and a bit depressing. My friends and I tend to like softer, more rock-type music, so you can assume we got tired of this pretty quickly. Not only that, but both Eliza and Jerry felt the need to screech the lyrics out the whole time, and unfortunately, neither of them had the most pleasant voice. Once we got in Los Angeles, around noon, we were all hungry and in need of a restroom. Being in Los Angeles, it's hard to find available, clean restrooms to use whenever. I suspect it's due to the constant use of the homeless, and thus many places aren't open to the public or available to use without purchasing something. So not only was the constant need to find restrooms a bit frustrating, but finding food we could all agree on was also adding to the stress. Jerry had never tried ramen before, since traditional Japanese food isn't easily found where he lives, so we did our best to accommodate him. However, Eliza is staunchly gluten-free due to health problems, and Savannah has a severe peanut allergy, which caused us to have a little trouble finding somewhere we could all eat. These aspects aren't necessarily key to this story, but I want to build up the chain of events that led to my mood and later actions. Jerry and Eliza were totally in their own world, likely getting pumped for the show later that night. Eliza would ignore whatever my friends and I requested we do during our time there, and definitely played up the "I'm older than you and therefore what I say goes" card with me. So at this point, I was already getting pretty sick of being around her and Jerry, and couldn't wait to drop them off at the show to be rid of them for a while, so just my friends and I could hang out. Once we dropped the two of them off, the rest of the night was fun, just as it always is when the three of us hang out. We went to Santa Monica and watched the sunset, walked around a bit, and by the time we started getting hungry, we checked out Yelp and found a burger place that looked amazing and was well suited for our tight budget. I don't go to LA often, so when we pulled up the directions and got there, I wasn't aware of which park we exactly were in. We were looking to park, but a group of what seemed to be gang members stood in front of the spot we were going to park and started approaching the car and putting their hands on the exterior while looking into the window. Eric was driving and said something to the effect of, "You guys fine with parking here?" Not fine with parking there. Both Eliza and I told him we needed to pack it up and find somewhere else. I have always been extra cautious, especially in LA, since I've had a few other unsavory experiences, including the time a man followed me and my friend into our car, and we had to shove him out. So there was no way I felt good about parking there. So we drove a few blocks, starving and ready to just forget it, until we found a clear spot in a well-populated area. The food was great, and all was well, aside from the bunches of homeless people I saw around me. Pretty common in any part of LA you find yourself in. I didn't even realize that we had been in the heart of Skid Row. Once we made our way over, though, we discovered that the place we wanted to eat was in the midst of Skid Row. For those who don't know, Skid Row is a neighborhood in downtown Los Angeles that extends about 50 city blocks and is mostly home to the homeless. There are also a lot of dealers and ladies of the night that hang around there too. We were walking back to our car, and I looked up to one of the taller buildings along the block, and the sign at the side of the top of the building read, Hotel Cecil, low weekly rates, 700 rooms. The Cecil Hotel could be a post in and of itself, but in short, it's an old hotel that briefly was in its prime back in the 20s and 30s. But as the Depression struck, the hotel and its ambiance went down with it. It had been known for housing some of society's unsavory, such as the homeless and those in the drug and sex industry, along with a few infamous guests, such as the Night Stalker, Richard Ramirez. It's supposed to be vacant as of now, but as far as I could see, I'm pretty sure there was ongoing activity within the building and around it. Squatters, I'm assuming. I don't believe in the paranormal or anything like that, but I can definitely confirm the unanimous thought that the place gives off really sketchy, creepy vibes. Once I realized that's where we were, my friends and I booked it to the car. On the other side of the street, we saw people looking into another parked car, and they looked our way once we approached the area. But thankfully, we took off in time. Thankfully, nothing happened to us there, but naturally, I was on edge a bit after that. We stopped to pick up some pie from a pie shop Eric was obsessed with, since it was on our way to the venue Eliza and Jerry were at. We thought we had plenty of time, but by the time we got to eating, Eliza called me and demanded we come over immediately. I knew nothing was wrong, so I did hurry a bit, but we decided to finish our pies before heading off. Eliza kept texting me with impatience, saying things like, "Waiting here is boring," and "Where are you? We're tired. We want to go now." Typical bossy older sister things. She was kind of a jerk to me the entire day, so I guess I used that to justify my jerkiness back. But then we had another bump in the road. The pie Savannah tried had peanuts cooked into the crust, and she got so sick. We rushed out of there and tried to stop somewhere for water and an antihistamine since she didn't have her EpiPen. She started feeling a bit better, but she was still really sick, and I was really stressed and worried. Once we got to the venue, Eliza and Jerry took forever to come out. I guess they started waiting to see if they could meet the artist as she came out. Once they finally came in and Eric and I shuffled to the back seat, Eliza had the nerve to yell at me for taking so long. We had to stop a few times so Savannah could throw up and rehydrate too. On top of that, Eliza and Jerry continued to play the same artist on repeat again, along with their choppy videos of the show. Oh, and of course they were singing. With Savannah sick, Eric as aloof as ever, and me stressing and on edge about everything that had happened thus far, I was ready to bang my head against the window. I know in the scheme of things, these aren't big deals, but by the time they all added up, especially my sick friend and the bad attitude of my sister, it drove me up the wall. We dropped Eric and Savannah off first, since their town was on the way before ours. It was around 1 a.m. At that point, I was sick and tired of the music and loud talking and cackling and just overall annoying conversations of my sister and cousin. I was that level of mad where you're quiet angry. So once the two left, I got out of the car and demanded that I drive home the rest of the way. Mostly so I could DJ, but also so I wouldn't have to hear them be jerks to me and talk so loudly. Eliza made a fuss about it, but ultimately, due to Jerry's cooperation, went to the back seat. Once again, I am up the wall, very on edge from this. I play my music as I drive us home, and everything seems fine. It's when I'm almost home that something happens. Our house is off the major freeway in town, though it's a bit of a lonely, desolate area. To get to our place, you have to pass a hilltop with other houses on it and make a turn around it to get to our neighborhood. There's a cemented patch of grass between a stretch of concrete between the hill and the turn that's used as a divider between oncoming and ongoing traffic. As I'm approaching, coming up to make the turn around the hill, on my left I see something that's creeped me out and been on my mind ever since. At this point it's like 1:45 or 2 o'clock a.m. This area isn't too busy this late at night, or this early in the morning, I guess you could say. On the grass divider and along the cement, there are people lined along the thinner cement part of the divider, and on the grass patch, a small crowd of people. There were at least 15 people, and they were all wearing white. I could see them perfectly with my lights on and the brightness of their clothes. And they were moving around, almost doing a jig when I came up. But as I was driving next to them, unable to take my eyes off of them, they started raising their voices and all talking at once. I could hear it through the window and over my music, and they started sprinting towards me, trying to get my attention and following along as I pulled to the right to make my turn. They literally were following me and talking at us. It was the most bizarre, creepy thing. I can't say for sure, but they were dressed similarly to KKK members, though I'm not too sure if that's what they were. And I'm obviously having a WTF moment. I didn't have a clue about what I saw, but I knew I did see something. I scream in panic and ask Eliza and Jerry if they saw, and of course, they had been dozing off and groggily said no. But I know I saw, whatever they were. Some of their faces weren't covered, and I know I saw a man with a mustache, one of the many people, and they were rushing over, and I got the feeling they wanted me to stop the car or something. I know people sometimes create diversions or distractions like that for their own nefarious reasons, to target drivers. So I'm not sure what that was or what they were doing. The town I live in is small, old, and somewhat rural. We are known as one of the most conservative towns in the USA, so I guess it could have been something like the KKK, due to the way they were dressed. There are also some known observers of the occult in the area too, though not so common these days. Eliza and Jerry got irritated with me because I drove around the block past our own a few times, rather than immediately pulling into our street. I was pretty sure they weren't following anymore, but I just was so creeped out, I felt like I had to do something, just to be safe. I told our mother about this. She believed me, I think, to an extent. But I mean, it does sound really absurd. And my sister to this day claims that it never happened. She even refuses to believe or acknowledge that I was the one driving. Sometimes it makes me feel crazy, but I know at the very least, I was the one driving. She says she was, but I 100% know it was me. I am 100% positive I did see something. some mysterious group doing who knows what. Be careful, guys. When you go out of town, especially to a place like Los Angeles, you can expect some weird encounters. But the strangest, and possibly the most dangerous one, was just a little over a block away from my house, just lurking in the dark, waiting for some passing motorist to stop and talk to them. Or maybe something far more sinister than just talking. The events of this story took place around the autumn months of 2014. I am not sure what would have happened if my mom hadn't heard this person, but either way, I am grateful she did. To help paint a better picture of the events I'm about to describe to you, I must briefly explain the basic layout of my home. There are 3 entrances to my home: the front, side, and the back door, which was located in what was my bedroom at the time. The back door has a glass window that allows the perfect view of our quarter-acre backyard from my room. This might not seem like much, but living in Salem, Oregon, that's as good as you're gonna get. To access the backyard, you must first walk down the driveway on the left side of the house, leaving you visible to our next-door neighbors. This is also where our brittle side door from the 1940s lies. At the end of the driveway is our garage, and to the right of that, our backyard, as unfortunately there was no gate at the time. But this incident and several others like it led to us putting up a roughly 7-foot fence. So now that you know the basic layout of my home, you're probably noticing the potential for something sinister to happen. And happen it did, my friends. But one thing is for certain, it could have gone a lot worse. This particular incident took place in the early morning hours of 2 and 3 a.m., as I've always been a hardcore insomniac. I was watching YouTube on my tablet, as most 13-year-olds do, when I'm startled by a beam of light illuminating the garage doors in my periphery. Before I even turned my head to look, I had already come to the following conclusions. 1. The familiar circular beam of light was that of a flashlight. And 2. I had a weapon under my bed that I use for target practice just in case. I decided to wait and see who this light was illuminating from, as it wasn't uncommon for our neighbor to come into our yard looking for his cat. It's a good thing I did, too, because the flashlight was attached to the end of a weapon, held by a uniformed police officer, complete with a ballistic vest, taser, baton, and radio. Confused, I leave my bedroom, expecting to see my mom sitting on the couch, watching her favorite TV show, Bones. Instead, I saw my mother on the tips of her toes, leaning over the kitchen sink, looking out the window and peering, trying to get a view of the officer slowly and methodically creeping his way up the driveway and into our garage. Yep, he was definitely here for us, I thought, as I began to ask my mom what was going on. Apparently, less than 15 feet away from my bed, a homeless person, on who knows what, had snuck into our backyard and accidentally kicked our glass recycle bin, alerting my mom, who was in the basement doing laundry. My mom tells me she then looked out the basement bathroom window, where she saw the person making the kind of stance that one would, trying to balance on a board, almost like the stance of a child would do when they are out of bed at late hours of the night, trying to be sneaky to fetch a snack. Regardless of their feeble attempts at being stealthy, my mom had seen them, and they must have caught on too, because by the time my mom went upstairs to retrieve her phone, dial 911, and an officer arrived, they were gone. The cop told us that no one was in the garage or the backyard, and I could almost feel the anxiety lift off my mother's shoulders. Even more so when the officer offered to send someone over and survey the house until sunrise. So just to clarify, yeah, someone who wasn't supposed to be here was here. And not only that, but if they had gone 1 or 2 more steps forward, there's no doubt they would have seen me, and I would have been none the wiser. You may be glad to hear that I am much more cautious nowadays. I have since updated my arsenal. We have also installed several security cameras, a fence in the backyard, and a motion detector light. I work at a small organic grocery store with a surprising amount of strange customers. We get a lot of conspiracy theorists who, for some reason, always want to talk to me. Those people are weird and sometimes get slightly aggressive and uppity when I don't respond to their monologues they had prepared for me. But they don't scare me. I am lucky to work at a place with a wonderful group of managers who have no problem taking over a situation if it gets out of hand. The guy who scares me the most rarely ever actually talks to me. He's a regular there, one of the many of the homeless population who will stop in every now and then. Most of them are lovely people, if a little strange. This man works at a store nearby and lives in his car, so he'll often stop in multiple times a day. He has said a multitude of crazy things to my coworkers, unprompted and for ridiculously long amounts of time. He told one of my coworkers that because he wasn't white, he was the son of the Antichrist, and I heard him growl at my coworker once because he had to swipe his card again. Even customers have complained about him saying weird things to them. The worst thing he does is he'll just stand and stare at us, specifically the employees. Sometimes he'll just stand in front of the checkout lines, not holding anything, not wanting to check out. He just stands still and stares at us. It's starting to ramp up, and I am genuinely afraid of him. The staring and the weird comments were bad enough, but this is the incident that made me fearful of him. I had gotten work done early, so I was doing some grocery shopping around 8 p.m., an hour before closing. There were very few people in the store, and of course, our scary friend, we have lots of names for him, but I mostly call him Squinty. He's always staring with his eyes really narrowed, was wandering around again, slowly as he usually does. I swear to you, every time I looked behind me, he was following me into that aisle. Even if it was starting to hurt and I got the few things I needed, even if it was one he had just been in, he was waltzing right up behind me. My stomach was starting to hurt, and I got the few things I needed and left as fast as I could. Later on, I was convinced by a wonderfully kind manager to let him send in a report so they could look at the tapes. Ever since then, his behavior has gotten scarier. One night, he came in exactly at 8:45. He has been coming in nearly every day for years. He knows what time we close. He also knows that I almost always close in the evenings, and I usually work several days in a row. It was right as I was about to go count my till, and I swear as soon as I turned around, he was standing at the entrance, hands in his pockets, totally still, staring me down. My manager walked me to the office, and he did not move until I was in that room. I had the store manager walk me to my car. He isn't the most sensitive person. He wants to see the best in everyone, oftentimes against the wishes of his employees. But even he was telling me he never comes in this late. As I was putting things into my car, he said, "Oh, that's weird." I look up and sure enough, There he is, standing by his car and staring in my direction. Once I see him, he slowly gets in his car and just sits in it, not moving. He didn't follow me out of the parking lot, but I still took turns and back roads to make sure he didn't follow me. I was feeling pretty good this week. He didn't come in very much, and when he did, my manager would see him and tell him to go sit in the cash office before he could even lay eyes on me, then come get me when he left. I felt safe and thankful for these wonderful people. Then, the other night, close to closing, I turn around to get some bags ready, and he is standing outside the window, right in front of me, staring at me, hands in his pockets, mask on his face so I can't see his expression, just his squinting, glaring eyes. I was shocked, and of course, at that moment, I had a rush of customers and no other workers around me to help. My manager was on break. The store manager was somewhere way in the back. I was the closing cashier, and I was all alone, except for the few very disinterested late-night customers that were now impatiently standing in my line. I kept going as he walked into the store. He disappeared for a moment, as is the layout of the store, and later my coworker in another department, also a young female working alone, came up front to tell me he was slowly walking through those aisles, not looking for anything, not looking at anything but her. Finally, my manager came back. I quickly told her I needed to go to the back, and as I did, the man comes moseying up to the front to stand in front of my register, once again staring at me. I turn off my light, and she turns hers on, and I work to finish the transaction I was on. He has nothing in his hands. He's not trying to check out, but he's standing there like he's waiting in line. I put my closed sign up. He doesn't move. As soon as I finish, I all but run back to the cash office. He was there for another 20 to 30 minutes before leaving. Maybe I'm just being paranoid, but every time he enters the store, my stomach drops. He's barely ever spoken to me, but I can't help but feel like he knows I reported him and knows that I'm afraid of him. Recently, in one of his long-winded one-side conversations with a different cashier, he said he often runs out of his medication at the end of the month. As I'm writing this, it's the middle of February. If this is how he's acting on his meds, I'm afraid of what the end of the month will bring. I have an aunt that lives in a haunted house. The house was built in the late 1800s. The house has a weird setup. It is technically two separate identical houses conjoined as one big house. According to my mom, the house was owned by two women that were twins, with each twin living on their own side, and each side connecting through a staircase in the attic. Legend has it, the twins had an uncle that did bad things to them, that ended in one of the twins getting pregnant and having a baby. The other twin smothered the baby, ending in both of the twins taking their lives. Weirdly, almost every family member that has had the misfortune of sleeping over at that house has left with a story to tell. To my dismay, I have on two different occasions. The summer after I graduated 8th grade, my older cousin was getting married out of state. Not all the family from our state could go, so just me and my aunt went. We had a very early flight to catch, so she figured it would be better if I spent the night at her house. I asked if I could sleep in her room. When she asked why, I was direct and told her because the house was haunted. As usual, she shrugged it off and angrily disputed that there were no ghosts. She said, "If it'll make you feel better, you can stay in my room." As night drew near, I went to the bathroom to the medicine cabinet and took sleep medicine in hopes that it would make me fall asleep before my aunt. Sure enough, it didn't. My aunt dozed off, and I lay wide awake and scared, occasionally switching my eyes from looking at the TV to glance at the hallway through the open door. A couple of hours passed, and nothing happened. I started to let my guard down and relax a little. I got a little more comfortable in the bed, and out of nowhere, the closet doorknob started frantically rotating, as if someone was trying to get out. I immediately sat up, wide awake and in panic mode. The remaining hours of the night I stayed awake, in fear, watching the closet door, not sure who or what was trying to open the closet. But to this day, I am happy nothing ever did. Years later, the summer after I graduated college, I spent the night over at her house again. Like the previous time, we were traveling out of town the next day, and my aunt figured it would be better if I spent the night at her house so we could catch our early flight the next morning. I unhappily obliged. As we retired for the night, I headed to the room where I would be sleeping, quote unquote. It was the room down the hall from my aunt's. I closed the door, put on my pajamas, and sat down on the recliner in front of the TV. I had already mentally prepared myself and had expected to stay awake the entire night. The beginning of the night, I browsed the web on my phone to pass time. A couple of hours passed, and nothing happened. As soon as the clock approached 3 a.m., I began to hear what sounded like heeled shoes walking. Whatever it was, walked up the stairs, down the hall, and stopped right outside the room I was in. I immediately jumped up, went to the heavy daybed in the room, and pushed it in front of the door to prevent whatever it was from opening the door. The walking continued, again and again. It would start from the base of the stairs, go up the stairs and down the hall, each time stopping right outside the door of the room I was in. Despite barricading the door closed, I was still scared. To lighten up the tense atmosphere, I turned on the channel that had stand-up comedy and tried to watch that. But I was still scared. The walking persisted for the entire hour. Eventually it stopped, but I kept the door barricaded, remained awake, and waited until morning to open the door. Needless to say, I have not been back to sleep over at my aunt's house, and never will again. Okay, so here in the UK, we don't really have elementary schools, but the equivalents are called junior or primary schools. We go here from about 4 to 11 years old, so while I suppose they're not strictly American elementary schools, I suppose this story fits into the age bracket. Anyway, this is the scariest thing that happened to me while I was at junior school. The school I went to had a tiny playground. Like, I think there were only about 100 kids in the entire school, so the little concrete play area was maybe only like 50 meters across. It was tiny, so if something happened on the playground, every kid and supervising teacher could see it, which I suppose suited them down to the ground. But it didn't suit me the day something happened to Lewis, because one day, we were all just legging it around the playground as little kids do, not a care in the world, when I hear one of the teaching assistants scream really, really loudly, "Lewis! Lewis!" I remember it was autumn, because I was playing with some fallen leaves when I heard the scream. Don't ask me why. I spin around like every single other kid in the playground after hearing that blood-curdling screech, to see the teaching assistant kneeling down by Lewis, who was just lying on the concrete, with blood pouring out of his mouth. Not a little drip, I mean a steady stream of blood that was just cascading out of the corner of his mouth and pooling on the ground beneath him. I mean, that was horrific enough, but the thing that really got to me was that he was totally unconscious and that his eyes had just rolled up into their sockets, so you could only see the whites of his eyes while he bled uncontrollably from his mouth. Loads of us just piled into the coat room. Some kids were crying, others were pale and in shock, and I obviously can't speak for any of the other kids, but I 100% thought that Lewis was dead. I had never seen any kind of injury like that before. At least when my friend Ewan broke his leg when he fell off a swing set, he'd screamed bloody murder until the ambulance came. I knew he was alive, even if it was really distressing. But Lewis was out cold, bleeding like a stuck pig. And his eyes. I didn't know eyes could even do that back when I was that age. Afternoon classes basically got canceled. The kids were just distraught, so no one was in any fit state to be concentrating on lessons. We were just kept in our classrooms until we were all called into the main assembly hall to hear the news about Lewis. We didn't get all the gory details, only that Lewis had taken a fall in the playground and had banged his head. We were told that he had been taken to the hospital and that he was okay, but that he would be out of school for a week or so while he healed up. Lewis was back before we knew it. We were all super relieved to see him. I remember the first day he was back, we all gathered around him as he showed off the big scar inside his lip, where he had fallen on his face. He had also lost a few baby teeth, which I guess was lucky, as he was about to lose them anyway, I suppose. That was definitely the most terrifying thing I ever saw during my childhood. I mean, I'm 32 now. It's been like 25 years or so since it happened, but I remember the whole thing as clear as day. It's just burned into my memory. Those eyes, the whites of his eyes. They're something I'll never, ever forget. To start this story, I should mention my occupation. I am in my 30s now, and I am a journeyman electrician. I often work alone and in people's homes, so needless to say, I often find myself in rather interesting situations. I am a rather small woman, as I am only 5'2" and maybe 125 pounds. I am very aware of my limitations when it comes to physically dangerous situations, especially when it would apply as a target of just about any male. I served in the military, so I have a rudimentary knowledge of hand-to-hand combat, and I am adept, trained, and a concealed weapons permit carrier. I also had experience as a paramedic in a major city. Needless to say, I feel as prepared as someone my size and gender could possibly be for most situations. However, this situation triggered a visceral response, so I thought I would share my experience with who I refer to as the man with the mannequin legs. In the interest of privacy and simplicity, I will refer to him simply as John Doe. It starts on a Friday, almost 2 years ago. The time was 7:30 p.m. I had already worked an extremely long day and was just ready to get home. I received an emergency dispatch to an apartment complex several towns over. I grumbled as it was a Friday night. I just wanted to go home and shower. The dispatch was for a loss of power to a condo unit in one of the older lower-income buildings. There are certain home and buildings I go into which automatically trigger a certain amount of caution. Upon seeing the building, I had a gut feeling already that I would proceed with an air of caution. I don't know what it was, but for the first time in 7 years of doing this job, I had an extreme sense of anxiety and trepidation about walking into the property, thinking that I was over-exaggerating, but wanted to trust my gut feeling and be safe. I immediately texted both my office manager, my boyfriend, and my mother my GPS location with a message saying, "This is where I am. His name is John Doe. This is his address and unit number. If you don't hear from me every 20 minutes until I tell you I have left, please call me first. If I don't answer, please call the police." My company uses a dispatch software that tells them my location for every appointment, but my gut told me that I needed to make sure they knew where I was, that they needed to hear my gut feeling screaming as loudly as I could. When I rang the bell, a gruff voice of a man who smokes far too many cigarettes forcefully inquires as to who is there. I answer, stating that I'm the electrician who is dispatched. He hits the buzzer and lets me in. I walk up the stairs, and the first thing to hit me is the smell of the building. A building full of unwashed bodies, unemptied wet ashtrays, and stale alcohol. He opened his door and the smell intensified. He wore grubby, unkempt, ill-fitting clothing, stained with fluids, bodily or food in origin. His face, thin and gaunt, unshaven with dark, heavy bags under his eyes. Entering the door, I noticed a small table that was stacked with empty beer cans toting the champagne of beers. A plastic whiskey bottle went thunk off the toe of my steel-toe boots and skidded across the floor. I look up at him. Though on the skinny side, he was tall. I ask him for details regarding the loss of power, and he explains that some things work while others don't. I won't bore you with the details, but in the end, I had to see the panel. I told him I had to go run out to my truck to grab a different screwdriver, and I went back out and got my concealed weapon, shoving it in my pants. I went back into the home with a deep breath to settle my nerves. He leads me to his bedroom as I pick my way across a sea of discarded items. We pass the kitchen, the sink stacked high with plates, unwashed with rotting food precariously balanced atop one enough, like a perverse game of Jenga. Stepping over clothing, garbage, and discarded alcohol containers. Burn marks in the carpet from someone nodding out and dropping a lit cigarette. I enter his bedroom. A mattress with a tattered blanket and no sheets or pillows sits in the center. If you ask any person who regularly goes into the home of others, one of the signs that something is off with the resident is a bare mattress. I'll be honest with you, no person in their right mind sleeps without at least a fitted sheet on their bed. The furniture is all second-hand and distressed, broken in places, water-stained as if it were saved from some unknown curb, which was not sold during the estate sale. The top half of a naked, dirty mannequin, appearing as if it were stolen from an abandoned storefront of a long-dead store, lays in the bed. I trip over something as I'm making my way around the bed. Looking down, I see two things that make me take pause. The more alarming of the two happen to be a set of legs from a mannequin, carelessly hacked from the top half with what looks like to be a very dull hacksaw. A hole crudely drilled between the legs, lines drawn at the natural human joints, like a surgeon marking amputation lines on body. It's hard-molded plastic, white in color, posed on the floor like it was modeling the latest fashionable footwear. While trying not to trip, I see a dimly flashing red light coming from the ankle of my creepy host. It's a Department of Corrections GPS ankle monitor. My breath catches in my chest as my anxiety increases. He leads me to the panel, which of course had to be located in the bedroom closet. I think to myself, of course, why wouldn't it be in the bedroom closet? I have to turn my back on him to make the repairs, which makes my hair stand on end. He watches me, smoking a cigarette and sneaking to the living room often to take a swig from a brown paper bag, occasionally standing over me to view my progress. He stands behind me, his hot breath on the back of my neck. Keep in mind, I am now in a closet, working in the back corner on an electrical panel, keeping my body turned as much as possible while still being able to complete my task. Which unfortunately wasn't enough, as I didn't see him come out of the bathroom on the side obscured from my view. The apartment had one of those bathrooms with a door to the hallway and a door to the master bedroom. "What's the problem?" he rasps suddenly, making me jump. "Well, sir, your electrical panel is failing. It appears that only half of the panel is working. That is pretty common for this model at the end of its life," I reply, keeping my tone even and unwavering. I leave, telling him that I need a different type of breaker in order to get him up and running temporarily. I was not about to spend the several hours required in his presence to replace the electrical panel, but without getting too far into it, I could shuffle the breakers around in order to return power to about 80% of the circuits in the panel. But he had a very old panel, and I had to go get some supplies to do it. I leave and head over to the supply store, all the while texting those who received my earlier texts regarding my apprehension of going into the home. I tell them that my gut feeling was perfectly correct, and I did not feel comfortable. My office manager told me that she would understand if I was not comfortable finishing the repairs, but I told her that I wouldn't dump that on another one of my coworkers. Although they were male, I realized that I had more of an ability to protect myself than they would have, although it didn't cross my mind till later that they would have been less of a target. I would go back in and finish my job. I return, still with my concealed weapon, taking comfort in its presence, but being extremely aware that if he came up behind me and smashed me on my head, I may not have time to react, taking solace in the idea that I would be safe, at least until I had restored electricity to the home. Why attack the electrician until the job is done, right? I make a few temporary repairs and tell him that I'll have to come back to finish the rest of it, stressing that this repair would probably only hold him over until the following week, or until the panel has failed in its entirety. The panel needs to be replaced, and I would send him an estimate to replace it. Realizing that this would be the most dangerous part of my interaction with him, I ready myself to get payment and leave. If there was a time for him to decide to act on more nefarious predilections, this was the time. I had already prepared the invoice. I think he notices me gripping my folding knife, my hand inside my pocket, ready with a backup in case I cannot get to my concealed weapon in time. As he had not done anything overtly threatening, I give him the benefit of the doubt, and he doesn't do anything threatening. His hands shake, and he fills out a check for the amount due. His hand shaking while holding the pencil, the kind of shakes you see in somebody who is an alcoholic or a drug addict. Again, not overtly threatening. He thanks me, all while eyeing me like a piece of meat. He watches me walk to my truck, following me to the apartment landing and to the main front door. I am almost running now, and I jump into my work truck and lock the doors. I finally breathe. I finally feel safe. Until I see him in my mirror, staring back at me from the rear section of my truck. Not threatening, just staring. I leave without finishing my paperwork and go a few blocks down. I stop and start shaking as the adrenaline slowly leaves my system. I reassure my family that I'm safe and tell my boss that I cannot go back to that address. Within 10 minutes of leaving, the office manager contacts me and tells me that he has already booked an appointment for me to do the panel the following week. I tell her that I have not even sent him an estimate yet, and if he can't afford it, to be prepared for a cancellation. That following Monday, I prepare the estimate, and with the permission of my boss, I overprice it about 3 times what it should cost, hoping that he will not ask me to come back. No such luck. Within 10 minutes of sending the estimate, my boss called saying that he had accepted it and wishes to keep his appointment. I told my boss I cannot go back to a guy who accepts an estimate that costs 3 times over what it should, especially when he obviously didn't have funds to spare. I beg and plead not to make me go back. Instead, they offer to send me back with another person, and my heart drops. I look for a reason not to. After seeing the ankle bracelet, I knew he would have some form of criminal record. I quickly Google his name and the name of the city he lived in. It was one of the first results, and I find out exactly why he was wearing an ankle monitor. He had just gotten out of prison. John Doe served 2 years in state prison for stalking a woman, a perfect stranger, a waitress he met at a local breakfast joint. When she threatened to report him, he broke into her home. He held her hostage as she begged him to allow her to leave. When she refused, he told her he would kill her and threatened to dismember her. He threatened to make her disappear in a way that her family would never know where she went. The article didn't say how it concluded, but the woman was safely able to get away, and he was arrested. He then spent 2 years in the state penitentiary and received 5 years of monitored probation. He had only been released in the last year. It took less than a year for that apartment to get in that state. My heart leapt into my chest as I realized what this man may have truly been capable of. Here I was, a small woman in the service industry just like that waitress. Him setting up the appointment, overpriced. It was all so wrong. With the evidence of the mannequin staring me in the face, it appears his fantasy is alive and well. It appears that the last 2 years have taught him exactly what he wanted to do. I thought back over the last week and remember 2 occasions where a beat-up old tan Buick had been following me, but not closely, not even enough to set off alarm bells. But again, I noticed these type of things. I can't be 100% sure it was him, but looking back, it probably was. It just seemed like the car would spontaneously appear and follow me between appointments, never entering the neighborhood I was going into, but would follow me onto the main streets. Keep in mind, my work van is essentially a 9-foot-tall billboard for my company. I am impossible to miss, so you do not have to be very close to see where my truck is going. I do not have a rear view mirror, so if you're in the right spot, I cannot see a good majority of a car that's behind me. I can tell there is in fact a car behind me, but I obviously cannot see the front portion of it. The car would always be around for a few of my morning appointments, but once I would travel more than about 15 miles away from the town that John Doe lived in, it would vanish. When I'm doing estimates all day, I can easily drive about 200 miles in one workday. I can drive between job sites that are maybe 10 minutes apart, or up to about an hour and a half from each other. I crisscross the northeastern half of the state all day. It makes it extremely difficult for somebody to follow me all day long. I assume he tried to find me by name, but without telling you my name, I can tell you that I have an incredibly common name, to the point where when I was in middle school, there was another girl attending the school with the same exact name, first and last. My name is so incredibly common that unless you knew me personally, you could not find me on the internet. I keep all of my security settings on social media incredibly strict, and I never post anything that will reveal my location. I even have this setting off in my phone that saves the location to a photo. I wouldn't say that I'm paranoid per se, but I learned very young what the world is actually like. That most people do not have your best interest in mind. I can thank the US Army for teaching me, but once something goes into the internet, it can never be truly deleted. I think this is why he was never able to find me, although I am sure he tried. He called my company almost daily for weeks to try to get me to go back out to work on his electrical panel. He even offered to pay me more money if I would come back. Luckily, I had shared all the information I had found with all of the office staff. I made sure a do not service was placed on his name and address. My company stood behind me and protected me, going as far as to make sure my name and photo were not on the website, that I was never tagged in any social media, and that my schedule was randomized with me never starting and finishing at the same town or anywhere near the same location. I was never booked within 10 miles of his address. Needless to say, my company never sent any technician back to the man with mannequin legs. I ended up with nothing more than a story that shows no matter how prepared you might be for a situation, you never know exactly who you're dealing with, that you should be prepared for anything and everything that can come your way. A story that stresses the importance of trusting your instincts. Ever since I was little, and despite occasional insomnia, I have always been a deep sleeper and difficult to rouse. This has also been accompanied by my vivid dreams. I have never been able to harness the ability to lucid dream, as when I realize it is one, I become too excited and inevitably wake up completely, or just enough that I'm not experiencing the dream, but watching it as if it is a movie. That being said, I have never truly tried to learn how to lucid dream. This is because I heard lucid dreaming can cause sleep paralysis, and to me, my dreams are enough of an adventure as it is, and the terrors that come from sleep paralysis are just not worth it to me. I already suffer from night terrors and anxiety dreams, so the idea of having one of those while mostly awake and aware of my surroundings sounds like, well, you guessed it, a nightmare. Occasionally, when I'm drifting off to sleep, especially during naps, my body will be asleep, but my mind is partially aware and awake. This allows me to perceive the sounds around me or even conversations people are having. While unrelated, this is also when I am the most active with my sleep talking if you engage me directly. On the even rarer occasion, I can be having a dream and narrate to people around me what I am seeing. So, I live with my husband, and ever since my work schedule changed a few years ago, I have struggled to wake up earlier than 9 or 10 a.m. Occasionally when my husband leaves for work, I'll get up and let the dogs out to pee, let them back in, and go back to bed. In my sleepy haze, I sometimes forget to lock the door before going back to bed. If I'm not sure if I have or not, I'll usually get back up and go check. Other times, I'll be so exhausted that I have already drifted off to sleep. From time to time, my husband will be sent home early so he can come back during the night shift and help out. Sometimes he comes home an hour after he started his shift. Since I have become so used to the sound of his heavy boots walking on our wooden floors, this usually doesn't rouse me from my sleep, and if I am in a deep, exhausted sleep, I won't wake at all. If it does startle me, the most that happens is I am pulled into that semi-aware state of mind. I'll feel him get back into bed with me, and all is well. Now, mind you, we live in the middle of nowhere, and we never get any visitors. But I still have this fear that someone is going to try to break in during the day while my husband is at work. I have 2 guard dogs, but one of them is now deaf, and at the time of this story, the other one was a young puppy who wouldn't bark if something in the house frightened him. He would instead grow silent and still. Now, on to what happened a few months ago. It was our typical morning. My husband got up out of bed, taking a shower and getting dressed before kissing me goodbye and heading to work. A few hours had passed. I was fading in and out of sleep, so I was partially aware that sunlight had begun to creep into the room. Not too long after I passed back out, I heard a noise that roused me from my dreamless sleep. I heard my husband's heavy footsteps calmly walking around the front of the house. Neither of our dogs made a move or a sound, and the noise level was low enough that it hadn't caused me to fully wake up either. I sat there, patiently waiting for him to make his way back to our bedroom so that we could cuddle up and go back to sleep, when a horrible thought occurred to me. What if it isn't my husband? Had he forgotten to lock the door when he left? What if this is that intruder I've been worrying about? What if I can't wake up before they realize someone else is in the house? This is when I start to hear the heavy boots making their way down the hallway towards our bedroom. At this point, I think my eyes are open. I can see our bedroom, and I'm watching the door to the hallway, anxiously awaiting to see my husband round the corner to our room. This is when I start to realize these boots don't sound like my husband's, and the terror sets in. I have this horrible sense of impending doom. There's a strange, large man in my house. My dogs are unaware or defenseless, and I am too out of it to get up and defend myself. As the steps reach the doorway, I shut my eyes tight, praying the man will think I am asleep and try to sneak out without being caught. I hear the footsteps pause in the doorway, and I can feel this evil presence flood the room. I suddenly realize he's here. For me. The heavy boots slowly make their way over to my side of the bed, and I can feel my weight being pressed down as he leans over me as if to whisper in my ear. I know now that I do not want to know what he is about to tell me. I need to do everything I can to not hear what he is about to tell me, so I did the only thing I could. I strained my ears and caused my eardrums to tremble, causing a deep, rumbling sound in my ears. I feel the lightest sensation of his breath on my ear and jawbone as I continue straining that little muscle. He stands back up and exits the room, and I am released from my sleep. I jump out of bed and grab the nearest weapon we have and comb through the house. As you may have guessed, there was nobody there. The front door was locked. Our dogs were undisturbed, but my heart was pounding in my chest. I was drenched in sweat, and the fear had me trembling. I placed the weapon back where it belonged and messaged my husband about what had happened, and I later told my sister-in-law about it. My sister-in-law has had a few run-ins with these beings and has done some research on her own. While she didn't share with me what she knew, she said, It's a really good thing that you didn't let it put things in your head. Her comments made the whole experience that much creepier. What would have happened if I had listened to what it had said? What could it have told me that would have been so devastating to change my life in the worst way possible? Was it going to tell me something? Or was it going to command me to do something that I inevitably would be unable to resist? A part of me wishes I knew, but I am very glad that I don't. I have had 3 sleep paralysis instances in total that I can remember. The first time was in 2018 when I had just moved back to Australia from America, and I was on a really uncomfortable inflatable mattress. All I can remember was waking up, only barely being able to move, and really struggling to sit up. As this was happening, my vision in front of me was mostly blacked out, but I could still somewhat see around me. I quickly broke from it and was terrified, as I had heard of sleep paralysis before and knew about the horrors people have faced as a result of it. Safe to say I considered myself lucky. The second time was in 2020. I had woken up in the morning and could not move at all, not even slightly. The instance was a lot more severe and terrifying for me, as all I could think about while locked out of my body was, there better not be a shadow. With this, I attempted to yell and scream, but all that came out my mouth were groans. Thankfully, I eventually snapped out of it before the sleep paralysis could escalate further, or my worst fear of seeing a shadow person or apparition came true. That brings us to the third and most traumatizing and terrifying encounter I had with sleep paralysis. It was during 2021 and in the midst of a stressful time for me due to university exams. This may have been something that contributed towards it, but then again, who knows? This time was very different from the previous 2. I vividly remember dreaming of being in an unfamiliar house that, when describing it to people, I usually connect it to having a very similar appearance to the house from the amazing world of Gumball. I know, weird connection to make, but that was my first thought when thinking over the appearance of the house. I remember in the dream approaching some photos on a wall in some living room space. They were photos of my family. Group photos and individual photos all scattered the walls. I was looking through them until I saw an unfamiliar face. It was a standalone photo of a woman who appeared to be in her 30s, wearing a white Victorian old-style dress, all on her own, staring into my soul. Upon seeing this, I was especially creeped out, so I turned my head to the left and stopped right in my tracks. There she was, the exact same woman from the photo, just standing in the living room of this house, facing away from me. In my dream, I let out some sort of loud reaction, and all of a sudden her face snapped sideways, where her eyes were meeting mine, at which point I awoke instantly. However, to my horror, I quickly discovered I was experiencing sleep paralysis yet again. This time, however, I looked slightly to my side to see the woman, yet again, but actually standing on the other side of my room. Words cannot describe the level of pure fear and terror I experienced at that moment. As I began to try and scream and yell, the only noise that came out of my mouth, yet again, was some weird groan, not loud enough for anyone to hear. Things only escalated when the woman began to slowly approach my bed, while slightly kneeling down to meet her face with mine. All while she had a finger over her mouth, smiling at the same time, as if to hush me for my desperate attempts at screaming out for help, as well as mocking me for doing so. The terror of this was almost unbearable for me. I remember looking towards the roof of my room and seeing multiple white glowing apparitions moving in and out of my ceiling, all while this woman is constantly saying, "Shh." Next thing I know, it was all gone. I could finally move again, and I had never been more grateful to fully wake up in my entire life. I don't know if anything from what I experienced had any deeper meaning. I seriously doubt it too. Since all this, I have never been able to identify the woman with anyone I know, or anyone from my family that I never met, but still have photos of. I hope I never need to give an update with a fourth experience of this horrible phenomenon. The following took place when I was in grade 10, attending high school in Ontario, just under an hour east from Toronto. I am 30 years old now, and I've only mentioned this to a handful of people. It isn't the scariest story ever, but it definitely gave me and my friends at the time the creeps. Let's begin. During lunch hour, I never liked eating in the cafeteria. Too crowded, and I didn't like people watching me eat. I'm not too sure why now, but my friends felt the same way, so we either would go to one of our houses for lunch, or we'd discover someplace outside near our school where we could sit, eat lunch, throw a baseball around after, etc. We stumbled upon this creek behind some backyards with a few big rocks that could be used as a makeshift seating area. It was secluded enough that we thought it would be a cool place to eat our lunch and hang out for an hour. FYI, we were not trespassing in anyone's backyards. They were all fenced off, and the creek was accessible to anyone walking by. Including myself, there were 4 of us. We ate lunch, joked around, and started playing catch with a baseball in the mitts that we brought with us. I stood further into the creek, so near a bunch of tall trees that I think turned into a forest if you keep going. My friend threw the baseball. I missed catching it, and it rolled to the base of a tree a few feet behind me. I walked over to retrieve the ball, and sitting upright on the other side of the tree was what I think was a female with long, straight black hair, facing the opposite direction, not moving at all whatsoever. I noticed her right before I picked up the ball and my stomach dropped. I knew to play it cool so she wouldn't react and scare me, even more than I already was, so I picked up the ball and speed walked out of there and said to my friends, "Guys, let's go, we're going to be late." They were all saying how we had time and that we were going to be early, etc., but I looked at them with my eyes wide open, as if trying to communicate with my eyes, and again I said, "Let's go." Confused, my friends followed me out of there, and as we were walking away, I periodically looked behind us to see if we were being followed. When we were at a distance far enough I felt it was safe, I told them what I saw. They all believed me because they knew I wouldn't just randomly make up that to ruin our lunch break, and not to mention how much I hated going back to school early after lunch. Being curious, dumb teenage boys, however, we did return to that creek a few days later, and the person sitting behind the tree was not there. In my 30s, I have never had anything as unsettling as this happen to me before, and I still remember it as if it happened yesterday. Like I said, I've only told this story a handful of times, and it still gives me the chills to this day. I have thought about this event at least once a day, and even though it's been a few years and some details are fuzzy, it still gives me the chills. A group of us were sitting around chilling one January night when one of us thought it would be fun to have a bonfire, using the brown and dried out Christmas tree as the kindling. We were bored, so we all jumped at the chance of doing something, even if it was potentially illegal. Another of my friends made the comment, "It's only illegal if we get caught." And with that logic, we set out to find a location to bid the Christmas season goodbye. My friend, who we'll call Sheila, knew of a place we could head to and would likely not get caught by any police interference. The only stipulation was that we had to wait for the cover of nightfall. What she failed to mention was that this area was a swamp with wooden walking paths weaving through the trees and water for patrons during the day. Driving up and not seeing any lights, this didn't look like a place that would be open during the night. Yet, here we are. Once we arrived and had set up our tree to be burned, another of our friends thought it would be fun to walk the darkened trails. No flashlights, just the small amount of moonlight that we had. We all looked into the forest, uneasy, but agreed to the adventure. Using the headlights of our cars, we saw two entrances leading into the forest. Naturally, we thought we would enter in one side and come out the other. Making our way towards the part, Sheila and I hung back so we could conspire to pull a prank. There was one guy in our group who she had a crush on, and the two would often flirt and banter with one another, and she learned that he was quite the scaredy cat. The prank was for me to slink off towards the exit to the path, meet them halfway, and jump out and scare the wits out of him. Of course, this was too good of a chance to pass up, so as they headed down through the entrance of the path, I snuck off going through the exit. The swamp was alive with the sound of toads croaking, insects buzzing, creatures chattering and scurrying, and a couple of times I heard the splash of water as a toad plopped into the water as I had gotten near. The blackness of the night didn't bother me, as I was much too excited about scaring the crap out of Sheila's crush. The look on his face, the squeals of his screaming. It was going to be awesome. Eventually, I kept walking and walking, but wasn't finding the group. Surely they should have met them by now. But where are they? I stopped for a moment, straining my ears to see if I could hear them coming towards me. But all I was met with were the sounds of the swamp, and then silence. I stopped. Was it possible that they were quiet so they could scare me? Sure, but all of them being that quiet? Do you know the sound someone makes when they're swimming slowly through the water? A sort of light sloshing noise? That was the sound I was hearing coming from in front of me. I froze, straining my ears towards the sloshing, noticing that it didn't sound like a frog or a fish, but what it sounded like, I had no idea. There was a thud against the wooden path, rocking it slightly, then slapping noises that sounded like wet flippers hitting the ground. I would be curious afterwards, but with my heart hammering in my chest and my knees about to give out from underneath me, I turned around and took off as fast as I was able out of the swamp and away from whatever it was that was back there. When I emerged from the forest, my group of friends were out there waiting for me. Apparently, after not seeing me for a while, they grew concerned. So concerned that Sheila had given away the prank about to be pulled, and they hurried back, not knowing what had become of me. They were about to walk the path I had taken to find me, when I suddenly appeared. It wasn't until later that we discovered that the two paths that we had seen led in two different directions, something that would have been nice to know beforehand. As for what was in that swamp, I have no idea, and none of my friends believed me, thinking that it was just a frog or something. Over the years, I tend to think that maybe they were right, and I just imagined it. But that didn't remove the fact that this was one of the most terrifying experiences of my life. This happened when I was 15 years old. It was about 5 years ago, and I was living at home. It was just me and my mom, and we lived in a small apartment in a medium-sized city, and my mom was always working and never home. So there was not much adult supervision at home, and I would spend most of my nights on Facebook. So one night, I was settling in for another dinner of mac and cheese and watching YouTube when my phone buzzed. I didn't have many friends at the time, and the only person who really messaged me was my mom, but she was at work, so I knew it would not be her. I paused my YouTube video and put down my mac and cheese and picked up the phone. I looked at my phone and saw that I had a Facebook message. I clicked on it to read it, and I did not recognize the person sending it. All it said was, "Hi, Amy." I didn't think anything of it, and I was in the middle of my dinner, so I just put my phone back down. Another couple minutes later, I heard my phone vibrate again. It was from the same person, and this time it said, "How are you doing, Amy?" This time I replied and said, "I'm fine, who is this?" There was no response, so I finished eating my dinner and watched a few more videos and went to bed. The next night was pretty much the same routine, and I was home by myself eating dinner and watching YouTube. I got a message on Facebook, and this time it said, "Are you enjoying your macaroni and cheese?" This time I was caught off guard and was starting to get upset. I answered back, "Who is this?" Almost instantly another message came in that said, "I'm watching you, and I know you're alone." Now I was getting scared, but in the back of my mind I was thinking it could have been one of my friends playing a joke on me. They knew that I ate mac and cheese almost every night for dinner, so it could have just been somebody guessing, and it was just a coincidence that I was eating mac and cheese again. It didn't help that this was late fall, so it got dark very early, and being home alone was already a little unsettling to begin with. My mom had warned me to be careful online ever since I started using Facebook about a year earlier. She had told me about how people could get catfished, or how your identity could get stolen. I had not had any bad experiences online up to this point, so I figured she was just being an overprotective parent. "I'm watching you, and I'll be watching you when you go to sleep tonight," was the next message I read. I turned off my phone and finished my nightly routine and went to bed, but not before I blocked that person from my account. I got up early the next day, and I could hardly keep my eyes open from not getting very much sleep. I walked to my high school, which was about a 20-minute walk from my apartment. Everything went fine at school. It was a normal, usual day at school, but I struggled to get through it because of how tired I was. But I dragged along the day the best I could. After school, I stopped at a fast food place for about a half an hour before walking the rest of the way home. While I was walking home, I thought I noticed this same car drive past about 4 or 5 times. It was already getting dark, so I wasn't sure if it was the same car. When I was just getting to the parking lot of my apartment complex, a car drove by. and someone yelled out the window, "Enjoy your mac and cheese, Amy." When I turned to look, the car was turning at the corner, and all I could see were the brake lights and no description of it. I could only think of one person who would want to mess with me. I had broken up with my boyfriend a month earlier, and he lived in a town about 45 minutes away. It was a really bad breakup because I had caught him cheating, but he swore it was a mistake, and he only wanted to be with me. I didn't take him back, and all of his friends told me he was not over it. I can only guess that it was him stalking me on Facebook and in the car. I ended up deleting my Facebook for almost a year, and I never noticed any more cars following me. I want to start this story off by saying that for the sake of confidentiality, all real names will be replaced with fake ones. Me and my friends had a phase when we were around 18 years old where we were fascinated with the idea of exploring abandoned locations, usually disregarding how dangerous or risky the area is. Since I live in one of the more suburban and unpopular areas of Australia, oftentimes it would be difficult to find new and exciting places to investigate. So you can imagine when we caught wind of an abandoned apartment complex in the city, we immediately jumped on the idea of paying the place a visit. We decided to go on the same night we planned on visiting a club, so by the time we arrived at the place, me and my friends were mostly buzzed or intoxicated. Looking back on that, it was a really dumb idea, but we were dumb new adults. This would be a good time to introduce my friends. We have Don, a well-built guy who is the leader of most of our expeditions. Connor, who like myself loved exploring and usually followed what Don would say. And then we have Beth, Kate, Jill, and Brooke, who only really came for the club but still decided to tag along for the ride. Upon arrival, we were met with a large fence surrounding the perimeter. It was at this point where Kate volunteered to be on lookout for security from the outside, since this place did still seem to be decently monitored. With some struggle, the rest of us managed to hop the fence, and we were greeted with the large U-shaped building, standing at around 20 stories tall. As per usual, Dawn took the lead and fearlessly opened the door to one of the stairwells, myself and Connor following eagerly behind, with the girls hesitantly close behind us. Throughout most of our exploration, we would open doors and look through the rooms. Most of the time we would find many plates and other objects left by previous owners on the stained rugged floors or broken kitchen tops. As we began traversing further up the complex, we discovered the stairways were weirdly blocked off, so we would have to constantly move between stairwells in order to get to higher floors. As we were on roughly the 15th floor, I began to get bored from the repetitiveness of the similarity of the rooms, so while in a somewhat drunken state, I thought it would be a good idea to randomly try and kick in one of the sliding glass doors. I know, in hindsight, this was a really dumb idea, but you don't exactly consider the consequences in the state and mindset that I was in. Either way, my pathetic attempt at this kick failed, and I was promptly scalded by the others for the noise it made. In the middle of laughing it off, I noticed Jill's face go pale before she began hushing us while pointing upwards. "Did any of you hear that noise? I think there's someone above us," she quietly exclaimed. This was enough to set both Beth and Brooke off, wanting to leave immediately. Dawn, however, had a different idea. "Then let's go, hurry," he said while brushing past us to the door. Dawn has always been like this, disregarding safety before exploration. We didn't even have time to say no. However, we all had to follow him as we all didn't want him to possibly get hurt, or for us five to be left alone without Dawn to guide us. Reluctantly, we all quietly chased after Dawn, who by this point began peeking through the doors and windows to each room on the floor above. We were about halfway through the hallway when we saw security flashlights on the bottom floor, along with Kate's message alerting what we were seeing. Crap. The sound of the kick must have been too loud, and now the bottom level is on high alert. Simultaneously, as this is happening, we hear a large thud in one of the rooms right next to where we are standing. Dawn froze. I guess he must have initially thought that Jill was joking and tried to play it off as such to freak out the rest of us. Yet I had never seen him so reluctant on an exploration before. We all heard it this time. As we approached the door, we continued to hear slight shuffling from the room. This was enough to send Jill, Beth, and Brooke to the other end of the walkway, begging us to leave. But myself, Dawn, and Connor all knew that for the sake of conclusions, we all needed to see what was behind that door. Dawn began to approach the door, turned the knob, and pushed the door wide open. I then used my phone to illuminate the room. What we saw next is permanently ingrained in my mind. We saw an older-looking man, gray beard with minimal hair, cuts all along his right arm, holding a reflective object, resembling a shard of glass or a knife, with the most crooked and twisted smile on his face. The crimson red liquid was splattered all over the carpet, and next thing I know, Dawn and Connor have already begun fleeing the scene. I too followed closely after them. It was hard to tell if he was chasing us, but assuming the worst, we nearly fell down the flight of stairs desperately trying to get away. Once exiting through the first floor, we were quickly detained by the security staff. Clearly seeing the distress on each of our faces as we tried to communicate the situation we had just witnessed. Long story short, the cops were called to investigate the building and find the man, and roughly half an hour later, they came out with the man in cuffs. He looked filthy and evil as he gave us one last grin before entering the police car. One cop who had been up there told us that it was a good thing we got away from there, as his intentions were very clearly awful. Safe to say that we didn't go to any more clubs that night. The next morning I woke up and checked my phone to be introduced with a flood of messages on our group chat. I scrolled up to the beginning to see that Connor had sent a news article published this morning stating that a homeless man had been murdered and his body was discovered within the apartment complex that night. This sent chills down my spine as I recalled that image of him and the amount of blood pooled on the ground and down his arm. And worst of all, that insane, crooked smile. Since this event 2 years ago, none of us have been exploring abandoned places. And in all honesty, I think it's going to stay that way for a really, really long time. I just want to start by saying that I live in northern Ontario near a very small village that I'll leave the name out of for privacy reasons. My friend and I, both 14 at the time, who I'll call Steph, wanted to hang out once school was out. At some point during summer break, she messaged my mom through her mom's cell, since we both didn't have phones at the time, asking if I wanted to hang out. I thought it would be fun and agreed to meet up with her. She lived a little ways out of town, but we made plans to walk the 20 minutes to get to town and hang out there. I arrive at around 2, and we began our trek. Most people are always saying how small and innocent their area is, and how nothing happens. But this town is quite the opposite. It's actually a hotspot for trafficking, drugs, drug busts, assault, you name it. Regardless, our tiny 14-year-old brains thought since we had never actually witnessed any of that, we should be safe to walk around town by ourselves. Right? Wrong. We were so wrong, and you will soon find out why. We finally reached our destination and found a convenience store where we could buy some candy and sit on the curb. You know, regular kid stuff. Another friend of mine lived in town, and Steph decided it would be a perfect opportunity to show me where he lived. We are weaving our way through the back roads when we get to this really sketchy, run-down street. We pass an auto shop with the garage door wide open and see a man working on a vehicle. I nod politely and we continue on our way down the street, passing by all of the seemingly empty houses because it's the 21st century and no one goes outside anymore. We come across a house with an old, disheveled-looking man in the yard. He looks to be around 50 or 60 with completely white hair, a very long and equally white beard. We only noticed him because of how odd he was sitting, like he was sitting normally in a lawn chair, but the back of the chair was on the ground and his legs straight in the air. Just then he spotted us and called towards us. "Can you come help me?" in a loud, demanding tone. We stopped and looked at each other, and I moved to go over to him when Steph put an arm in front of me. I look at her and say, "I think he fell over. We should help him." And she tells me there's no way at our size we could lift him up. The man starts screaming at us to get over there, and it no longer sounds like he wants help. My heart starts racing, and I look around frantically because I want to help him, but my gut feeling says this situation is very off. Why can't he just roll over onto the grass and get up? There's no wheelchair or walking stick in sight, so I'm doubting he's paralyzed. He's continuing to scream at us, saying, "Get over here now." I suddenly remember the man in the garage just a few meters down the street, and I tell Steph if he really needs help, we should go get that man. She agrees, and we tell the old man that we're getting help and we'll be back in a minute. We race down the street as fast as we can and stumble into the garage, huffing painfully and trying to get out the words. "There's a man down the street. He might be hurt. It looks like he fell." Without question, the man in the shop follows us to the property. We halt in front of the house, confused, and he looks at us with question on his face. The yard is empty, the chair is gone, and the old man is nowhere in sight. We were gone for not even a minute. Even if he did get help in that time, they wouldn't have had time to disappear so quickly. We told the mechanic guy that he was just here, screaming at us to help him. He explains that maybe the guy got up himself and just walked inside, and though I doubted that theory, I nodded my head in agreement. He later gave us some water bottles, and we thanked him and went on our way. I still think about it to this day, and every time I just become extremely perplexed with the whole situation. Where did he go? I still live near that town 7 years later, and I go to town at least 3 times a week, yet I have never once seen him. Maybe he really did just get up himself, but the tone in his voice is what put me off. And why would someone happen to have a lawn chair directly in the center of their yard facing their house? It makes no sense, but nonetheless, I hope I never see him again. I have had 4 separate encounters with deadly venomous snakes. It's like I attract them or something. My first encounter was when I was a little girl. I lived on a farm and was sent out to collect fresh eggs for breakfast. So I get my egg basket and walk out to the chicken coop. Little did I know, there was a deadly predator in the coop I was entering. I picked up the first hen, got her eggs, patted her head, and went to the next box. When I stepped up to the next sitting hen, it felt like someone had hit me in the back of the leg with a baseball bat. I screamed and went to turn around, and that's when I saw the snake slithering off. My granddad came running out to see what was wrong. I told him there was a snake and that it had bitten me. He got a shovel and took care of it. Turns out it was a rather cranky and large western diamondback rattlesnake. I spent several weeks in the hospital, almost died a couple of times, but here I still am. So fast forward several years later, I am probably 9 or 10 years old and sitting with my uncle and brother in a fishing boat, trying to catch something for a fish fry. We were out on a friend of my uncle's property, a big, huge pond full of fish. I wasn't really super excited sharing a boat with my brother, so I was a little sullen. I brought my portable Walkman to drown out the boys, and sat down on the bottom of the boat to get comfy and wait till this all was over. I was jamming to my tunes and must have drifted off. The next thing I know, over the music, I can hear my uncle screaming at me. So I turn the tunes down, look up at my uncle, and he has this look on his face, like I have never seen before. It was pure, unadulterated horror. So I'm sitting here too terrified to move, because I have no idea what has gotten him so upset. And that's when I feel something touch my hair. Just a small little flicker, but I still don't move. My uncle then proceeds to grab his weapon and a boat oar. He's pointing his weapon right over my left shoulder, and that's when I turn ever so slightly to see a black snake head crawling up the boat right beside me. I lost it. I screamed and jumped at the same time my uncle fired. Turns out it was a water moccasin, or a cottonmouth. Fast forward another several years. I'm a teenager now and working alongside my father and his buddy, laying carpet in some old run-down trailers. You know, for side teenager money. It was summertime and hot. We were working on this particular nasty old trailer, trying to get it livable again, which I couldn't see, but whatever. So my dad's friend gave me my tools and carpet and told me to go in and do one of the bedroom closets in what would be the kids' room. It was a rather large walk-in type closet, but I was having trouble seeing anything because of the lack of light. So I go in this closet and go to the far corner and start working on pulling this nasty old carpet out. So I'm pulling and yanking and cussing when I hear a sound that sends shivers down my spine. It's the sound of a rattlesnake. I didn't try to move because I wasn't sure where he was. It was dark and I wasn't trying to get bit again. So I go screaming for my dad, which he's a lot of help because he's terrified of snakes too. He walks into the room, hears that sound, and runs out. Luckily, my dad's friend wasn't quite so afraid. He walked outside and got a bucket, used a stick to pick up the snake, and got it back outside where it belonged. Now here's my last snake experience. I'm dating this guy who has a wood-burning fireplace in his house. So one morning, we are out on a friend's property cutting some wood for firewood. Yes, I have been out there with them cutting these trees. We had been out in the woods since the sun came up, working our butts off. It was around lunchtime, and I was about done for the day. So I grabbed my drink and scouted the nicest place to sit and take a break for a bit. There was a nice little break in the trees and turned into a nice rocky area with some rather nice and large rocks for me to sit down on. The sun was shining. It was starting to warm up. Just an all-around beautiful Ozarks day. So I pick out the flattest rock I could find to rest on. So I sit down to take my rest. I'm sitting on this rock for maybe 10 to 15 minutes, just taking it easy, enjoying the day, and the guy I was with walks up to me, looks down, and then jumps back away from me like 3 or 4 feet. I looked at him like he was nuts. He said, "Enjoying yourself?" And I said, "Yes, I am. It's a beautiful day." He looks at me and says, "You do realize that you are sitting right beside the biggest copperhead snake I've ever seen, right?" My whole body went cold. I started to sweat. If I move, he's gonna bite me. I know it. I looked down ever so slowly, and this snake is literally snuggled up next to my right thigh. I have no clue what I'm going to do. I can't move. And this very large, very venomous snake is content to just sit right here and snuggle with me all day in the sun. I am dying inside at this moment. This stupid situation couldn't get any worse. Except it could. I drank my whole bottle of water, and now I have to go to the bathroom. I'm not going to be able to sit here all day, and I'm freaking out. So my boyfriend and his buddy decide to try and distract the snake so I can make a mad dash away. They tried sticks, they tried rocks, anything and everything they could. My situation was getting on the urgent level with my bladder, so I told my boyfriend to go and get my jacket out of his truck. I was gonna have to do this myself, apparently. When he came back with my jacket, I told him my plan. He's gonna drop the jacket on top of the snake, and as soon as he did, I'm gonna bolt. Timing had to be precise. As soon as that jacket got within an inch or two of touching that snake, I jumped sideways off that rock and rolled away as far and as fast as I could. And no, I never got my jacket back either. That snuggly snake could have it. So now you've heard my stories. If I ever die suddenly, at least you folks will know how and why. Around the age of 4, when I was living in Sunrise, Florida, it was known within my family that my aunt's house was haunted. I spent quite a bit of time there as a kid, as she would babysit for me. I always had a good time with her and have fond memories of being at her house. I was spoiled by my aunts and uncles since I was the first baby. She always got me the best toys, had the best snacks, and I loved hanging out with the kids who lived next door to her. The oldest, Luba, and her little sister, Happy. Now that I'm an adult, I understand how strange those names are, but never really occurred to me as a kid. They always seemed to be there when I was there. I have vivid memories of all of us all sitting in my Little Mermaid tent, laughing and playing house. My aunt had 2 dogs that would just sit there while we brushed their hair with Barbie combs and put bows in their hair. We called it dog makeover. We often did typical kid things. Luba and Happy were such pranksters. Sometimes they would move the dog's food bowls across the kitchen or turn on a toy so it made noises, hide it, and run away just to laugh at my aunt going nuts looking for it. She always seemed confused by the silly pranks, and as kids, that just made us laugh. One time, we were hanging out in the tent while my aunt had been vacuuming the living room. We turned off the vacuum and walked away to do something in another room. We had convinced ourselves that if we turned it on and it stayed in one spot, that it would suck all the way through the other side of the earth. So, Luba ran over to the vacuum, turned it on, and ran back to the tent. We peered out the plastic window of the tent and laughed while my aunt threw up her arms and yelled my name out in frustration. I always remember thinking it was always me who was catching all the blame, but figuring that my aunt just didn't want to yell at the neighbor kids. Over time, Luba and Happy showed up less and less. I thought they were either at school or busy and weren't able to come over as often. After all, we were all getting older, and I also was not at my uncle's house as often. After so long of not seeing them, I chalked it up to the fact that they had moved away. Eventually, my aunt had her own kids and raised them in that house until they were around 4 or 5 years old before they moved out of state. Life had gone on as it does, and Luba and Happy were just a fond memory that I would often think back on and wonder how they were doing or where they were at in life. Fast forward to 10 years later. I am about 14 or 15 years old. Our family had all lived in different states at this point, so when we would gather around the holidays, we always had catching up to do and walks to take down memory lane. A conversation came up about childhood friends between my mom and aunt, and all the memories of Luba and Happy came flooding back to me. I was thinking to myself, I wonder if my aunt might know where they're at now. So I chimed in and asked her if she remembered Luba and Happy. She contemplated it for a moment. You could see her trying to think about it. She asked me with a very confused look on her face. Luba? Happy? I have never known any kids with such strange names. I went over everything I knew about them. You know, the neighbors by your house in Florida. The ones always messing with you and you would blame me. My mom snapped her fingers and said, "Oh, at the haunted house?" I was very confused when she said this, as I had no knowledge of her house being haunted. My aunt, still looking confused, responded, "That house was definitely creepy. I don't remember any kids ever being there other than you and your cousins. You had imaginary friends?" I was absolutely certain that these friends were not imaginary. After all, I knew as a kid that other kids often had imaginary friends, and I would wonder how is that even possible to create an image of a whole person in your head. I insisted that they were actually there. I knew they were there. But she seemed very set on the fact that they were not. Her and my mom started to go back and forth. Remember the dog bowls would just slide across the kitchen floor, or the toys in the other room turning on at the very bottom of the toy box? I literally just sat there and could not believe what they were saying. I thought for sure they had lost their minds due to old age. Those kids were there. They moved the dog bowl and played all the pranks. I saw it with my own eyes. My aunt told me, there was definitely a lot of creepy things that happened in that house. At first I thought you had been behind all the things turning on and off, or moving around, because I had to rationalize it. I realized after some time that something weird was going on, but decided to ignore it since I don't really believe in that kind of stuff anyways. My jaw was on the floor, folks. I was so creeped out. I was so confused. I had imaginary friends? What? My family was all in agreement about the ghosts in the house, nodding and reassuring each other. I finally said out loud, "So I had imaginary friends named Luba and Happy. I need to be in therapy." About this time, my cousin had rounded the corner to the dining room we were all sitting in, and in the giddiest voice said, "Luba and Happy, they were my friends." We all kind of looked at her in silence and then looked at each other before someone blurted out, "Wait, you saw Luba and Happy too?" Without missing a beat and not realizing what the big deal was, my cousin confirmed to us, "Of course, they were always at my house and always in my playroom. They used to play pranks on Mom." Everyone sat in shock. Nothing made sense. All the kids in my family who had set foot in that house over the years knew Luba and Happy. I don't think the odds are that great of having the same imaginary friends your cousin did years apart. We filled my cousin in on the haunting of the house. She was equally as creeped out, and you could see a little shiver of fear go down her spine right before she said, "I always wondered how they could go in and out through the walls of the playroom." This will be the first time that I'm sharing my story. I have never told anyone about this before because I'm scared of the way people will react. But here we go. This event happened back in 2016 when I was 26. Me and my best friend, I'll call him Tanner, were out drinking at your typical Irish pub. Tanner was there with his girlfriend, who I've also been friends with for a few years. I'll call her Sarah. Me and Tanner started drinking early, and Sarah got there later, around 9 p.m. I remember Sarah being mad at me for letting Tanner get as drunk as he was. Sarah chilled out after I ordered a few rounds of tequila for us, and we resumed having a good time, laughing about all of the funny times that we have had together. Me and Tanner originally went to the pub to watch a live band that we have seen a bunch of times perform, but for some reason, they never ended up showing up, so we just continued to drink beer after beer and shot after shot. I admit I was really drunk, but I can say for a fact, drinking alcohol had nothing to do with whatever was about to happen to me. Tanner and Sarah started arguing about something. I can't remember what it was, but it was probably something stupid, because those two were always getting mad at each other over nothing. Tanner ended up saying something like, "Fine, we'll just go home right now then." And I remember feeling bummed out that my best friend was gonna leave when we were having such a good time. I convinced them to stay for one more shot on me. I told the barmaid to bring another round to the table. Tanner and Sarah asked for their bills, and I got up to go to the bathroom. When I was taking a leak at the urinal, I felt kind of dizzy for a second and thought I might have to throw up. I thought to myself, maybe it was a mistake ordering another shot. As I was walking out of the bathroom, I saw Tanner and Sarah looking at me already, holding their shot glasses in the air, saying, "Come on, come on." Tanner handed me my shot. We banged the glasses together and said cheers. Tanner and Sarah got up, I gave them both a hug, and we said our goodbyes. I asked, "How are you guys getting home?" Tanner said he was just gonna drive. I said just get a cab, you don't want to get pulled over or crash your new car. He argued with me, saying it was only a 5-minute drive and it wasn't worth leaving his car at the pub to take a cab. I told him again that I thought it was a bad idea, but he kept saying it would be fine, so I gave up trying to get through to him. He said he would text me when they got home, and I said something like, "Okay, I'll be waiting for it," waving my phone at him. After around 30 minutes, I still had not received a text, but to be honest, I kind of forgot about it as I was mingling with other people at the pub. That's when I felt my phone vibrate. It was Sarah calling me. I answered her call and was about to say something like, "Took you guys long enough." But before I could say anything, she was yelling into the phone, crying, saying something I couldn't make out. I said, Calm down, what's going on?" She said they got into an accident. She was crying so much I could barely make out what she was saying. I kept asking questions like, "Oh, how bad is it? Is Tanner hurt? Are the police there?" Then she started hysterically saying over and over, "He's not waking up, I think he's dead." Then she said that she saw the police cars coming and hung up on me. My heart sank to my stomach. I tried to call her back probably 10 times, but no answer. I didn't know how to react as I was in pure shock and felt like I was going to throw up. I ran to the bathroom and threw up into the sink. I was looking at myself in the mirror, and all I could feel was anger. I started punching the walls of the bathroom and screaming. I sat on the ground by the sink and thought about how it was all my fault. If only I would have taken his keys. If maybe I didn't ask him to hang out that night, this all could have been avoided. I picked myself up and wiped the tears out of my eyes. I didn't want to be here anymore. People were looking at me, laughing. I just wanted to pay my tab and leave. When I left the bathroom, I came around the corner to where my table was, and I couldn't believe my eyes. I saw Tanner and Sarah holding their shot glasses saying, come on, hurry up." I froze. I didn't know what was happening. I didn't know if this was even real. Tanner said something like, "You don't look too good." I grabbed him and started saying a bunch of jumbled nonsense trying to explain what just happened. He then laughingly said something like, "Maybe you don't need another one of these." I let out the biggest sigh of relief and teared up again. I was so confused, but also so relieved. It was the same feeling you get when you awake from a terrible nightmare and realize you're safe in your own bed. I sat there speechless for a second. Tanner and Sarah took their shots, and then Tanner grabbed his keys. I said, "Tanner, wait, how are you getting home?" He said he was just going to drive, as they lived only 5 minutes away. I started to freak out. I felt the whole event I had just witnessed was happening again. I yelled, "No, give me your keys. I'm paying for your cab home." He was saying something like, "What's your deal? It's all good." I said, "No, trust me, it's not a good idea." I pulled cash out of my wallet and said, "Here, take it." I also said that I would drive him back to the pub in the morning to get his car. He said, "All right, thanks, man, and that is probably for the best." I remember watching them leave, feeling so confused as to what was going on. I yelled across the bar, "Message me when you get home," waving my phone in the air. Sarah waved goodbye and Tanner just smiled as they walked out the door. I sat at my table with my head in my hands for about 10 minutes, then felt a buzz from my phone. It was Tanner. He said thanks for the cab, I'm home, and that he was worried about how hungover he was going to be in the morning. I could feel an intense weight being lifted off my chest, and I finally called my own cab home. For the next few days, everything felt weird to me. I didn't know what to think of this thing that happened. I didn't know if I should go see a psychiatrist or talk to my friends and family about it. I decided to keep it to myself because I have always been scared of what people would think of me after telling them this insane story. I have been thinking about this almost every day for the past few years. It brings me closure to finally share my story, even if it's anonymously. I feel like for some reason something gave me another chance to save my friend. I don't know what this is or why it happened. I just pray something like this never happens again. I live with my mom and dad here in Escambia County here in Florida. One evening, me and my mom are just sitting around watching TV when we hear some shouting coming from the street outside. At first, my mom just shakes her head and makes some comment about the neighbors being noisy again, and we just carry on watching the show. But as this shouting gets louder and we start to hear this revving engine sound, she turns down the TV a little and we start to listen in to what it was. It sounded like the shouting was coming from right outside our house by that point. So I got up to take a peek around the TV room curtains to see what it was. In the street outside is a kid in his underwear who's just facing down a truck. He's shouting at the driver, who is shouting back, and from what I could make out, the argument is over the truck driver wanting the kid to do something and the kid refusing. I could tell from the way that the kid was addressing the driver that it was some kind of family argument. A gut feeling that was confirmed when the kid eventually called the driver Dad at one point. The argument peaks in intensity at one point, and the two people are just screaming at each other with the driver kind of leaning out of the driver's side window, when all of a sudden the driver leans in, revs the truck engine, and legit tries to run the kid over in the middle of the street. Luckily, the kid reacted just in time, dodging the truck and running into one of our neighbor's front yards as it sped past him. My mom, who was also watching by that point, gasps and says, "Oh my gosh," and we watch as the truck does a U-turn in the street, preparing to make another pass on the kid. But the kid isn't about to let that happen, and runs across some yards in the direction of our house, banging on the front door and screaming for help. We just reacted, running to the front door and letting the kid inside as the truck screamed past again, the driver shouting out the window as it came to a stop. We slammed the door closed, and my mom runs to call the cops as I try to comfort the kid, even though he's basically in his underwear and I am in no mood to be hugging a half-naked teenager, no matter how panicked he is. The kid's dad starts banging on our front door now, shouting about how he knew his son was in there and for him to come out so that he could face the music or whatever. Trying to ignore all the commotion, I remember asking what had happened to cause such an intense family argument, and you will seriously not believe what the kid said next. He tells me straight up, basically, no matter how much his dad wants him to, he will not take a bath. Ranting about how he's a grown-up and he can do what he wants, and he won't just do what people tell him to do, how he's perfectly capable of looking after himself, and he doesn't need anyone to be keeping tabs on his personal hygiene. It's only then that I start to notice just how bad this kid smells, how his breath smelled awful, and his skin was greasy looking. He obviously hadn't bathed in quite a while, and although there's obviously no excuses for trying to run someone over for something like that, I started to understand why his dad had gotten so frustrated. Now this whole time, the dad is banging on the door, saying he's not going to leave until his son comes out, but my mom had come back to tell us that the cops were on their way, and that everything was going to be okay. But as she's talking to the kid, she had pretty much the same reaction as me, and there's a moment where she stops talking for a second, and her nostrils flare from where she started to get an idea of how bad the kid smelled. And again, with the same air of indignation, the kid tells my mom that no one is going to be the one to tell him to take a bath. How he's a grown man. He wasn't. And how he can make his own decisions. My mom's face when he was telling her this was just a picture. Like me. She could literally not believe what she was hearing. Nor could she believe the kind of situation that we had gotten ourselves involved with. Eventually, the cops showed up and tried to talk to the dad as he was screaming profanities at our front door. We watched from the window as he gets into a seriously heated argument with them, to the point that they wrestle him to the ground before they detained him. This gave an opportunity to talk to the cops ourselves, and as crazy as the whole situation was, we had to tell them the truth of the matter, that the dad had actually tried to run his kid over, which was basically attempted murder. Naturally, the cops agreed, and they arrested the guy, but not before asking him if he had in fact tried to run his kid over. The guy responded, "He's my son. My son. I'll raise him how I want. If he doesn't do what I tell him, I'ma whip him." Basically confirming that he had tried to hit him with his truck. He was slurring his words the whole time, and it hit me at one point that the guy was pretty drunk from the way he was shouting and slurring at the cops. Definitely not a wise move on his part. That was all the cops needed apparently, so they put him in the back of their patrol car and took him to jail. That was most definitely one of the craziest things that's ever happened to me, and I suppose it doesn't help the whole Florida man thing, that a guy might try to run over his kid for not taking a bath. I suppose, given the behavior of his kid, that this might be more like a Florida men story, or like a Florida family story. But I promise, not everyone here is totally crazy, no matter how much the media makes it out that we're all just nuts. But saying that, since I moved out of state for college, it's definitely something that I've noticed about living further up the East Coast. Sure, there's crazy people everywhere, but the concentration of crazies in Florida is definitely higher than most other places. I'm just glad the situation that night got resolved, and as weird as it was, the outcome was considerably more preferable to just watching a half-naked kid get murdered by his own father. I would much rather just smell some body odor than watch someone die. That's for certain. Every weekend, my family goes over to my grandma's house for dinner. She lives right by the field behind my old middle school. Along the outside edges of the campus is a long paved path where I like to go on late evening walks or bike rides, especially during the summer. Those trails hold some of my best childhood memories. I live in Oregon, so most of my childhood was spent doing outdoor activities with my siblings. Back in the summer of 2012, when I was about 7 or 8 years old, we were visiting my grandma one night when we decided to go for a walk. It was a warm summer night, and it just felt nice to get out. I decided to bring my bike, as I liked to ride ahead of everyone, so that I would have time to ride around the empty parking lot before everyone else got back. As I rode along the trail, the sun began to set behind the trees on the opposite side of the field. It was getting late, but if I hurried, I would make it back by dark with still some extra time to ride in the parking lot. I reached the long chain-link fence, which separated the field from the parking lot. I went through the gate and began pedaling quickly around each section of the area, being careful to avoid speed bumps. As I neared the old brick building, I noticed a man with a small dog standing in the grass to the left of the school. I didn't think anything of this until he waved and called out to me. "Hey there, kid," he called in a raspy voice. This man was about 6 feet tall, with long, messy brown hair that was turning gray. He wore a pair of glasses that looked like they belonged on Jeffrey Dahmer, and looked to be about 50. Just trying to be friendly, I waved back at him. Don't get me wrong, my parents had taught me about all the dangers of talking to people you don't know, but this guy seemed friendly enough, and he had a dog. No way he meant me any harm, right? What could go wrong?
You come here often?
He asked. Not sure what to say, but still trying to remain friendly, I told him, yeah, sometimes. My grandma lives in the neighborhood. My first mistake. He nodded and asked,
Where's your grandma?
Being a dumb little kid, I explained to him how I rode ahead of everyone else, and they were still catching up. This is when things started to get weird. He gave me a smile and asked me,
Have you ever found money over here? Kids drop their money all the time.
No, I haven't, I answered, still not thinking anything of this strange encounter.
Oh, well, I found $10 lying over there in the grass just a couple days ago. There's money everywhere. If you come over here, I'll show you,
he replied, grinning even bigger. I began to get a bit nervous, not because I was scared of this guy or anything, but because I had pretty severe social anxiety and really didn't want to spend too long talking to him. Just then I heard my mom shouting behind me, What are you doing? Get over here! I turned to see her standing by the fence behind me with a very angry but concerned look on her face. I looked back at the man. I gotta go. I'll see you later, I told him, turning and beginning to pedal away. I took one last look at him, but he was no longer smiling. He just stared back at me with a look of pure hatred. When we got back, my mom gave me a huge lecture about how I should never talk to strangers and how dangerous that could have been. Looking back on the situation, I don't know what would have happened if my mom hadn't showed up, or if I had actually gone with the man to look for money. I never saw the man again. I have no idea who he was or what his intentions were, but I can tell you, they were not the best. When you are alone, always remember to be aware of your surroundings and be careful who you talk to. So, back when I was living in El Paso, Texas, my mother and I rented out a very small apartment, 2-room and 1 bath. It worked out well since it was only her and I think I was around 8 years old, but my mom had to work graveyard at a truck stop. She trusted me enough to let me stay home alone and gave me the basic instructions like do your dishes and go to bed at a reasonable hour. So one night, she kisses me on the forehead and leaves. I had been watching SpongeBob SquarePants, and it was really, really late. I think it was about 11 p.m. at that point. At that point, I hadn't listened to my mom's instructions. I didn't do my dishes, and my bedtime was 9 o'clock. So I decided to go to bed, forgetting to check if the doors were locked. So I go to bed, and instead of sleeping, I read Alice in Wonderland. Not sure how much time passes, but I fall asleep. When I wake up, my book is on the floor, and my nightlight is on. I remember being confused as to why I was awake, so I decided to be brave and check it out. I walk around the apartment, wondering if my mom got home early and accidentally made a noise. and that's when I realize the front door is unlocked. Not too concerned, I walk toward it to lock it, but when I go for it, it's almost as if someone is twisting it the other way. The door won't lock if it's being held like that. I'm trying to lock the door when my ears focus on someone's breath. It's not mine. I freak out and start to push on the door, convinced there's someone out there. My heart drops when I start to hear laughter. You see, this apartment complex is rather calm and peaceful. There's almost no disturbances ever. I shove on the door and I feel the tears well up in my eyes. The laughter turns into unintelligible words, and although I can't make out what they're saying, I know it's a man. He had a deep voice and it sounded really raspy. The tone of his words sounds sharp and angry, so I start audibly crying while saying something along the lines of, "I'm calling the cops." The laughter starts again, but the resistance stops. I lock the door as fast as I can and run to my room, locking the door behind me. I end up reaching for my phone and calling my mom. Through tears, I'm telling her what happened, and she's trying to calm me down, telling me that it'll be okay. She's telling me that she's coming home when I hear it. Tapping. It sounds like tapping on my window, and I can hear the laughter again. I'm crying louder at that point, telling my mom, begging her to come home now. This is where the story gets blurry. I remember hiding under a blanket and crying until my mom burst through the door yelling for me. I don't remember when the tapping stopped or when the laughter faded, but I remember my first glimpse of true fear. We called the cops and they said they couldn't do much. We ended up dropping it, and my mom called our landlord, begging to move us to a second-story apartment. Luckily, we were able to move the next week. I grew up a military brat in San Diego, California. My dad was in the Marine Corps for 25 years, eventually reaching the rank of gunnery sergeant before he retired in 2011. I am really proud of him and I love him very much, but I won't sugarcoat it. Growing up with a parent in the military wasn't easy. He wasn't at home much, and when he was something of a disciplinarian. I didn't have nearly as much freedom as some of my friends did, but that was as much of a boon as it was a burden, because it kept me on track at school and gave me the means to get into a good college later in life. But without a doubt, the worst part of him being in the Marine Corps was when he had to go to war. Although he wasn't part of an initial invasion force, Dad was deployed to Iraq in June of 2003. I was 11 years old at the time, and it really sucked having to say goodbye to him. No matter how much he tried to assure us that he would be okay, I was old enough to be acutely aware that it might well have been the last time I ever got to talk to him. The last time I ever got to hug him. The last time I had ever got to see him alive. Needless to say, the next 6 months were some of the most stressful of my life. Every little news report I saw on the TV gave me the worst anxiety, and every time we got news that a serviceman had died over there, I feared the worst. Mom tried to shield me as best as she could, but at the risk of sounding a little full of myself, I was smart, inquisitive, and sensitive, and she could only do so much to keep me from worrying. So in September of 2003, Mom decided to take me to Disneyland for the weekend to take my mind off things. To be honest, it was exactly what I needed. I was huge into Disney movies when I was a kid, and although I had been over to Disneyland a few times before, being so stressed around the house meant seeing it again was like doing so through fresh eyes. I took pictures with as many of the characters as I could, and each ride me and Mom went on seemed to alleviate my anxiety and depression a little bit more. The whole first day was going wonderfully well. That was until we got in line to ride the Big Thunder Mountain Railroad. I'm pretty sure it was about 11:30 by the time we got into the little rail cars for the ride itself. Everything was going smoothly at first. We are speeding along these twists and turns until we hit the little fake desert setup and then up an incline into a dark tunnel. I just remember feeling like this jolting sensation shake the cars, all while we're in the dark. Then this horrible grinding of metal and a thud before people in the cars in front of us started screaming. Everything came to a sudden stop, and everyone was all really shaken up from it. But it's then that I heard some of the worst things I've ever heard in my life. This woman starts asking, "Mark, Mark, Mark, wake up! Wake up, Mark!" We are all mostly in the dark, but there's a little bit of light coming from the openings of the tunnel on each side of us, and I remember seeing how some of the cars weren't even on the track anymore, and that the cars in front of us were all wet and shiny with some kind of fluid. A fluid that I would only later realize to be someone's blood. In the moments after the rail cars came to a stop, people started clambering out of them and walking down the tunnel as fast as they could, calling out that someone was really, really badly hurt and that we needed help up there as soon as possible. As me and my mom climbed out of the rail car and followed, I could see that the train car thing at the very front of the coaster had derailed and that the rear of the thing had mounted the car behind it. It was only then that I realized that whoever was in the car behind it would have taken the full force of the thing as we sped up that incline. But there were also people in the cars ahead of us who were trapped by it, stuck in the rail cars and unable to get out because of the way they were positioned in the tunnel. Thankfully, me and my mom weren't trapped, so we could just get out of there. But I think it took another half an hour before firefighters could get them out so that paramedics could treat them before taking them to the hospital. All the people that could get out were herded by park staff towards the River Bell Terrace, where a medical treatment area had been set up. Like I said, me and Mom were mostly okay, just a little shaken up from the whole thing. But there were people with some pretty serious injuries who hadn't been so lucky. And we later found out that a guy who had been in the first car had actually died of his injuries. It's horrendously tragic that someone should lose their life when all they wanted to do was go to Disneyland and have fun on a few roller coasters. And I know it's kind of messed up for me to think of it like this, but we really got lucky that day, as way more people could have died. And honestly, I was surprised when I found out that it was only one person that lost their life that day. At least half the riders on that coaster could have died from the way the train just straight up mounted the cars behind it. Since that day, I have never, ever ridden a roller coaster, and theme parks in general just kind of creep me out. I know they are super fun, and I hope I get past my fear of them one day. But for the time being, I'm more than happy to just avoid them and stay safe. Because even the sound of people screaming while having fun on them reminds me of Big Thunder Mountain and the way that poor woman just kept screaming for her husband or son or whoever he was to wake up. On Thanksgiving weekend of 1950, a brutally frigid nor'easter storm was battering the coast of Massachusetts and was particularly harsh on the small town of Marblehead, near Salem. Beryl Atherton, a 47-year-old elementary school teacher who had 25 years of service under her belt, was home alone with her dog, Esky, a white Spitz who was her constant companion. Since the death of her father, Esky was about the only company she ever kept, and Atherton was a self-described spinster with no close friends or family. It is said that her favorite pastimes was watching old movies, and she would drive to the movie theater in Lynn to catch a show, but always went alone. With the freezing winds lashing at her drab, clapboard cottage on Sewell Street, Beryl ran a few final errands before her small town was due to be snowed under. She made a run to the grocery store to pick up vital supplies, including a few extra cans of dog food for Esky, before she took a few bags of garbage out to the trash cans outside her home at around 6 p.m. that Saturday evening. When she did so, she spotted a young neighbor boy watching her from a window of his home. She gave the boy a wave, and this was the last time she was seen for a good few days. As predicted, Marblehead was completely snowed under through the course of Thanksgiving weekend, and it took until Monday, November 27th, for the town to dig itself out and resume normal activities. The town's milkman, known among the locals simply as Pint, called on Miss Atherton's home to deliver her milk. Usually speaking, Pint would just leave a person's milk delivery on their doorstep, but he knew that Miss Atherton was extremely thin and frail at barely 100 pounds and was concerned about her well-being after such a vicious snowstorm. So on this occasion, he actually knocked on Miss Atherton's door to ensure she was okay. He knocked once, but there was no answer. Then again, but there was still no answer. On a hunch, Pint tried the door handle and found that it was unlocked. He wandered slowly through Miss Atherton's home at first, calling her name, then walked into the kitchen, finding a scene that would take his breath away. Miss Atherton was lying on the floor, face up, in a pool of her own clotted blood, with Esky lying near her body, mewling in a considerable amount of pain. Pint screamed as he fled the house, careening to the home of one of Miss Atherton's neighbors and pleading with them to call the police. When the police arrived, they deducted that Beryl Atherton had been dead for days. On the kitchen tables were her brown paper grocery bags, still full of food she had brought home on that last day she had been seen alive by the curious neighbor boy, meaning that it had been only moments after this encounter that her murderer had pounced, and within maybe an hour of waving to the small boy, Beryl Atherton was lying in a pool of her own blood. She had several broken ribs and bruising around her throat where she appeared to have been strangled so hard that there were still fingernail imprints in her cold, dead flesh. Her killer had then used a small blade to slice her throat. Infuriatingly, the crime scene was almost completely devoid of any clue as to the identity of Beryl's murderer. There wasn't a single sign of forced entry anywhere on the property. There were no fingerprints on any surface, and no shoe or boot prints on the grounds surrounding the house. And despite questioning Beryl's neighbors, no one but the dog, Esky, had seen the killer in the flesh. If Miss Atherton cried out for help, the severity of the storm would have probably drowned out any urgent pleas on that fateful night. No one in the surrounding neighborhood had heard or seen a thing. Despite the grotesque violence of the scene, there appeared to be few signs of a struggle apart from a broken necklace caused by the impact of the killer's blade, which also had broken during the savage and unprovoked attack. And aside from a few broken fingers that suggested she had tried and failed to defend herself from her attacker, It seemed that he had managed to sneak up on Beryl while she was totally unaware. The crime scene was so lacking in useful evidence that it had been theorized that the killer actually hung around for a little while, ensuring that there were no fingerprints, fibers, or DNA present. And since the murder took place in Beryl's kitchen, the killer may have well had ample access to cleaning supplies in order to ensure the scene was scrubbed of evidence. Both police and friends were surprised by the fact Miss Atherton kept a diary, which yielded information about a handful of male acquaintances. The information therein offered no help in solving the crime. It was discovered she had been deeply disappointed over a broken love affair, but this proved not to enter into the case either. In the aftermath of Beryl's murder, with police unable to come up with any suspects or clear motives for her killing, the small town of Marblehead became rife with rumors and gossip. Some said Beryl was leading some kind of double life and had become embroiled with organized crime down in Boston that had come back to bite her. Others believed it was a jilted lover from a broken love affair that had sought revenge after Beryl had broken the engagement off, or perhaps a relative who learned of a sizable inheritance that either wished to access early or were about to be cut off from. Yet her estate only consisted of about $25,000, and no jewelry or other items appeared to have been stolen from the house. So it seems that financial gain may not have been the motive. But chillingly enough, there are some living in Marblehead today who claim they know full well who killed Beryl, and a handful who assert that the killer is still alive. Given that the killer might well be up to 80 or 90 years old, it's more than likely they may pass away before ever facing any charges for the murder they committed. And so, it seems that the brutal crime committed that Thanksgiving weekend may forever remain unsolved, and that yet another cold and callous murderer will escape justice, free to walk the streets in the knowledge that they committed the worst act a person is capable of, and got away with it. Myself, age 6 or 7, and a 16-year-old neighbor, babysitter, were sleeping in my father's trailer in the living room, which had a bar dividing it from the kitchen and blocking most of the kitchen from view. She was on the couch, me on the floor near our TV, even farther from the kitchen. No one was with us, and the dog was sleeping between her and I on the floor. I woke up for an unknown reason, jolting from a dreamless sleep with a racing heart. I noticed it was around 2 a.m., and it was a bright moonlit night, which caused it to look like dusk before the sun comes up. A few seconds passed, and I tried to find a clock to see the time, but before I could, I heard a bone-chilling laugh, which was on a loop of sorts, but each time it repeated 3 times. But went for longer and shorter random intervals of extending laughter. It was not a person's voice. It was extremely mechanical in tone, high-pitched, but flat-sounding. It was almost a mechanical and distorted version of my mom's voice, mixed with high-pitched, flat, identical laughing. It was like a broken, post-machine washed, ruined toy with a damaged voice box. Sometimes it would stop, but start again in repetitive intervals of 3, but at differently spaced out times. I could hear it was directly coming from the kitchen before the pitch-black hallway, in the white plastic kitchen table chair my dad often sat in. I was in such fear and shock that I leapt on top of the girl, Kay, and my knee rammed her body by accident from my lap to avoid seeing in the kitchen. She woke up with a painful, but not angry, sleepily ow, trying to convey that it hurt, while trying to soothe and tell me to go back to sleep. I rushed, trying to tell her in a panicked whisper that there's a sound from the kitchen that is not normal. All of a sudden, she went from confused to silent as her face and body went tense and eyes widened. We both heard the next interval of laughter. I asked her, "Do you hear that?" And she said yes, hugging me as I clung hugging her with a buried face, avoiding looking in the kitchen. I looked at her hysterically and said, "I'm afraid." And she said, "I know. I am too." Both on the verge of crying, she tried to get up and tell me that she was going to see if any friends were outside, pranking us. I was crying in hushed, loud whispering, telling her not to leave me. I was so attached to her torso and hand that she was having to calmly, rushedly, but nicely pull away. She told me to stay there as she got up and went out the front door. The sound kept persisting. She looked in the kitchen from the living room, but saw nothing. I was severely hived up, covered in huge, hot red splotches from anxiety, and I was shaking in fear furiously with a clenched jaw. My eyes shot to her walking back in after going around the trailer and up and down the road. The laughter kept happening, but it decreased in intervals until it stopped completely as we held each other on the couch, avoiding the kitchen until it stopped, and we both drifted off. I also need to mention the dog was on the couch, wide-eyed, avoiding looking in the kitchen, shaking as violently as I was. She looked petrified. My dad was told about this the next day in the afternoon and went through the entire living room, the bar and the kitchen, looking for a toy of any sort which could make the noise. He found nothing. I knew I had no noise-making toys. I liked Barbies and cheap stuffed animals, all of which were at the opposite end of the trailer in my room anyway, with a closed door. There was no explanation, and the girl never babysat me again from her own intense fear of reliving that. This is my second shared encounter. Me, age 6 or 7, and my friend, who was about 9 months older than me, but in the same grade. I was being babysat by my childhood friend's mom. She was babysitting me as a request from my dad, who always found a way to isolate me from my mom. My friend's name, for the sake of identity protection, will be C. C and I were in the living room on separate sides of a huge sectional, so big that I was against the wall on one side of the living room, and she was on the other side. She was near the hallway leading to the other 2 rooms and bathrooms, where her mom and older brother both slept and were snoring. C and I started hearing that same distorted, loud, horrific laughing at different intervals, which was coming from behind the tiny island separating the kitchen from the open living room. There was only a few feet behind the tiny island we could not see. Our eyes were as wide as saucers. We were both holding big, cheap stuffed animals for comfort, and we were both cocooned in our blankets with our heads exposed. We both stared at the kitchen, where the island blocked our view. Then, our eyes shot from there to each other in absolute horror. I said, "That's the sound I heard." We both stared at each other with huge eyes and whispered about what it could be, stating that we are so scared, and we also came to the only agreed action that we could do: ignore it and keep our eyes closed. We did until we fell asleep. I remember it happened for weeks. Eventually I fell asleep after the sound was experienced one night by us both. I woke up with my back arched like an upside down U, dizzy, facing the ceiling, jammed against the floor and wall. My knees and legs bent hard, and my arms bent, strained, with contorted, rigid hands like someone who had a stroke, I was covered in vomit. I have always had, and still have no memory of anything that happened. I asked her mom why I was on the floor after unbending my tense, strained body. Her and her mom both said my eyes were open. I was not talking in words. Instead, I screamed randomly, many times, going in and out of puking, blood-curdling screaming, to frantic, wordless, senseless babbling. And I went in and out saying that I was going to puke, that there was something wrong, and help me. They were both in disbelief that I didn't remember anything, and C was really upset because I got vomit on her stuffed elephant. She was scared to go near me for weeks. She could not describe what happened to me very well, but I saw the fear and confusion in her eyes from the experience. I remember the sound that haunted me was never experienced by me or my childhood friend together or separately again. In my older age, I still have no hereditary family history of mental illness in either side of my family. Also, me personally having no mental illness, only trauma related to PTSD, depression, and anxiety. After studying a lot in psychology, mental illness, other various mental and physical illnesses, and tons of research, I know that two separate people cannot simultaneously experience the exact same auditory or visual hallucination together. Back in 2015, I was lucky enough to win a 2-day yacht tour that was being raffled off by a local boat rental shop. This was a short cruise with meals provided and a captain to charter us around. I never win anything, so when I entered the contest, I really didn't think I had any chance of winning. I was imagining thousands of entries, and only 2 entries were chosen. I was actually shocked when I was notified I won. 2 people were chosen, and you could bring a guest over the age of 21. I, of course, brought my partner, and the other person who won brought his wife. The other couple, Robert and Carol, were funny, outgoing older folks. Definitely not the worst company to have for almost 2 days. We met with the captain, his first mate, and the owner of the store on the dock at 2 p.m. and were due to set sail at 3:30. We went over a few safety courses, took a tour of the boat, and they showed us our very tiny rooms. I don't know why I was envisioning the kind of yacht that Jeff Bezos has. It was very much not that. The yacht was nice enough. A little older and smaller, but definitely a lot nicer than the one I have, which is a non-existent yacht. So no complaints from me. I'm only mentioning this because I think the age of the boat is the reason for what happens next. We set sail on time and started getting out into the open sea. It felt like we were 1,000 miles away from the shore by 6 p.m. and the sun was getting lower in the sky. The view was breathtaking from the top of the boat. Nothing in sight all around us except a cargo ship way off into the distance. The water was a dark blue as the setting sun made its way past the perfectly straight line of water that looked like the edge of the earth. There was a table, a few chairs to sit in, shade in some spots, and complimentary champagne. Dinner would be in half an hour. So, we and the other couple shared some champagne and stories before dinner, wondering how we got so lucky to end up there. Or so we thought. Dinner had come and gone, and everything was going great. Around 9, my partner and I headed to the tiny room to start getting ready for some sleep. The boat was going to anchor down in the morning, and we wanted to take a swim for some exercise to start the day, so we needed some rest. We were out by 11 p.m., then woke up again at 1 a.m. to a loud banging, an alarm going off, and a red light illuminating our room. I wish that what I am describing was just a nightmare. It was in fact not. We scrambled out of bed barely dressed, terrified, and half asleep. My girlfriend ran to open our cabin door, and as soon as she did, the first mate and the other couple were wide-eyed in the tiny hallway, putting on life jackets and handing us some. There was a smell of smoke in the air, and I thought at that moment that this was an overreaction. There is no way this is happening, and if it is, it isn't that bad, right? Wrong. We booked it out of the hallway to the deck of the boat to notice that one half of the boat was on fire, and realized the boat was sinking. The only light we had was from the fire and the stars. Anything outside a 50-foot radius was completely black. An abyss. The water was glowing orange around the boat as the small waves peaked and made kissing sounds, only to be overshadowed by the roaring of the fire and the occasional pop and crack from parts of the boat melting in the flames. The normal calm the sound of waves usually brings was slowly becoming the worst sound I could ever hear. We were surrounded by complete darkness, and would be for the next few hours. The captain was preparing the emergency raft. It was inflatable and just required a pull on a string. With a strong pull, the raft was quickly inflating to become a 4-foot by 6-foot bright yellow, a flimsy vessel that would keep us afloat until help came. They threw it off to the side of the boat near a small set of stairs that dipped into the water. A small rope held the raft close to the stairs. Meanwhile, all I could do was stand in shock, with tears running down my face. All I could think about was my dogs. Still, not sure that this was as bad as it seems. We still have to be close to land. Boats put out an SOS. I'm getting on the life raft so I don't burn alive or drown. The captain and the first mate were talking quietly to each other. That caused me to panic some. What are they saying to each other that they can't say to us? They begin looking back and forth between the raft and the fire. At this point, I am able to figure out that the series of events that are unfolding are not ones that are working out in our favor. I hear the first mate curse loudly, and by this time we are all looking over to them to find out what we need to do. Why are we not moving into the raft yet? The fire is growing and smoke is filling the air. Maybe 10 seconds pass before the captain shouts, "Everyone onto the raft, one at a time." I was waiting for him to say, "Women and children first," because this felt like it was straight out of the Titanic. The first mate got into the raft and reached his hand up to Carol, while Robert held her hand to help her down the small set of metal stairs. Robert was next, and they both sat down on the raft. Then I climbed down the stairs, followed by my partner. The captain launched an oar, yes, one oar into the raft, untied the rope, and hopped in. He gave us a push off the side of the boat as best he could. We didn't get very far with that, but the first mate had been trying to use the singular oar to paddle us away from the flames and smoke. The first few minutes while trying to get a distance, nobody said anything. Robert was comforting Carol, and I was just staring off at the boat, anticipating a huge explosion like in the movies. However, that never happened. The boat just burned and burned, and after about 20 minutes, the fire was diminishing due to the water that was quickly sinking the boat. This seemed like an actual nightmare, and I didn't even know at that point that it was only going to get worse. The fire had been out for only a few minutes, and the only way any of us could see one another was by the dim light of the moon. Of course, the moon was not even close to full that night. It barely lit up anything. You could maybe see a foot in front of you. Anything past that was just black, never-ending darkness. The first mate made his way around, securing our life jackets tightly. I appreciated the concern, but I told him I would be fine without a life jacket. The captain had been digging around in a box that was built into the side of the raft. He pulled out what looked like an extra piece of the raft's material and a bright orange flare gun. He maneuvered slowly to the empty side of the boat, lifted up the side, and that's when we heard the gurgling of air leaving the raft and hitting the water. There is no way there's a hole in this raft. He tried a few times to pull the side up out of the water, and each time the weight of his body and inability to get any leverage to use force to keep the underside up and out of the water long enough to try to patch the rip. The first mate tried to assist, but it all seemed like a waste of effort. Finally, in desperation, they peeled a clear seal off the side of the extra raft material, pulled up the side as hard as they could, and reached all the way over to slap the patch on. Unfortunately, this was not a success. They were unable to patch the rip in the side of the life raft. The only thing keeping us out of the pitch-black ocean was slowly sinking. After a few minutes of exchanging cuss words, tight tugs, and a few words of encouragement, it was time to get real about the situation that was happening. We were about to become stranded in the ocean, just floating there with miles of nothingness around us, above us, and below us. After all, we were close to the southern end of the Mariana Trench, which is known to be the deepest part of the ocean. This gives me chills to think about. Miles away from the next sign of human life. The raft was losing its air, and the inflated sides were becoming soft to the touch, squishing easily under the pressure of my hand. The flare gun went off. It was a silent star shooting way up into the sky, and then a pop like a firework. The light was so bright from the flare. I could see regret and fear in the older couple's eyes. I knew at this point that we had about 30 minutes until the raft was just a piece of flat, yellow rubber and nylon. Nothing much was said in those last few minutes, other than we learned we were almost 100 miles off the coast of where we departed, and nobody, another boat, or the Coast Guard had responded to our SOS. Luckily, we knew that the area of the ocean we were in was considered a high-traffic area for cargo and importing ships, so it was unlikely that we would never be found. It was probably just going to take a while to be found. Still, in the dead of night, floating helplessly amongst the creatures of the sea, for even just 1 minute, is 1 minute too long. It wasn't much longer before we were all submerged and watching water take over the flat raft as it sank a foot, 2 feet, 3 feet, and by 4 feet, it was a pale dark yellow mass, losing its brightness to the sea. It was barely visible, but I had to watch it to see just how far it would go until it disappeared. That was a mistake, because when I tell you that freaked me out more than anything. I mean it. We all stayed close to each other, just floating in the small waves. I don't know if I purposely tried to scare myself, but all I could imagine was the sea creature swimming below us. No matter how deep, I knew at every moment there was likely something there. I am an avid fan of Shark Week, so I knew that sharks become more active at night, dusk, and dawn. We were just at the whim of the ocean waves. I didn't care that I was tired or hungry. I could only envision myself at any second being dragged deep into the ocean by a shark to drown to death. Still barely alive when it let go of me, but too far down to float up fast enough to get a gasp of life-saving oxygen. Or, even worse than this happening to me, happening to the love of my life, who remained brave and stoic during this whole ordeal. If I had to watch something bad happen to her, I would rather it just be me. 4 hours and 2 flares had gone by when I could see the sky start to lighten up. The sun was rising. For some reason, the thought of daylight was comforting. I was still going to be floating around, but I could see now. Dawn was here, and I could see if there were any threats around us, or if boats were passing by that were able to see the wreckage of our flare signals. Help could see us. It wouldn't be long now until I am on dry land. Again. Wrong. The sun was getting higher into the sky. Despite everything, it was beautiful. The pinks and oranges from the ocean that was no longer black, but blue. I decided to do a 360 and turn around to see everything around us. That's when it happened. My biggest fear of free-floating. Something bumped my submerged legs. Something big. I screamed a blood-curdling scream, and the only words I could get out of my mouth were, "Big, my leg, shark." At that moment, I had no idea if it was really a shark. I just assumed the worst because obviously, after this whole adventure, the worst happens to me. And what else would I expect? Shark Week comes in handy again. I remember to try not to panic, and that they are attracted to shiny jewelry. I decided to take out my earrings, and I tossed them into the open water away from us. The idea was that the shark would go after my earrings. It sounds dumb when I say it out loud now, but I would have tried anything. I just sat there and tried not to kick my legs, but also tried not to lay on my back and float, trying not to resemble a fat seal. We were all just darting our eyes and bodies around to look for any signs it was still around. All of a sudden, Robert let out a yelp. He too had been bumped. A quick splash at the top of the surface about 5 feet away revealed a large fin. We were still unable to tell if it was a shark by the fin or a dolphin, but I don't know much about dolphins. I didn't know if they lurked around the way this thing was. I guess the earrings didn't work. I don't know why I thought that was such a genius plan. We all came in closer to each other, hoping to give the image that we looked bigger to the fish. I would be lying to say that each time someone accidentally kicked me while trying to keep afloat, that I didn't freak out, but I did, and each time scared me more. Some time had passed, and there was no sight of fins breaking the surface, or any large dark masses swimming below us. I don't think we would be able to really tell, since we were basically eye level with the water. But everything seemed calm for the time being. We were all hungry, complaining of hunger and thirst a while later. I figured at this point it must have been 10 a.m. Already in the blazing sun, my girlfriend was sunburnt. Her face was beet red and her lips dry and cracked from exposure, dehydration, and salt water. I eventually pulled off my shirt and used it to provide some shade for her. I was shirtless underneath my life jacket. Whoever rescued us was in for a treat. The thought of not being rescued before we perished to the bottom of the ocean crossed my mind, and I was starting to spiral. Everyone was trying to remain positive, but not me. I guess I was the only one who witnessed every single mishap that led us up to that moment. Screw toxic positivity. Screw good vibes only. We are in a serious situation, and despite being surrounded by never-ending water, none of us had a single drop since at least 9 hours ago. Is nobody else concerned about dehydration? I knew I was getting snippy with people who didn't deserve it and have their own way of dealing with things, but I was having trouble seeing the bright side. All of a sudden, a loud horn filled the air. It was like music to my ears. Help was close. Behind Carol was a red cargo ship in the distance, maybe half a mile away. The captain shot the last flare, and the cargo ship's horn rang twice. They saw us. They were coming. The mood shifted, and all the fears of megalodons and third-degree sunburns were gone. There was a collective sigh of relief. Immediately, I started planning my move for when we got to land. I was gonna hit up a drive-thru, slam a gallon of Pedialyte, take a Xanax, and hold on to my partner and our dogs, and vow to never set foot on a boat again. The cargo ship threw over some floating devices, and we held on as a Coast Guard helicopter flew in from the other side of the boat. The wind from the helicopter sprayed salt water in our eyes and shot droplets at my face that felt like tiny bee stings. They lowered a man down to the water, and he attached each person to what I believe was a stretcher, one at a time, and reeled us up to the chopper. When we all made it inside of the helicopter, and before we began the flight back to land, we hovered above our wreckage site. It was some ways off from where we were picked up. I looked down and thought about the odds of all this happening, and the moment I dropped the raffle ticket into the bucket a few months ago, and I was filled with regret. I was checking the remnants of the wreckage when I noticed a large black mass under the water. Then I noticed another, a smaller mass. Then two more. The wreckage was swarming with sharks. The Coast Guard was looking out the side with me and made a comment. "This area is notorious for shark activity. You all are lucky to have made it out alive and with all limbs intact." There were quite a few sharks swimming near the area we picked you up. The chopper was loud and hurting my ears as we took a hard swoop left. I just laid my head back and looked at my partner, who was applying Neosporin to her lips, and the others from the boat removing their life jackets, so they could use a stethoscope to listen to their heart, or lungs, or whatever. I didn't really respond to the Coast Guard guy about the sharks. I couldn't bring myself to comment on it. I just started to unbuckle my life vest and asked if they had a shirt I could borrow. When I finished college, the Great Recession was at its height. Despite graduating with a high GPA and good internship experience, it took me 2 years to find a full-time job in my field. During those 2 years, I felt isolated, adrift, and lost. In retrospect, it makes sense that this was when I brushed up against what may have been my first ghost. Newspaper articles at the time were full of stories of boomerang kids, young adults who moved back home to ride out the economic hardship with their parents. I couldn't stand for that to be me though. I had just broken up with my boyfriend and I didn't think I could handle the pity, the claustrophobia, and the further sense of failure I would feel starting my adult life in my childhood bedroom. Instead, I worked 3 jobs to make ends meet. I could pay the rent, but I swiftly fell into a state of depression. I kept odd hours, and it was difficult to find time to see friends. One of my jobs was with a youth psychologist. I was paid to transcribe recordings the psychologist made of his evaluations of patients. Because of confidentiality concerns, I'm not going to talk about anything specific that was in those recordings. One thing I noticed, though, was how many of the kids grew up in small, dying towns in the rural areas of our state. I lived in our major city and hadn't spent a lot of time exploring outside of it. Out of loneliness and depression, I started using my free time to drive. Sometimes it was aimless. Sometimes I drove near the towns where the kids in the recordings were from. I passed ghost towns and isolated mountain ranges and old mines. Once I got my car stuck in the mud outside an abandoned cemetery and had to hike back to the road to flag someone down who could help me. The emptiness of those places seemed to cling to me. Sometimes I could stop my car in the middle of the road, take off my shoes, feel the hot asphalt under my feet, and stare at the horizon for an hour before someone else passed by. Even when I got back home, it was like I couldn't wash the desert off me. I felt changed. There was something else I noticed about the psych evaluations too. Almost all of the kids talked about the supernatural. They had ghost stories, UFO stories, and a few even had skinwalker stories, all from these areas that I had been driving through. I was never a believer in the supernatural, but after having spent time in the places they lived and felt that eerie loneliness for myself, I could see why they felt that way. There's a major river in the southern part of our state that seemed to appear in a lot of kids' stories. When I was in an independent bookstore one day, I found an older book full of stories and legends about the river. On a whim, I decided to buy it. Most of the stories were forgettable, but one that stuck out to me was a journal entry written by a miner who lived in the area in the 1800s. He said that one night in camp, he looked over toward the river and saw a group of ghosts walking out of the water and onto the shore. There were no details beyond that, no description of the people he saw or any indication of how he knew they were ghosts. He said nothing about what he did afterward, but it stuck in my mind. For weeks I thought about ghosts that walked up out of a river and disappeared into the night. It wasn't long before I decided I needed to see the place for myself. It was far. The river is on the border of another state and lies along one of the least driven highways in the country. I felt uneasy as I was driving toward it, but exhilarated too. It's hard to explain, but something about reading those ghost stories put a sense of possibility back into the world. I believed in next to nothing at this point in my life, but maybe I could believe in this. It even seemed likely. The world felt dark, and this seemed like a confirmation of that feeling. When I arrived at the river, there was no one there. I parked my car, hiked through the sagebrush, and looked around. It was just a river of muddy water. I sat down on the bank and thought about my life. Why was I going nowhere? When would this end? Had my boyfriend seen this looming nothingness in me, and that was why he had left? I was 24 years old and I was looking for ghosts. I had maybe even become a ghost myself. Sometimes at night, I felt like I was beginning to fade at the edges, like whatever had made me was gone. Frustrated with myself and with the sun beginning to set, I stood up to leave. I walked back to my car, dreading the long drive home in the dark. When I reached my car, I almost missed it. The light was fading and my mind was on other things, but I happened to fumble my keys getting them into the lock, and as I stooped down to pick them up, I saw it. A set of wet footprints leading to my car. I stood up slowly, tracing their path with my eyes, but I knew where they were going to start. At the edge of the river. My whole body felt cold and light. It was the biggest moment of unreality I had ever experienced, and it washed over me like a wave. The footprints were half faded, but very definite outlines of what looked like cowboy boots leading from the river and right up to the passenger door of my car. Then they vanished. There was no sign of where they had gone, and no sound either, just the buzz of insects at the water's edge. I didn't wait around to see anything else. I jumped into the driver's seat, started the engine, and peeled out. I made sure the doors were locked, but somehow I knew it hadn't been a living person who had made those marks. I had hiked out a little bit, but I would have noticed if there had been someone else there, especially if they had approached my car, which was on higher ground and more visible. The adrenaline kept me going the entire drive home. When I got back, I called my friend, and we talked for an hour about unimportant gossip. I ordered takeout from the most basic, normal-sounding restaurant I could think of. I put a sitcom on in the background. I don't think I slept at all that night. And shortly after, I was offered a full-time salaried job in my field in a much bigger city. I moved that summer, and I haven't been back to that river since. I also don't feel comfortable in the desert, or in any isolated place. I prefer the busy noise of the city, where I can surround myself with friends, and it's difficult to get too lost in my own thoughts. But I know now, I know there are ghosts. Whatever your beliefs as far as the paranormal, I'll just say that these two instances are 100% true. I experienced them. I've always believed in the paranormal because I feel, how could anyone be positive that something doesn't exist? Even if I haven't seen little gray men or Bigfoot, hundreds of other people claim they have. Even so, I have been blessed or cursed with a very practical, analytical mind. I watch real ghost hunting shows with a grain of salt, always asking how this could have been faked. Many times it is fake, but not all. Many things have happened to me that I dismissed as something else, so I'm only telling you these that I can't dismiss. My first experience occurred at a famous seaside restaurant in California. It's been featured on numerous ghost hunting shows, as well as on Unsolved Mysteries. I lived about 30 minutes from the place, but I hadn't been there. I finally got to have dinner there with a boyfriend. I was fascinated, asking the employees about their experiences with their infamous specter. See, I was happy to have a paranormal experience, as long as I wasn't alone. At some point in the evening, I had to use the restroom. I asked my boyfriend to walk with me after I realized the restroom was outside the dining room and down a long, deserted hallway. He didn't want to wait right outside the women's room door, but he waited near the entrance to the hallway. So I was in there, alone. Just my luck, no one else had to use the restroom. I went into the second of 2 stalls and did my thing. And suddenly, the hairs on the back of my neck began standing up. I didn't hear anything. It was just a feeling. So I told myself that I was just being paranoid because of the dark, scary hallway, and I'd psyched myself out. Still, I was very relieved when a minute later someone else came into the restroom and I was no longer alone. She went into the other stall and I came out of mine and washed my hands. That's when I noticed there was no one in the other stall. The door was resting open as it had been, clearly empty. There was nowhere else anyone could go in the small restroom. Yet I had heard all the noises, the outside door squeaking open and closed, footsteps, and someone closing and locking the stall door right next to me. Yet I was completely alone. Heart beating out of my chest, I ran out of there, down the hall, and into my boyfriend's arms. Months later, I learned that the women's restroom was one of the most haunted places in that building. I'm glad I hadn't known that before I went in there, or I never would have been able to relieve myself. This next story happened in a house I had bought with that same boyfriend. It was a small house built in the 40s. There was nothing creepy about the house, but it wasn't long before we had some strange little things happen. I heard a man clear his throat behind me when I was home alone. Some items I'd put on the floor and leaned up against the wall got knocked over. Little things like that. But the weirdest thing that happened to me in that house were the knocks. They always seemed to happen when I was home alone. In whatever room I was, there were 2 loud knocks on the window. It sounded exactly like someone outside came up to the window and knocked on it. Always 2 good, loud raps. The first time I was lying in bed one morning and I heard 2 knocks on my bedroom window. A quick knock knock. The thing is, my bedroom was in the very back of the house facing the backyard, and the backyard was not accessible except from inside the house. It was a fully fenced, very long backyard, and anyone who came from the street in front couldn't get to it because it was a very narrow passage that we had blocked to keep anyone out. I had been awake when it happened, so I got out of bed and went to the window to see who it could have possibly been. Of course, there was no one there. There was no one anywhere in the backyard. The next time it happened, I was in the kitchen, home alone again, and there were 2 raps on the kitchen window. It was daytime again, and our kitchen faced the carport. Of course, there was nobody there. After a few more times, I told my boyfriend and my older son about it. Neither of them believed me. They teased me about it, saying I kept dreaming that people were knocking on the windows. So one day, while I was taking a shower, the knocks happened right on the shower window. It was so close to me and so unexpected, I actually jumped. This time, I was not home alone, so I thought maybe my boyfriend or my son was playing a joke on me, so I kind of laughed it off. I knew that it would be hard to get to that window though, because it faced the blocked, narrow side of the house, and right outside of it were rose bushes with thorns. Later, they both swore they hadn't done it. They were very serious, and I could tell that they were telling the truth. They also said they had not heard the knocks, so they still didn't believe me. Only one time do I remember it happening at night. This time I was in the third bedroom that we used as an office in the back of the house. It also faced the inaccessible backyard, and it was late and dark. My curtains were closed, and I was doing something on the computer when the two loud knocks hit that window. I was too scared to look out the curtains. This only went on for a few months, but it happened a lot, and every time it occurred in whatever room I happened to be in at the time. I never heard it from another room. No one else heard it either, until one night. On this night, I had gone to bed, and my boyfriend and my son were in the living room watching a movie. The next day, they told me that at about 1 a.m., they heard two quick, loud knocks on the living room window. There was no knock on the front door, which was right next to the window. They looked out the window, and of course, no one was there. It finally happened to someone else, in a room that I did not happen to be in, and after that, they finally believed me. The following story occurred in 2001. During this time, I remember it being cold, and we finally decided to pack up our Christmas decorations. My sister and I were two rowdy teenagers living in a single-parent household. Our father had passed away a few years back, so our mother took on the full responsibility of raising us by herself. My mom worked as a flight attendant, which made her time with us very limited. However, we understood why. Everyone was struggling to cope with this new life. In the middle of dinner one night, our mom mentions to us that she's going away for a few days for work-related reasons. My sister Cleo sighs in disappointment and places her fork on her plate. I quickly pinch her arm and remind her to have a better attitude about everything. Cleo is my younger sister. At times, she can be very disconnected from reality. She didn't understand that she wasn't the only person that had to sacrifice things. After my quick scolding, Cleo readjusts herself at the dinner table and apologizes. Mom smiles and continues to explain. Since she was leaving for a period of 3 days, our mom felt more comfortable with us staying at our aunt's house until she got back. Cleo and I look at each other in astonishment. You know how everyone has that one family member's house that you dread going to? Well, in this situation, that person was our Aunt Kathy. Was she kind? Yes, but her lifestyle would be considered a little unorthodox to most. Aunt Kathy was known for hosting outlandish events and always had at least 2 boyfriends. She had a son named Chase, who passed away last year. During our childhood, our aunt would host parties and gatherings at her house, and Chase would stay in his room the entire time. She insisted that he was an introvert, but every time I visited that house, I felt a strange and unexplainable feeling. Despite all of those things, I swallow my pride and nod in agreement as my mother finishes explaining all of the details. I could tell that Cleo was very annoyed that we had to leave. She tried to convince our mom that we could watch over ourselves, but Cleo had broken that trust by inviting a boy over numerous times. Thanks a lot, Cleo. The next day, we pack a bag and wait on the front porch for our aunt to come get us. Mom had already left early in the morning for work. After about 15 minutes, Aunt Kathy begins to pull in the driveway. I still remember that car. It was a silver 1999 Toyota Camry. We place our bags into the trunk and sit in the back seat. Aunt Kathy shouts our names in excitement and starts a conversation. We discuss school, our mom, and of course, boys. But whenever we would mention our cousin Chase, her response was short, or she would smile through the rear-view mirror. After a semi-long car ride, we arrive at the house. Green shrubs were lined across the lawn, along with a barbecue grill. As we walk to the door, I look up and discover someone staring down at me through a window. The curtains jerk shut immediately after. I couldn't tell who it was, but I assumed it was one of her boyfriends. As we walk inside, I notice that all of the lights are off. Although it was daytime, it seemed eerily quiet, and a dark hue shadowed the house. I guess this was oblivious to Cleo because she headed straight into the living room to watch TV. Aunt Kathy asks to speak with me briefly in the kitchen. The look on her face alone made me interested in what she had to tell me. She whispers to me and explains that she had been distraught since the passing of her son. I hug her in consolation as she sobs on my shoulder. I understood completely how she felt. Losing someone that close to you is heartbreaking. Aunt Kathy begins to tell me that sometimes it feels like he is still here, especially when she wakes up in the middle of the night. My heart dropped to my stomach. Even though I knew I had to ask her the following question, I wasn't prepared for the answer. I asked my aunt about the person in the window upstairs as we were entering the house. She raises her head from my shoulder and looks at me in confusion. She had no idea what I was talking about. Aunt Kathy explained that she had been living by herself ever since Chase died. At that moment, I tried to convince myself that I didn't see anything in the window. Everything happened pretty quickly. Aunt Kathy insisted that it could have been her cat, but as the day continued, I realized how illogical that idea was. I think I know the difference between a cat and a human. During our entire stay at the house, nothing happened. As the last day approached, the idea of something eerie going on had diminished almost completely. Cleo and I hug Aunt Kathy goodbye and get into the Jeep with our mom. Before we drive off, I noticed two things. Aunt Kathy standing in the doorway waving goodbye, and the same figure I saw 3 days before, standing in the window. It seemed to be more of a silhouette and was black in color, with soulless eyes. I turn to Cleo and tell her to look up, but when she does, the figure disappeared. We never visited that house again. Just for context, I am a 23-year-old male who lives in the Midwest, surrounded by woods and open farmland. I often have sleep paralysis, and I don't have creepy or off-putting experiences. Sometimes I will hear something or see something that I think could be just my brain still half asleep. Not too scary. For anyone who hasn't had sleep paralysis before, it's mostly just being awake and not being able to move. And yes, that sounds scary, but to a person that it happens to almost on a weekly basis, you get kind of used to it. Most of the time, I just realize I'm in that state of being awake and not being able to move. So I usually just casually try to move my leg and arm muscles to eventually wake up and reposition myself so I can try to go back to sleep. Usually, changing positions helps. There were 2 occasions that I would like to share that genuinely terrified me. The first incident was the very first time I had sleep paralysis. I was about 8 years old, and I was living with my grandparents at the time in the middle of a 26-acre plot on the countryside. I had a television set that was from the 80s or 90s. Basically, one of those types of TVs that gave you that weird static feeling if you got too close. Anyway, I was sleeping one night, and I heard the sound of metal scraping, and I woke up. The TV had a white static that was illuminating my room. In the room, there was a closet that had a broken sliding door that would only open with extreme force. Enough force that I, as an 8-year-old child, couldn't even open. Well, the scraping metal sound was the door sliding open, and I knew it was that sound because I had heard it all the time when my grandparents needed to get into that closet. When I realized what it was, I thought it was one of my grandparents, though I thought it was strange that they were trying to get into the closet since it was around 2 or 3 a.m. at the time, and there isn't really anything they should need in there at that time of night. It was mostly just old clothes and random knickknacks they have collected. When I went to turn my head to see what it was, I couldn't move my head. So I tried to pull my blanket off my body to try and stand up, and I couldn't. The only feeling I had was what I could best describe as that feeling when your arm or leg falls asleep and you get that pins and needles feeling. Yeah, that, but across my entire body. I was genuinely terrified of why I couldn't move and why I heard the closet opening. Eventually, I turned my eyes enough to see out of my peripheral vision a figure standing halfway out of the closet, staring at me. Not moving, just standing, staring. It was watching me struggle to move, and I couldn't do anything but stare back. I will never forget the long, gangly look of the figure. If I had to compare it to something, I would say it reminds me of The Rake. But obviously, this was a time before internet scary stories and creepypastas, so I didn't know what that was at the time. All I know is I was in a complete state of shock and horror, and I tried to let out a scream to alert my grandparents, but I couldn't even muster up a squeak. Eventually, with enough brute force and a will to live, I managed to regain all my senses and shot up out of my bed and ran to turn on the light. The figure was gone, but the closet was still open. I remember running to my grandparents' room and screaming that there was a man in my closet, and my grandpa, who was a hunter, had many weapons in the house and grabbed one. He threatened anyone who was in the house that they better show themselves. No one was there. I told them about the closet, but they just told me it must have been open already. I know it wasn't open because that closet already scared me, and I made sure it was closed before I went to bed. I never slept in that room again. I had my brother switch me rooms. I made up an excuse that I didn't like the color of the room, and he just went along with it. But I think he knew I was scared, and he was older, so he took the room just to be a good brother. I never told him of the experience I had with the figure, because I didn't even know if it was real or not. The second experience was more recent, and the only other time that I've had a truly terrifying experience with sleep paralysis. I am now married, and I told my wife about my sleep paralysis, but I told her not to worry too much because I am more used to it happening, and I usually just keep my eyes shut to avoid seeing anything creepy. And like I said before, it's easily manageable, and I usually don't see anything anyway. I just want to be sure. Anyway, this experience happened a few days before writing this. It was during the middle of the day, and I was taking a nap in my bed. Usually when I have sleep paralysis, I can get myself out of it within a few seconds and go back to bed like nothing really happens. Not this time. This time, I woke up and knew I was paralyzed, so I tried to move my arms and legs around to get my body awake, but for some reason, I could not get myself out of it. Like I said, I keep my eyes closed to avoid seeing anything. But this time, after about 2 or 3 minutes of trying to wake myself up, I started to get frustrated, so I decided to open my eyes. To my left is a large window. I live in an apartment complex in the underground level, so the window leads straight to the ground at eye level. Well, outside in broad daylight, I saw what looked to be the same figure I saw as a child. I can't be too sure though. All I know is that this thing was tall and black, and it was walking toward my window. Outside the apartment complex is a line of trees about 40 feet back, and it was at the tree line. As it slowly got closer, I noticed some features on the figure. Its eyes were beet red, and it was smiling wide. Its teeth were poking out of its mouth, and they were razor sharp. I couldn't do anything but watch in terror as this tall, horrifying figure walked toward me. It put me in a state of fear, and I honestly almost started to cry, thinking my life was about to end. Finally, after about 30 seconds of me staring at this figure getting closer to me, I finally managed to wake myself up, and just as soon as it appeared, it was gone. I will never forget the way it was staring at me, menacingly, almost like it was enjoying watching me suffer. It was the summer of 2012 and a dry, hot California day. I was 12 years old and lived in the mountain areas of California with my parents. I didn't have a cell phone yet, so I spent most of my days outside playing in the dirt. This day in particular was the worst. My parents were in a toxic marriage with each other and spent most of their days fighting. This day, the fight was so bad that my dad left, and my mom went straight to sleep in an alcohol-induced coma. I was old enough to understand not to get involved and just stay outside, so I did. I was playing in the backyard when I started to hear a woman's cry. At first, I thought it might just be my mother waking up and getting upset again. Her bedroom window was always open and faced the backyard, so in my mind, this felt completely logical. I went back to what I was doing, and about 2 minutes later, I heard the cry again, and this time it had grown louder. I began to feel unsettled as I realized that the sound was coming from in front of me, not behind me. I peeked around the corner and looked down the street to be faced with a horrific image. There was a grown woman walking down the street. She was completely naked and covered in blood. She was crying with the most unsettling cry I had ever heard. I thought to myself, I need to get inside. But because I hesitated, it gave the woman time to notice me, and she began speed walking up to my house. I was frozen with fear as this woman approached me. She was crying and breathing heavily. As she got closer, I realized the blood was actively pouring from her stomach. I ran up my stairs and started screaming for my mom. The woman shouted, "Wait, I don't want to hurt you. Please, I need help." Tears were welling up in my eyes, and I was shaking from fear. I stopped in my tracks at the top of the stairs and said, "Okay, sit on the stairs and I'm gonna go get my mom." The woman responded, "Thank you so much. I have been attacked, and he's still looking for me." Being a dumb 12-year-old, this was somewhat comforting to me to know that she was a normal woman who had been hurt, but concerning that she may bring an attacker to my house. I went and woke up my mom, who was angry at me for waking her up and telling a lie. She came outside with me anyways, and I watched her face lose color, and she realized there really was a bloody woman on the porch. My mom yelled at me to go grab the woman one of her old t-shirts and to call 911. I brought my mom's t-shirt, and she helped the woman get dressed. I called 911 on the house telephone and frantically explained what had happened. The operator asked me, "Sweetheart, are you there alone?" I responded, "No, my mom is here with me, sitting next to the woman." The 911 operator took a deep breath and said, "This is what I need you to do. I need you to tell your mom the ambulance is on the way, and then tell her to get inside and lock all of your doors until the police and paramedics arrive." I was confused, and I once again explained to the operator that the woman was attacked, and the attacker is out looking for her. The operator then said something that sent chills down my spine. "Sweetheart, she is the attacker. She stabbed her neighbor 37 times. He called first and was picked up about 30 minutes ago. Police have been looking for this woman for months, as this is not the first time she has attacked someone." It was at that moment that I looked outside and noticed that the woman was holding a box cutter in her left hand. I screamed at my mom to get inside now, which caused the woman to jump up and pull the box cutter towards my mom. My mother kicked her and ran inside. The woman banged and kicked at our door for the entire 15 minutes it took the police and ambulance to arrive. When they got there, she stopped and began to cry again. She attempted to tell the police that she had been attacked, but they obviously were not buying it. They put the woman in the ambulance, and the police handcuffed her to the railing of her bed. The sheriff called later that night and explained that the woman's stab wound on her stomach was done by her to make it look like she had truly been attacked. He had also said that this man, the neighbor, was the third victim of hers in the past few months, and that if we had waited any longer, we could have been next. I was given a stern talking to by the sheriff about how dangerous this could have gone, and how I should never talk to strangers. It was hard to focus on him though, because all I could hear in my head was the 911 operator saying, "Sweetheart, she is the attacker." Just to preface, my memory is a little hazy, whether it be from time or from what happened. And for my privacy, let's say my name is Max. I grew up in a medium-sized city in Wisconsin. This story takes place during elementary school. I think it was the 3rd grade. The day started off like any other. I was going through classes, taking notes, and participating every now and again. It was a few hours into the school day when I raised my hand to ask if I may use the restroom. The teacher gave me the go-ahead and told me not to take too long. I exited the class and started walking to the boys' room, specifically the one closer to a set of doors leading to the playground. I knew not many kids use that one unless it's recess, so it should be clear at the moment. I was pretty shy when it came to going to the bathroom with other people in with me. I usually would end up holding it in and just waiting for everyone else to clear out. Luckily, I picked a good time. The bathroom was empty, and so were the stalls, so I went ahead and went about my business. Just as I finish up, I hear the door open. What great timing, I thought to myself. So I clean up, flush, and make my way to the sink to wash up. But I turned to look and see whom had come into the bathroom. I was immediately confused. There was a boy, too old to be a kid, but not old enough to be a teacher. So I shyly said hello to the tall young man. I can't remember his face well, but I do remember he had dirty blonde hair and blue clouded eyes. He was also really thin, but muscular, and he looked like an older teenager. The stranger simply said, "Hey, kid, how's it going?" in a chipper tone of voice, to which I said, "Good, I'm just about done if you need to go." He shook his head no and looked me up and down. I didn't really pay it any mind and started to get paper towels to dry my hands. All of a sudden, he asked me, "Hey, do you like wrestling?" Which really puzzled me. What a weird topic. And why now? I don't even know you. Those were the first thoughts that came to mind. "Not really, but I haven't seen much," was the only answer I could come up with. He followed up by saying, "Oh, okay, cool. Well, hey, I love wrestling. Seeing those guys on stage, it's so awesome. Oh, hey, can I show you this cool new move that I saw them use last night?" I started getting pretty anxious and sweaty. I didn't really want to stay in the bathroom for him to show me his moves, so I told him I would have to pass and that I didn't want to be late for class. To which he said, "Oh, don't worry, it won't be long. Here, let me show you." He started walking up to me, and it was only then that I realized just how much taller he was. My heart started going a mile a minute, and the next thing I knew, he put his hands around my throat. He started smiling this giant ear-to-ear grin. His breath smelled like cigarettes. I tapped his arm and asked for him to please let me go, with desperation in my voice. He just smiled bigger and began to chuckle to himself as he began lifting me up against the wall, pinning me to it with one hand, still holding me by the throat with the other. I felt my throat tighten and my windpipe close off. My eyes began to water. I was using my hands to cling to his arm, desperately trying to break free as I struggled. And then, like a jolt of lightning, the idea came to me. With all my strength and might, I kicked him as hard as I could right in the balls. I felt his grip loosen for just a second, and then tighten with 2 times more force. It didn't work. He laughed and said, "Good effort," this time sounding a lot meaner. I started getting cold as my sight began to blur, and my consciousness was slipping. I blacked out. The world and noise faded away, and after that I woke up on the bathroom floor. He was gone. So I got up, a bit shaky, still trying to figure out where he was, and I left the boys' room and slowly walked down the hall back to class, peering over my shoulder to check if he was behind me. I got to my class and stood in the frame of my classroom door, looking down at my shoes and the white tile, only to hear my teacher. "Max, didn't I tell you to hurry? It's been 30 minutes. What were you doing in there?" I was stunned. I was alone in that bathroom, knocked out with a stranger, for 30 minutes. I yelled back at my teacher in a raspy, harsh voice. "Well, it's not my fault some guy choked me." She gave me a mean but curious look and told me to go to my seat and sit down, as if she didn't understand me. So I trudged back to my desk and sat. I never told my school what happened, and I told my mom almost 10 years after. The guy never got punished. I don't even think anyone knew he did something. If you want a lesson from this, school bathrooms suck. Back in 2007, when I was 19, I moved to a coastal town in Oregon from Texas. My mom was moving with my younger brother for a job and didn't want to be alone in a new state, so I had decided to move with her. I had moved around a lot by that point in my life already, and I never liked staying in one place for too long. I worked as a pharmacy technician at the time. I switched my license over to Oregon, got a job and rented a studio apartment that was located in the basement of a very large house my landlady had inherited from her parents. She rented out the rooms in the house to boarders. To get to the apartment, you would enter the property from a side gate and follow a walkway down this little slope and around to the back of the house. When you walked through the door, you would end up in the small kitchen that had a window over the sink, overlooking the backyard that was enclosed by an 8-foot-tall privacy fence. And that's where I was when the strange things began about a month after I had moved in. I was washing up at the sink, in front of the window, after making something to eat one night at around 11 p.m. when my cell phone rang. Noticing it was an unknown caller, I dried my hands off and answered the phone. I said, "Hello?" And on the other end of the line was an odd, garbled voice making incomprehensible noises. It almost sounded like someone trying to speak underwater, but also slightly robotic sounding. Thinking maybe it was a bad connection, I said, "Hello?" again. This time, the weird garbled voice said something I could make out very clearly. "We can see you in the window." Terrified, I hung up the phone, made sure my doors were locked, turned off all the lights, and closed the curtain in the window over the sink, the only window in the basement studio. Then I called my older brother in Texas. We always were and still are extremely close, and I told him what happened. After a bit, we decided it was probably some prank caller that got lucky in guessing that I had just been visible in a window. I mean, not very original, right? There hadn't been any sign that someone was in the backyard. There was an extremely high privacy fence, so it was unlikely they had saw me over it. And this was a brand new Oregon number that I had hardly given out to anyone. I felt a bit better after that, but still didn't sleep very well that night. In the weeks after that call, I settled in more and was feeling more comfortable in my new surroundings. I got closer to some coworkers at my new job at a local pharmacy and made some casual friends. I hadn't gotten any more calls in that time and didn't feel as alone in the town anymore, especially with one of my new friends I met at work, living just 3 streets away. But my feeling of comfort and settling in wouldn't last very long. The unknown caller called again and again. It got to the point of where it happened on a near nightly basis. Most of the time, it was that same garbled underwater voice just babbling nonsense. But sometimes it would say things I could make out, though almost equally incomprehensible. You think you are better than us because we do drugs? Set it on fire. We are your masters. I was creeped out, but still kept telling myself I was the victim of a random dialer that got their jollies off saying weird stuff to 19-year-old girls, so I carried on with my life. This had gone on for a couple of months when one night, I had gone across the street from my apartment, in front of an old abandoned church, to call my brother in Texas to shoot the breeze. It was late, about 2 a.m., and sound carried up into the house above my apartment. I would frequently have bouts of insomnia, and my brother was usually up, so I would often sit on the steps of the church and smoke when I made late-night phone calls to not disturb anyone in the house. I had been talking to my brother for about 20 minutes when another call beeped in. I checked, and it was an unknown number. So, I told my brother to hang on, and I answered. It was the distorted voice again, telling me they are watching me in front of the church, and asked, "Who are you talking to?" Panicked, I looked all around me. I couldn't see anything. I switched back to my brother and told him what was happening as I ran towards my apartment. I got inside and locked the door. I stayed on the line with my brother while I searched my apartment, making sure I was alone. I thought about calling the police, and my brother thought I should too. But what could they do? I talked myself into it just being some weird game someone was playing on me, and that I had nothing to worry about. A few weeks went by without any calls, and after a bit, I was sure they had gotten bored with the whole thing. I had been more cautious after the last call, but as time went on without any more calls, I began to feel more confident that it really all was just some harmless, albeit cruel, joke someone was playing on me. So, one night, pretty late, I decided to walk a few blocks up the hill from my house to a 24-hour store to buy some snacks. On my way back from the store, I started to feel the late hour, and I stopped and sat on a bench near the library to take a bit of a rest and sip on one of the drinks I had just bought. Behind me was a street that ran along the side of the library, and my friend's street was just off of it, directly behind the bench. Within moments, a big man appeared. He was in his late 30s or early 40s, wearing heavy work boots, jeans, and a thick Carhartt work jacket, and a black ball cap. He sat next to me on the bench, a bit too close for comfort. I was nervous because it was the extremely early hours of the morning. Someone else just happening to innocently be there didn't seem all that likely to me. At the time, though, I was young. I didn't really know what to do. I was there too, wasn't I? And I wasn't up to anything. I wasn't sure if my discomfort was really all that valid. I didn't want to seem rude because in my mind, in all likelihood, he wasn't a dangerous person. So I sat there until he said, "Hi." I said hi back and scooted away from him as inconspicuously as I could. We sat in silence for a moment, and feeling like I could and should leave without it being too weird or rude, I was about to get up when he said, "Would you like to be my friend?" He had a light accent I couldn't really place. Nonplussed, I said, "Excuse me?" And he said, "We could be friends. We could go in the bushes." And he gestured towards this trail that ran behind the library that leads to a park on the other side of the building. It was enclosed on both sides by bushes that ran the whole length. At this point, I was getting really nervous and was trying to decide if I should just run for it and which direction I should go. My friend's street ran behind me, but his house was at the very end of the street, and it was all uphill. I have never been very athletic, so I couldn't decide if that was easier or my apartment, which was downhill. I could go faster, but I didn't want him to know where I lived if he followed me. What he said next made me realize it was a pointless concern. He already knew where I lived. "I missed you. I haven't seen you since the church." This is the guy that had been calling me. As quickly as the realization came to me, I sprung up, dropping my shopping bag. I turned and ran towards my friend's street as fast as I could in flip-flops, with the guy right behind me. Even with the blood pumping in my ears, brought on by my flight and pure terror, I could hear him chasing after me, his heavy work boots hitting the ground. It didn't take long before I felt him try to grab me. In the chase though, it ended up being more like a shove, right on my left shoulder, and suddenly my feet were tangled up in my flimsy flip-flops, and I was falling forward into the road. I let out an involuntary, blood-curdling scream, which seemed to have scared him, because the next thing I know, I hear his boots running back down the hill and off down the main street. I got up as quickly as I could and ran full force to my friend's house and pounded on his door. I could tell he was startled. It was the middle of the night. I was out of breath, shaking and crying, and later I would notice, bloody. I had hit my forehead on the cement when I fell, and it was badly cut. My joggers were ripped. My knees were skinned and bloody. I was so worked up I couldn't get a word out to explain to him why I had shown up on his doorstep at that hour and in the state that I was in. He called the police, and after calming down enough, I told them and my friend what had happened. The phone calls, everything. They drove around to see if they could find the man that fit my description. They never did, and nothing ever came from it. I moved out of my apartment in the following days and stayed with my mom until I eventually moved out of the state a few weeks later. I just couldn't handle being anywhere near where all this happened. I don't think I could have ever felt safe there again. To this day, I have no idea who that man was, let alone how he got my new phone number that I had hardly given out to anyone. One suspicion I always had was that maybe he knew someone I worked with, Our phone numbers were listed on a paper and tacked to the bulletin board in the office. When this theory came to me, I realized the unknown caller always said, "we." Was it him and one of the other people I worked with? Is that why he said "we" when he called me? At one point, I even suspected the friend I had ran to that night of being in on it. Was it just a coincidence that the man approached me so close to his house? I was a mess afterward and had all kinds of suspicions. Either way, I didn't see the man in town again before I left, and I never received another call from him. For 22 years, I have made myself believe this disturbing series of events did not happen to me. I have successfully convinced myself that this was all imagined. Our minds and souls have an amazing ability to protect us from psychological damage. Then I spoke with a friend that I haven't seen in a long time. The same friend I allegedly experienced this event with. He confirmed the whole thing. I'll do my best to accurately present the entire story, as raw as it happened. And apparently, it did happen. This story revolves around a Ouija board. I hate to even type or say those words. I will not and have not touched one since 1997. As previously stated, that was 22 years ago, making me 13 at the time. An age where I believe most of us start to branch out in curiosities. It's no longer just having sleepovers with friends, playing various video game consoles, or getting into high school sports. Girls were starting to become appealing. In my time, professional wrestling was starting to really take off. A group of my friends were diving into horror movies and scary stories. This is something that always appealed to me. Ever since reading Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark, I was hooked. This series of books came out when I was around 8 years old. They sold them at our scholastic book fair. Looking back, these stories and illustrations were way too intense for 8-year-olds, in my opinion. But I sure did enjoy them. We like being scared. We like to feel something more than the everyday mundane drudge of life. My friend Philly and I enjoyed getting together and watching horror movies and telling urban legends. We started doing this almost weekly, especially during the summer when school was out. Of course, this was pre-internet era, so all we had media-wise was actually renting a movie or physically going to the theater. And since most horror movies were R-rated, we couldn't see them. I'm sure to most millennials or post-millennials, this sounds like a nightmare scarier than any real-life story. Because we got tired of renting the same movies over and over, we often focused on urban legends, what we call creepypastas today. We might find some books at the library that had them, or we just made our own up. At this time, we wanted to feel some actual terror. I wish we would have just stuck with our stupid, scary stories. I bet every group of friends had one of those Parker Brothers made board games stashed somewhere. The infamous Ouija board. This toy, quote unquote, is simple. They even used to advertise it. A board with the alphabet, numbers, yes, no, and goodbye. I suppose this was inevitable. Every kid has to learn for themselves that these are not to be played with, literally and metaphorically. Growing up in a God-fearing family, I knew this felt wrong. I felt this board wasn't right. I also could see through the marketing strategy that Parker Brothers were selling these specifically to children, like all board games. But this was different. They wanted kids to play this only, not adults. You played Monopoly and Chutes and Ladders with your parents. You sure didn't play the Ouija with them. I felt this was wrong, but I also didn't know anything. I was 13. My current 35-year-old self has a hard time understanding what happened and why I dove into this, knowing the outcome would not be ideal. I found it, my buddy Philly said, under my sister's bed. This was the start of a series of events that would haunt me for quite a while. It, of course, was the board. We made sure no one was home when we pulled it out. There was an air of mischief around this thing. Certainly we couldn't deal with his sister finding us in her room, and definitely not his mom finding out what we were up to. The board was glossy and new. It looked like we were possibly the first to use it. The device that 2 or more people used to glide over the board, revealing the answers to your questions, was almost ivory. I wanted to research what this was called, but I don't even want to start down the rabbit hole online. If you've noticed, I don't even want to call it by its name, simply referring to it as the board. I'll call the gliding thing the Oracle for this story. We had 2 sessions with the board. The first was incident-free. We asked a few silly questions, what our future held, if we would get married and have kids, stuff like that. Even though I had never played this before, I still knew not to ask questions like what was the name of the person that we were talking to. Maybe we had gotten that from the hours of watching scary movies. The second session was when things got weird. Philly and I were going back and forth with the board, asking some simple questions about our future lives. I remember asking where I would live as an adult, and the board said, Seattle. I lived 2,000 miles away from Seattle at the time, but this is where I felt the aura of the board shifted. It felt like a thunderstorm was brewing, one where the sky turned red. The oracle we used to piece out our answers to our dumb questions had moved slowly before. Now it was jerking, almost moving off the board to the next letter. I can tell you this about this game. It is real, and neither one of us were moving the oracle. My hands weren't even on it at some points. But back to the Seattle question. I was, and still am, a huge baseball fan. I have rooted, unfortunately, for the Detroit Tigers for my entire life. The mid to late 90s was the explosion of Ken Griffey Jr. to Major League Baseball. I loved watching him play. I got his jerseys for a couple Christmases and birthdays. I'm sure most know that Griffey played for the Seattle Mariners. I loved how that nautical S looked on that teal uniform. I started researching the city of Seattle and thought how cool it would be to live there. Do you know where this is going? This board was not plastic and glue to me anymore. There was something controlling it, something powerful and dark that knew I had this particular city on my mind at this time. I didn't let on to my buddy what I was feeling. He didn't seem to let on that he was afraid either. So, we kept on. The next segment of questions is a blur to me. All I remember is the oracle going mostly to no when we asked a question, even if it wasn't a yes or no answer that was required. Then I asked the last question that I would ever ask the Ouija. Don't get your hopes up. It was nothing profound or deep at all. This is what I asked. Would the Detroit Tigers ever win another World Series? The Oracle moved so fast to goodbye, I thought a tiny trail of fire would be on the board. I'll never forget looking at Philly and seeing what I'm sure was the exact same bulging eyes, mouth-open expression that I had on my face. We knew that one of the rules of this game was when the board said goodbye, you put it away immediately. I think we even read that on the instructions. We threw the board into its box, hustled to his sister's room as fast as 2 Hostess cupcake and Mountain Dew filled teenagers could. Philly chucked the board under her bed like nothing happened. After a few breathless moments, we finally started to let out tiny little laughs, lighting up into belly laughs as we hit the floor rolling. We were laughing out the nervousness, also kind of feeling dumb at how scared we got. After the madness finally started dying down, we moved on like nothing happened. I should have stated right from the start that it was late at night when we started playing. I would say it was about midnight, as cliche as that is. When the board said goodbye to us, it couldn't have been more than 1 a.m. in the morning. Philly lived in the country. Across the street was a cemetery. I know, now I'm really hitting cliche territory, but I swear it's true. There weren't many houses around. If you wanted to walk to your next door neighbor, you better plan for a good 20-minute hike. Finally, all mania was shed, and tired from playing video games, we decided to step outside. We looked at the graveyard, noting how calm the night was. Philly had a large section of his yard covered with rose bushes. They were pretty wild and were not kept up. Needless to say, nothing would be able to get into those bushes and not get completely diced. We heard rustling. Again, the night was calm and I don't remember any wind at all. At first, we could just hear the bushes. Then, movement. To this day, I do not know and don't care to know what it was. It could have been a small animal, but I highly doubt it. We knew something wasn't right and bolted for his house. Even writing this, I can feel an eerie presence. We both knew this was related to the board. Philly suggested we make it a night and try to get some sleep. I wish that was the end of this story. A few short hours later, we were woken up to a series of faint knocking noises. I could not determine what they were coming from, but it sounded like it was somewhere outside his house. We both cautiously got up and moved to the kitchen, where his front door was, and saw something that made my heart drop into my stomach. A man, slight build, wearing all denim, was standing right outside the door. The man also had creepy-looking horn-rimmed glasses on, outdated even for the late 90s. Philly had a porch in the front that was raised about 5 steps from the ground, and the man was on the ground. So when we saw him, we were actually looking slightly down at him, seeing him from the top of his head down. It is an image that is burned into my mind. He didn't move. He just stood there. We once again fled to his room and shut the door. We didn't call the police or his mom. We just sat in his room, not sure what to do. After a few moments, we stupidly decided to see if he was still there. He was gone. I successfully convinced myself that there was no man on the side of the house. I just couldn't handle what was happening on this night. Philly did the same. Finally, day broke, and we dismissed the disturbing events of the previous night. I don't even think we discussed what happened. About a week later, I got a call from Philly. He said he had a dream that we were playing the board, and a hand came out and attempted to pull his head down. He awoke sweating and in a small amount of pain from where the force had grabbed him. I hated to say that I had a similar dream. Right there, we decided to meet up and do something about this board. My mom dropped me off at his house a few days later to sleep over for the night. When I arrived, I could not find him in his house. This was before cell phones, so I did not have the option to simply call him and see where he was. I checked out back where his garage was. There stood Philly, with the board sitting atop a pile of kindling and a burning barrel. His mischievous grin told me what his plan was. We lit that sucker on fire. Nothing happened. Now, I was really freaking out. We have all heard the stories of people attempting to burn a Ouija with no success. Philly wasn't fazed though. We pulled out a jerry can full of gasoline and doused it. The board lit up and quickly evaporated into nothing. It was over. As far as I can remember, nothing happened after that. We didn't speak of anything we experienced that night. Over the years, I chalked it all up to an overactive teenage imagination. I may have told a handful of people over the years, mainly just to tell a scary story. I know I have said this a few times, but I have completely treated this like it never happened. This, to me, was all imagined. We did play the game, but the rustling bush, the man, none of that happened. Over the years, I moved quite a distance away from Philly. We kept in touch a few times a year, even making the almost 1,000-mile drive to see him about 10 years ago. Fast forward 10 more years, and I decided to make the trip one last time to see my hometown and get together with Philly. He invited some people from the area and struck up a massive bonfire. In between bites of pizza and swigs of beer, I recounted the story of that night. I told him how I imagined the aftermath of our decision to use that board. I know you're gonna think this is crazy, but I thought there was a man standing outside your house that night, I said. Philly looked at me as stone cold as he could and said, "Yeah, I remember that." My blood never went colder. My friend confirmed exactly what happened that night. It was like we were both there again, 22 years ago. I repressed that Ouija board so hard, I made myself believe it never happened. The Ouija is nothing to be played with. I haven't touched or looked at one in over 2 decades. How a piece of cardboard can summon some kind of evil from another realm is beyond me. I just know you don't want to open it. Last year, my family and I were driving back from my grandparents' house over 7 hours away. It had been a long trip as traffic had been bad, and we had to make frequent stops for food and let our family dog out to go to the bathroom. Finally, we were on the freeway closest to my house, and the trip was almost over. My mom, brother, and I were also relieved to almost be home. My dad had been on a business trip and unable to join us, which sucked, but ultimately left a little more leg room in the packed car. Everything was smooth sailing with my brother and I in La La Land, watching YouTube or playing games and keeping my mom awake. Suddenly, the cars in front of us began to slow down and come to a stop. We naturally followed suit, slowing down and keeping an eye out for what traffic or accident was up ahead. We saw some cars begin to swerve and drive away down another lane, fast. Odd, we thought, but nothing to be worried about. That's when I realized of the two lanes on our side of the road, only the one closest to the median was stopped. We weren't sure exactly what happened, so we stayed in the stopped lane. That's when my mom suddenly locked all the doors to the car. I looked at her confused and wondering what she saw. My brother in the back seat had begun looking around confused and worried. I realized my mom must have seen something further up the road than I could see. I asked what was going on, but my mom didn't need to answer. The car in front began to try to pull away but wasn't able to. That's when I saw him. A random man in the middle of the freeway banging and trying to open people's doors to their cars. My eyes were fixated on the man, and my heart began to race. My mom began to make the move to get out of there, but it was too late. The man ran from the car in front of us to my mom's door. He looked scruffy and disheveled. He began slamming on my mom's window, begging for us to let him in. My mom began yelling at the man to go away through the closed windows as she tried to pull away. My brother and I were frozen in fear, unaware what this man wanted to do to us. My mom managed to pull away a few feet before the man then jumped onto the hood of our car and began slamming his fists into the windshield. My mom screamed, and I just sat there horrified. I had never felt this type of fear before. We all like to think that when fight or flight kicks in, that we'll be the hero. But I sat there helpless as this man threatened my family. The man demanded incoherently that we drive with him on our hood. My mom then saw multiple cop cars pull up behind us, with 2 officers running up to apprehend the man. He jumped from our hood and hopped the 5-foot median. We saw the police draw their weapons and subdue him on the other side of the median, as my mom slammed on the gas and sped away. We were in shock, and I couldn't believe what had just happened. I listened to Being Scared, Let's Read, and other true scary stories, and never thought I would be face to face with a situation straight from a nightmare. It was only several miles later that my mom felt safe enough to pull off to the side of the road and called my dad, and then the police to report what happened. The officers were incredibly kind and told us that the man was in police custody and asked if we were okay. My dad, however, was panicked. Everything he loved was in that car, he told us, and he was so glad that we were safe. That's when we realized, had this man had a weapon, he most likely would have tried to use it. I began to tear up, realizing that we may have narrowly escaped a crazed man with our lives. My mom got a call the next day from the officer that had ran up from behind us and stopped the man. We were so incredibly grateful. My respect for law enforcement has always been strong, and without them, I don't know what we would have done, or if I would be here to tell this story. Thanks for listening, and of course our dog was fine, sleeping peacefully the entire time. I would like to start by saying that all the names in this story have been changed. Last year in 2021, I was living in a townhouse in New Mexico with my twin sister. We'll call her Carrie. And our two childhood best friends, Robbie and Izzy. The time in that house was full of your typical young adult ups and downs, but amplified by the turmoil of the pandemic. That house was full of good, bad, and ugly times, but I wouldn't trade it for the world. However, the last few months were absolutely terrible before I ended up leaving the state. Let me start with a little backstory. Carrie had been in a relationship with a man who we will call Jay. Jay and Carrie had a very unhealthy relationship, which ended with him being kicked out of our house after an altercation between him and Carrie. Police were called, and we thought that would be the end of it. Let's just say he didn't take being thrown out of the house and dumped too well. One day, on the off chance that I had a day off from work, I was in the kitchen most of the day doing some deep cleaning and self-care. While I was able to do the first part with ease, I could not for the life of me shake the feeling of being watched. I have struggled with anxiety symptoms due to PTSD, so I wrote this off as me just having a bad day. That was until Robbie came home, throwing the door open and shouting, "Tell me why I saw Jay circling our block." I was in shock. I ran to the window looking over our street, and sure enough, Jay's car was speeding off. We told Carrie about it as soon as she got home from work that day, and she then revealed to myself, Robbie, and Izzy that Jay had been stalking her. I was not surprised given the details of this situation, as Carrie then told us about this next situation, which shook me to my core. One night, I want to say this story was about 2 weeks prior to him circling the block, Jay had been watching Carrie from afar while she went out with friends. Carrie must have forgot to lock the door when she came home. She says she woke up from a deep sleep and could have sworn that she saw someone standing over her bed. She said she didn't want to tell us right away because she had first assumed that she was dreaming or even having an episode of sleep paralysis. She would later receive a message from Jay scolding her for not talking to him when he came to the house the other night. That other night in question being the same night Carrie had come home. I started locking the doors even when everyone was home after Carrie told me that story. He was in the house while we were all sleeping sound in our beds, unaware that someone who we all didn't want anywhere near us was just sulking in the corner of my sister's bedroom. Watching over her, he could have done anything, but he chose to just watch her. That was deeply unsettling for all of us. Now, I had already made the decision that once my lease was over, I was going to be moving in with my partner in a different state. At this point, we had all been packing up our things and preparing to move, go our separate ways. For more context, the landlord had installed a security system. Nothing high-tech by any means, but anytime a door or window was open, the alarm would say in a robotic monotone voice, "Side door open," or "Back office window closed." Things like that. One night, I was home alone. Carrie was at dinner with Robbie and Robbie's mom, and I had no idea where Izzy was until this series of events happened. I was in my bedroom when suddenly I heard what sounded like tapping on my window. I figured it was the branches tapping like they usually did when there was even a small gust of wind. But the tapping was constant, timed almost. I still shrugged it off again, trying not to make myself anxious while I was alone in the house. It was then that I heard the security system go off. Back sliding door open. from the other room. Weird. We all usually come in through this side door when the kitchen and living room meet, as our front door was next to impossible to open from the outside. I brushed it off, thinking maybe Carrie and Robbie had forgotten their keys and just came in through the back door. I called out from my bedroom. Carrie? Robbie? How was dinner? No response. As soon as the words left my mouth, the silence was deafening. I walked out to the hallways where all of the bedrooms led and called out again. Carrie? Robbie? Izzy? Again, nothing. I'm getting a bit freaked out now, but I'm thinking that they maybe didn't hear me. But that silence. I will never in my life forget the silence that rang through that house as I inched closer to the living room. As I'm finally standing in the living room, the only sounds I had heard in the span of a few minutes was my own heart beating out of my chest, my footsteps, and the AC kicking on. I finally reached the living room, and I had checked Find My Friends. To my horror, Carrie and Robbie were still at the restaurant with Robbie's mom. Izzy's phone had broken during this time too, so I had no clue where she was still. Knowing what I know at that moment, I called out one last time, but I couldn't bring myself to turn the corner and go into the kitchen. Izzy? Are you home? Silence again. I figured maybe I was just hearing things at that point. Then I heard it. Ugh. Came a hushed whisper from the kitchen, followed by the most hurried footsteps behind me, going out the back door. I froze. Who was that? It all made sense at that point. The tapping on the window, the door opening with no noise from whoever opened it, and now this. I knew at that moment that I was not alone. Something came over me, and I snapped out of this frozen reaction. You better get out of my house! I screamed at the top of my lungs. I grabbed the baseball bat that I kept in the hall closet and started shouting that same sentence in 10 different ways, opening all the doors and switching on all the lights, making sure that whoever this was had left. I finally made it to the kitchen and found out the sliding glass door was left wide open by whoever came into it. As soon as the adrenaline had worn off, the shock then set in. I booked it out of the house, locking the doors before throwing open my car door and ripping out the driveway without putting on my seatbelt. I called all my roommates, whose phones still worked. I later found out that Izzy had actually left town for the weekend, and I had missed that conversation. So I know whoever was in the house was not my sister or either of my other 2 roommates. Robbie called the police as soon as we got off the phone. Of course, there wasn't much they could do because nothing was stolen, and I didn't see who was in my home uninvited. I drove to my coworker's house, and I broke down telling her what happened, and I waited for her to update me on what she and Carrie were going to do. They opted to stay at the hotel with Robbie's mom that night. I don't know who it was that broke into my house that night. Was it Jay? Some drunk college kid who stumbled into our yard thinking it was their place? Someone with more sinister intentions who got caught at the right time? I am not sure. I think that is what keeps me up sometimes when I think too deeply about that night. I know it wasn't an anxiety-induced thing. I saw the door, and I heard the whisper at the footsteps hurrying out the same door they came in. I am just happy that I live with my partner in a different state now, in a relatively safe neighborhood. But even that, some nights, is not enough to allow me to feel safe when I am home alone. I work for a special unit with the sheriff's department. The official designation is the electronic monitoring unit. We install, monitor, and enforce all rules and policies designated when given a GPS tether. I am sure when I say ankle monitor, most people will understand that a little clearer. Most of the time is spent tracking people, making sure they are within their court-ordered curfew, etc. Like all police work, nothing is routine, but it's not exactly all PD live or whatever true cop show you can think of. I have been on some exciting calls working in Tether. When someone attempts to cut one of these bad boys off, we get an alert immediately. The rush to get the person before they get the tether off is intense. It's even more intense when they do remove it and you find some later. Manhunting is the most exciting. I'm sure you've all read The Most Dangerous Game. I have been on some strange calls too. Every police officer has one or two stories bordering on paranormal. Back in my early days working the jail, I used to hear noises during midnight shift when I was ordered over to work, and not inmate noises. Those I was used to. I mean banging sounds coming from the hallway closets where linen and toilet paper is kept. Once I passed a door and heard what I thought was a weapon going off inside. I probably had to change my uniform after that. It was really like someone kicking the door from the inside as hard as they could. It took a minute, but I did check inside, to find nothing, of course. Back in 1993, our department lost a sergeant in the line of duty. He was making normal security rounds in one of the old jails downtown, when an inmate took him hostage with a weapon. You can imagine how terrifying this would be for anyone, but you are not supposed to face anyone with a weapon inside of the jail. It is still not known how that weapon came into the jail. Most think the inmate somehow got it fished to him from the outside, or it was an officer that brought the weapon in for the inmate. That is a possibility that I hate to consider. One day I was working that jail, doing normal security rounds. I remember seeing a shadow walking down the long concrete hallway. I did not think much of it at the time, until I remembered that the hallway didn't have any outlets, left or right. Meaning that I saw this man walking down the hall. I looked down, and when I looked back, he was gone. I went to look for him, and he was nowhere to be found. It took me a while to put the pieces together. I asked my partner what floor had the sergeant been killed on. The one we are on right now, is what he said. The jail is one thing, but having some creepy stuff happen out in the outside world is another. I go through a lot of houses in my job. You could not believe how people live out here. Think about how you were raised and look around your home. It is not the same where I work. I will not say where, but it is a major U.S. city with major U.S. problems. Poor problems, racial problems, and awful sports teams to boot. Let me set up this call for you. My partner and I are in the office, monitoring and maintaining our population on Tether, which is well into the 1000s. We have more people on GPS than in all of our jails combined. My partner gets an alert that someone on his caseload has a low battery. These devices are solid. The battery life lasts about 3 to 4 days if you charge it for 2 hours. Compared to our cell phones, that seems reasonable, but you just can't get some of these people to follow the rules, which is why they are in this situation in the first place. My partner goes through the process of trying to get his guy to start charging. Calling will not work. Can't get a hold of any of his friends or family either. The last resort is calling the actual device on his leg. The company we use that develops the GPS tethers has a monitoring center open 24 hours. We can call them and be patched through to the device. Finally, we get a hold of him. "Just charge your tether, man," my partner yells into the phone. It's hard to hear the subject's response, but it sounds like he acknowledges it. He is staying at a friend's house right now in the southwest part of the city, which of course we can see. He of course lost his charge cord for the device. My partner decides, since we are pretty close to him, why don't we just run another out to him? Sounds like a plan, I think, and start getting my gear on. There was nothing strange about the house when we pulled up. Normal looking 2-story corner house with crap all over the overgrown yard, and several cars in various states of decay. I checked an app on my county-issued cell phone that shows me where the GPS points are on anyone that wears one. I just wanted to make sure it was still communicating, and that he's still at this house. It looked like a yes for both. My partner gets to the door, knocks, and asks for Mike. I'm at the side of the house watching the side door, but also keeping my eyes on my partner. I hear a female voice call for Mike. Another male voice is speaking to my partner too. At this point, since contact was made and I didn't feel like anyone's going to burst out the side or back of the house, I make my way back up to my partner. I now identify the two people he's speaking with. The male is maybe in his early 20s, the female about the same. Both are what you would call in rough shape. Had something of a zombie vibe to them. Strung out, if you get me. As I'm walking up, I can also surmise that the guy is telling my partner something to the effect that the guy known as Mike is not in fact at his home. My partner calmly tells him that we know he's here. We just saw his last tracking point, which puts him right on top of us. Literally, so to speak. I believe he was upstairs. If he's not here, why did the female call for him? Again, we are just here to give him a charge cord. No one was in trouble. This kid starts to get shifty. Here go the eyes peeking around, the rubbing of the hands, and the flat-out lies. "Look, he was here maybe 10 minutes ago, but he ain't here now. I don't let dopers in my home." Okay, bullcrap aside, we still have to figure this out. I want to go back to our vehicle, look at the tracking, see what's going on. It is possible that we could have just missed him. The tether calls out a location every 5 minutes. It's not live tracking. He may have just left when we pulled up. However unlikely, it was possible. All I had to do was wait for his next point. Ding. The point is in. Let's see where this low charger is. Well, he is still at the house. Again, we go to the front. And again, the kid says he's not here, that he just left. I look at my phone, now getting more frustrated. What the... I say out loud. Now there is a strap tamper alert for Mike. This means that our guy may have started to cut the tether off. I'm confused at how all of this had gone. My partner starts grilling the kid again. Look, cut the crap. Where is he? Still, the kid gives nothing up. I look around the area. Maybe this idiot did cut it off and throw it around the porch, and the alert just came in too late. I don't see anything though, and I would have heard the alarm if he did cut it off. It's louder than some ambulance sirens. Something feels strange about this whole thing. The kid invites us in to look around, and we take him up on his offer. Nothing better than a consent to search a home. Once we get in, I'm immediately taken back by the piss and cat feces smell of the home. There's literal trash in all rooms, like the doors can't even close because they are blocked by trash. This is going to be a nightmare to search through. I can tell you right now, I didn't go through any of those trash rooms. My partner and I cleared the bottom floor as best we could and started moving upstairs. This is where things get eerie. The staircase twisted. Odd for this type of home in this area. Like I said, I go through a lot of houses. It's just something you don't see that often. Once we reach the top, we are all of a sudden in the Stanley Hotel. In Stephen King's The Shining, it was known as the Overlook Hotel. The hallway stretched for an impossible length. The carpet was red with yellow triangles. I don't think there was carpet downstairs anywhere. The hairs are starting to stand up now. A feeling of unease is thick as the hallway juts in and out. There's a room every 5 feet or so, and there must have been 6 to 7 rooms up there. That is just not possible for a house like that, and every single door was padlocked from the outside. I was beyond done trying to make anything add up with this situation. I told my partner to hold the downstairs so no one came up behind us. Since the doors were locked, I was not bothering with them. Once I got to the end of the hall, I gave up and turned around. I called my partner back to game plan. I think we are about done, I said. I don't know what's going on with this guy's device. Maybe he cut it and smashed it. Either way, I think we needed to get out of that house as soon as possible. As we are heading for the winding stairs, we both hear a low thump. We look at each other with that, "Did you hear that?" facial expression. While we both stand still, I hear scratching noises, followed with another thumping. I don't believe either of us could tell which direction it was coming from. Weird, but could be anything at this point. I am still leaving, and as I'm passing a door, my heart stops. First, I see movement out of the corner of my eye. Slowly turning to my left, I'm looking directly into someone's eyeball, peering between the slightly opened door. 10 dirty fingers start poking out, trying to open the door. Imagine the lead character from the movie I mentioned earlier. Here's Mikey. This guy did not look like the person we were looking for. Who are you? I asked, embarrassed I couldn't tone down how shocked I was. That's him, my partner said. Once I snapped back to reality, I didn't think, just acted. I blasted that door Spartan style, sending our pal Mike across the room. After being taken into custody, we questioned him, and he said he got scared when he heard police were at the door. He hid and stupidly tried to cut the device off his leg. Pretty simple and thankfully safe outcome. After having some choice words with the kid we first dealt with, we brought our guy to jail, and that was that. But I'll never forget seeing that hallway for the first time. All those strange padlocked doors, and the eyeball staring at me from the darkness. My mother's side of the family is fairly vast. She has 3 brothers and 3 sisters, all of whom are married and have several kids of their own. It goes without saying that when summer rolled around and it was time for the annual family vacation, there would be endless hours of fun and entertainment. My grandparents were fairly wealthy individuals, and with a share of their fortune each year, they would rent out a lake house, cabin, or beachside mansion for our family to resort at in its entirety. For the year in question, my grandparents decided to rent out a large 4-story lakeside home. It was complete with a dock, game room, movie theater, vast kitchen, and even a tube slide system that went from floor to floor. What was supposed to be a blissful escape would soon become home to one of my worst memories to date. Before we delve any deeper into the story, I would like to do a quick explanation of the layout of the home because it's pertinent to the understanding of the rest of the story. The house was built upon a very steep slope that led down to a lake. The house was literally built horizontally off of the side of the hill. So on the part of the home that wasn't connected to the hill, there were long stilts that connected to the base of the home to the bottom of the hill. For additional support of the home, brick was added in between the stilts, creating a vast canaveral-like room underneath the home, only accessible by a cellar door at the bottom floor of the house. This pit, or room, had no insulation. Dirt floors, which in reality was just the bottom of the hill, and filled with spiders and other small rodents and such. It was highly recommended by the homeowners who we were renting the property from that we do not venture down into this area because it would be a 10 or so foot drop to the floor and no ladder for assistance returning to the bottom floor of the home. So anyone that found themselves in this place would practically be imprisoned in a tall, dark cement hole. Alright, back to the story. After all the pleasantries with my family and settling in for the first couple nights, all the more mature members of the family, which included me, my brother, and all my aunts, uncles, and their significant others, decided to play a game commonly known as Sardines. The game is basically inverse hide and seek, where there is one hider and the rest of the players are seekers. All the lights in the home are turned off, creating an atmosphere of complete darkness. The hider is given a minute to hide, and once they are settled, the seekers begin their hunt. If a seeker happens upon the hider, then they silently slip away and hide in the same place as the hider until all people are hidden and only one seeker remains. Now that you have a quick synopsis of the game, house, and large number of people playing, you can see how this could be the perfect concoction for a fun time. My Uncle Mike was the one selected to do the hiding first. We shut out all the lights in the home, and after the given minutes of hiding time, the hunt was on. My brother, aunts, uncles, and I searched the first couple floors to no avail, searching under each table, in each closet, and behind each couch. After about 15 minutes of searching, and nobody seemed to have found him, an idea sprouted in my head. Though I dismissed the thought at first, I couldn't stop thinking about that cellar door and that space that lay beneath the home. Being that I was on the younger end of the family, around 17 years old, I wanted to impress them by being the first one to find him. so I silently crept away from the group and down the last 2 stories I had to go to get to the bottom floor of the house where the cellar doors were. When I got there, I found my body physically shaking with adrenaline, and after opening the door that closed off the little closet-sized room that held the cellar doors, I was trembling with fear. They just looked so ominous, and in the dark lighting, I walked up to them and placed a hand on each of the handles. Before I even opened the door, I was able to hear scuffling and maniacal giggling from the room. This assured me even more that I had found him, and my fear turned into excitement when I learned of his presence. I flung the doors open and looked down into the dark abyss of the hole. I quietly whispered down at my uncle, telling him that I had found him and that I was going to drop down and join him. He just kept laughing and laughing, which really unnerved me because it was unlike him to do that sort of thing without at least admitting he had been found or telling me to join him. Really wanting to be the first seeker to find him, I slowly began lowering myself down into the hole, hanging onto the ledge of the cellar door and letting my feet dangle into the hole. I could hear his laughter getting louder and heard his footing shifting as he began to walk closer to me. A horrid stench assaulted me the second that I lowered the rest of my body into the hole. I still clung to the cellar door, not allowing myself to drop the extra 5 feet or so. Being that I was closer to the ground now, I could start to begin to see his shape, and it looked off. I couldn't make out facial features, but seeing his slouched posture and lanky arms made me hold onto the ledge of the cellar door for a moment longer in hesitation. In that moment, I heard my aunt's voice calling for me, telling me they had all found my uncle and that I was the last to find him. My mind didn't piece the two together instantly, but when it did, saying that I could feel my heart sink to my stomach wouldn't be an exaggeration. The immense, overwhelming fear that I felt in that moment, I have yet to feel ever again. Without a moment's hesitation, I pulled myself up out of the hole and instantly ran to my aunt, calling for help, screaming about the man underneath the house. She looked confused at first, but sprung into action when she too heard the laughing from the hole. She called my uncles down while she phoned the police and gave them my quick description of the man. But because we were in the middle of nowhere, it took them about 25 minutes to arrive. When they finally did, it was a flurry of red and blue lights. But what unnerved me the most was that a full SWAT team arrived as well. A dozen men poured into the home, which felt intense for what seemed like a mentally ill home invader. Within moments, they came out carrying a deranged-looking man in handcuffs. It wasn't until later on did I get the full details of the story. The man that they had arrested was indeed a mentally insane person with a warrant out for his arrest for the mutilation of his ex-wife. I also found later that the stench that was coming out of the room was his feces. It appeared he had been trapped down there for several days. He claimed he had gotten himself stuck down there when he had initially broken into the cellar to elude police capture. It has been around 3 years since this incident, and its memory has become less and less intense with each passing day. However, some nights I lie awake at night, thankful that I did not let go of that cellar's ledge. I don't fly anymore. I used to, a lot, actually. It was a big part of my job to fly around the country to pitch investment prospects at meetings held for wealthy hedge fund managers. It was a cushy job. I mean, it paid far, far more than it was worth. But now I work from home and I drive everywhere. I'm talking everywhere. I live in New York City, but my parents live down in Florida since they retired. And yep, I drive down there to see them, 3 times a year sometimes. It's pretty bad, but I'd rather drive all that way and get stomach flu from bad roadside tacos than fly. And now I'll tell you why. It was a regular flight from LaGuardia down to Houston, another business trip to finance flirt with oil-rich investors down in Texas. I was sat in a window seat in business class. Takeoff was pretty normal. Everything was peachy. Nothing I hadn't done 100 times before as I thumbed through the in-flight magazine and browsed the drinks menu. I had to get up at like 5:30 in order to make the flight, and I have never been a morning person. So as soon as I was able, I shut the window flap next to me, closed my eyes, and tried to catch a few Z's so I would be as fresh as possible for the afternoon meeting. Then, just as I'm about to drift off, I heard a loud pop noise. In my weary state, I actually thought it was some champagne bottle being opened by some celebratory suit who was opting for the fizz breakfast. I look around and no one has a bottle. There's no attendant with an ice bucket. Nothing like that. Then, some horrible idea pops into my head, and in order to belay my seemingly irrational fears, I slide open to check on the plane's left wing engine. I remember expecting it to be fine. Nothing had ever happened on a flight before, even though I had had those little flashes of fear previously. But it was not fine. The popping sound had been exactly what I had feared. There was smoke billowing from the engine, a thick stream of dark vapor that trailed along as we flew. I grabbed an attendant and silently pointed out the window, not wanting to raise too much of a panic. When she looked, she turned pale, then rushed up the aisle in the direction of the cockpit. Moments later, others were noticing what I had seen. Cries of panic sounding from all along the plane as more and more people noticed the danger we were in. People were rushing over to the left side of the plane, looking out the windows and screaming, all while the air hostesses aboard were trying everything they could to both keep calm, as well as keeping the passengers calm. Right before the terror reached a fever pitch, the pilot comes over the intercom. I think that was the weirdest, most surreal moment of my life. When people were losing their minds, but the captain was calm to the point of seeming bored. I suppose that's just the level of training they receive. The captain tells everyone to keep calm, to go back to their seats, and that the plane will be making an emergency landing at the nearest airport, which by that time was an airport in Virginia. We actually landed just fine, and the only remotely bad thing to really happen that day was that I had to rearrange the investment meeting. But I swear, part of me thought that plane was about to become a fireball as the engine exploded and we plummeted towards the earth at like 500 miles an hour. It was probably the most terrifying experience I have ever endured, and despite me trying to, I was never able to get on a plane ever again. So like I said, I drive everywhere now, and as much as it sucks, it's better than getting the cold sweats and panic attacks from sitting on a runway somewhere, just waiting for the engines to go up in flames. So, this story is a bit unsettling and weird. The events of this night I didn't really consider scary until years later when I really reflected on what truly happened. I am 30 years old now, but was only 15 during the events of this story. The evening started fairly normal. A bunch of my friends and I just hanging out, thinking we were cool because we were at the state fair without any adults. It was a group of about 10 of us, if I remember correctly. We decided to post up towards the back of the fairgrounds where all the rides were. We were just talking, telling jokes, and trying to impress the girls that would occasionally walk by. During our time hanging out in the back, we were approached by a very strange-looking person. He was an average height, a little thick in the belly, bald, but was sporting some hair on the sides. He approached us with great confidence and said in a stern voice, "You guys waiting for the ship as well?" Thinking this was more comical than scary, we kind of just laughed and responded with, the ship? What are you talking about?" The man smiled and flashed his chipped teeth and again, in his confident voice, said, "Yeah, the ship from space. Are you guys here to board as well?" Well, being kids, we just thought this was a joke. We laughed hysterically and just thought this guy had a lot to drink or something along those lines. After we had finished basically laughing in the guy's face, I finally responded to him saying, "Where's the ship going?" He responded confidently, "The Andromeda Galaxy, of course." That was the last straw for us. We were just about hunched over in pain. We were laughing so hard. Well, the man finally realized we were laughing at him and changed his tune real quick. The confident voice suddenly became faint, and the man said, "Go ahead and laugh at me. When they come, you will see." We responded by basically saying whatever and stepped away from this crazy guy. At this point, he started to follow us and was now irate, chasing us, and was yelling about the aliens. Finally, after a few minutes of this and lots of stares from the people at the fair, I turned around and said in my blunt 15-year-old voice, "Dude, leave us alone. We don't want any part of your ship or aliens." Still treating this as a joke, but more annoyed and creeped out than anything else, we just kept walking. The man finally yelled, "Stop." We all turned and looked at the creepy UFO man, and he said almost in tears now, "I've seen you in my dreams. You've been on the ship with me. They chose us." Officially creeped out, I pushed the guy away. He surprisingly went backwards quickly, like he weighed nothing. After that, he just started laughing. With all the commotion, we noticed many fairgoers forming a circle around us to make sure there wasn't an issue escalating. The crazy man started pacing around the circle of people that formed and started to ask everyone in almost a desperate voice now, "Are any of you going up? They will be here soon. We need to get ready." This poor guy was met with tons of laughter. I started to feel bad for him. It seemed like this person was really suffering from some sort of crazed delusion. While the man was interrogating the other fairgoers, we used the opportunity to make our way to the main entrance. Honestly, we were just done with the guy and done with the night. It was starting to get concerning, and we really didn't want any trouble or to have something happen that would need our parents to get involved. Once we got to the main entrance, we took a shuttle back to the parking lot where my mom was picking me up along with 3 of my friends. We got to the lot and she was not there yet, so we just waited by the entrance to the lot until my mom got there. Right on cue, directly across from the lot, which is essentially a heavily wooded area, we saw the same guy just standing there, staring at us. We did not say or do anything to provoke him this time. We just watched and waited anxiously for my mom. As we stood there, we noticed that the man just kept pointing up to the sky. He didn't look like he was saying anything, but we wouldn't have been able to hear him if he was anyway, because he was probably at least 100 yards away. In the distance, we finally saw my mom driving up in our green Windstar van. As we approached the doors of the van, we noticed the man was now somewhat rapidly approaching us. Not running, but walking briskly, I would say. We started to move fast, not really knowing if this guy was dangerous or not. And as I got into the passenger side, the man waved from the side of the road, and I just barely heard him say, "I'll see you up there," as he smiled awkwardly at the van. It was not until years later when I was telling this story that I realized just how disturbing it really was. We had no idea if this guy could have caused us harm, if he was insane, or if by some crazy chance there was some truth to his delusion. I often used to wonder what happened to that guy. I never saw him again. I still attend the fair every year, and honestly, I always go back to that spot at the back of the grounds to see if the strange man would ever come back. Either way, it was a very strange and interesting story I really wanted to share. Just makes you wonder what goes on in other people's minds and what their true intentions are. This story takes place 2 years ago when I was living in the same house as my 2 younger sisters and my father. We lived in a neighborhood that wasn't necessarily unsafe, but wasn't the best neighborhood for people to live in. I can recall some neighbors getting arrested for selling drugs when I was maybe 5, but this story is not about them. In the summer of 2018, my sisters and I would stay up late into the night, sometimes only going to bed after the sun had risen. I was 17 and my sisters were 15 and 13. My father would go to bed early as he was a responsible adult. To explain the situation best, I need to describe what my house looked like. It was a 1-story home with 4 doors on the front of my house, 3 of which opened to our living room and 1 of which opened to my bedroom. Our backyard fence had been knocked down by a storm recently, and we had 2 doors on the back of the house, one that opened to the kitchen and one that opened to my father's room. One night, around 12:30 a.m., I was doing what I usually did. I was listening to scary stories on my phone as I made art on my iPad. I didn't use earbuds because I've always been paranoid that something might happen while I'm using them. My sisters, who shared a room down the hall from me, were doing whatever they did at night. It didn't really concern me. My father was fast asleep in his room. Now, I don't know about all of you, but I always end up very on edge while I'm listening to scary stories, so I'm hyper aware of what's going on around me. You can imagine how hard I jumped when I heard a sharp pounding on our front door. 4 hard thuds could be heard throughout the house, and I could hear the front door shake with the strength of each knock. I held my breath, hoping that I had heard wrong. I really didn't want to think someone was at my front door. At this moment, my middle sister, Jen, came running into my room, trying to keep her steps silent. She looked at me, eyes wild. "You heard that too, right?" she asked, voice trembling. I swallowed and nodded, heart pounding in my chest. "We need to go wake Dad up," I responded, and started towards my father's bedroom. She followed diligently behind me. On our way to our dad's room, my youngest sister, Ness, peeked her head out from her room. She too looked scared. I opened my dad's door and shook him awake, trembling slightly. One of my worst fears is someone breaking into our house. "Dad, someone's at the front door." Even as I said this, I felt sick. "Ugh, what?" my dad said, groggy and not at all happy that we had woken him up. "There's someone here," Jen whispered. "I heard it. Someone knocked on the door," I said. My dad slowly got out of bed. He knows that my sisters and I always jump to the worst conclusions whenever anything happens, so he assumed we were doing the same here. I watched silently as he went to the front door, my stomach leaping to my throat. "There's no one out there," he told my sisters and I, absolutely unimpressed as he looked through the blinds. My heart sank a little. I kind of started to doubt myself, but my sisters had heard the knocking too, so I knew I wasn't alone in this. We tried to reason with him before he went back to bed, but he didn't believe us, too tired to really care about what we were saying. Dejected but scared, I ended up taking my mattress off my bed and sleeping in my sister's room for the night, taking a baseball bat and laying it next to my mattress. My overactive imagination had me thinking that whoever was at the door was out to hurt us, and I knew I would have to defend my younger sisters against any danger that dared to enter our house. The next day passed just fine. My sisters and I knew that we had heard something, and our dad brushed off our attempts to explain it. He thought we were sleep deprived, or perhaps that a large bug had hit our door, which was ridiculous. It wasn't until 11 p.m. that night, when my father was lounging on one of the couches in the living room, that we heard the pounding again. Only this time, it was much more aggressive, and directly on the door behind my father. My father let out a loud, "What the?" and charged towards the front door. I had been standing in the living room when the pounding occurred again, and my sisters had rushed to stand next to me after hearing my father shout. We were all shaken. Our father never yelled like that. I started to cry as my father went to rush outside and confront whoever was out there. I begged him not to go outside because I thought he might get hurt. He told my sisters and I to call the cops, and he cursed some more when he realized that whoever had knocked on the door was gone. My sisters called the cops, and they arrived fairly quickly, talking with my dad about what was going on, claiming that there had been other complaints about this happening nearby, and explaining that they would try their best to find out who was doing it. The police did a search around our house, but didn't find anyone, even searching the backyard where I was afraid the perpetrator might be. The police assured us that someone would patrol the neighborhood that night. Once the cops were gone, my dad apologized for not believing us the night before. We said it was okay and left it at that. He locked all the doors and stayed up later than my sisters and I. I couldn't calm down, so I slept in my sister's room that night as well. Eventually, though, I put this situation behind me. A few months had passed, but not without nightmares and sleep paralysis about the whole ordeal. Most nightmares ending with someone breaking in and hurting my sisters. Other nightmares ending in more brutal ways. I had thought nothing more of the whole thing. That is until one day, I came home from school and Ness ran up to me, buzzing with energy. She proceeded to tell me that, apparently, the cops had found out who was knocking on everyone's doors about a month or so ago. It was an older man who lived a few houses down from us. They had gotten him to stop, and I am not sure if he was given a warning or whatever. He was a little unstable mentally, and nobody had opened their doors for him. Ness then told me that the same guy had been arrested earlier this day. I was shocked. He had only been knocking on people's doors at odd hours of the night. I'm happy to say that he is in jail and no longer lives in that neighborhood. I haven't done any more looking into his crime other than trying to confirm it for myself the day he was arrested. I'm also happy to say that after another recent event where someone tried to break into our house, my father installed a Ring doorbell, the doorbell with a camera, which gave my sisters and I some comfort. I really hope this man gets what he deserves, or maybe that he gets the help that he needs if he really is insane. former funeral director here. The cemetery I run is really old, like by a good few hundred years. At least it must be, since the church next to it was constructed during the 17th century. Considering the fact that it is a pretty rural place as well, most people back in the day were buried with only wooden crosses and such, no stone or marble. So as time goes on, crosses rot and wither away, new people get buried, etc. Nowadays, due to less people living out here in the sticks, the cemetery is really run down and overgrown. So as some of you can imagine, when you keep burying bodies in the same small patch of dirt for that many centuries, eventually the soil has been worked over dozens and dozens of times. So in the end, it consists mainly of bone meal. You can't even rake over the flower beds there without accidentally uncovering some teeth or finger bones or something equally grim. It's nothing but fragmented skeletons all the way down under the thin turf. The soil sort of resembles the kind of dirt you would see near sandy beaches, except on closer examination, all the light-colored parts are just bone fragments rather than crushed seashells. Not really scary or unexpected, just super eerie until you eventually get used to it. You learn to treat anything recognizable as human remains with respect and just tuck it away out of sight under the plant or whatever else you were putting there. Anyway, so someone was taking care of their relative's grave and decided to expand the area around the grave. For some reason, the people around here are not particularly fond of grass, rather preferring a well-leveled ground with the Zen garden lines made with a rake. The person removed the grass and was sprucing up the place with a rake when they pulled up a bunch of snow-white hair from the dirt. They must have freaked out and ran out of there, leaving the cemetery attendant to stumble across what is essentially hair coming out of the ground. She reported it to the church and supposedly they reburied the remains. Even with all my years as an undertaker, I'm not entirely sure how there could have been a body so close to the surface. But there's another incident that sticks with me even more than that one. My business partner and I had just gotten back to the funeral home from a house call for a 27-year-old woman who tragically passed away. As we were moving her body from the cot to the embalming table, we heard an audible click, and the radio across the room turned on full volume of static. It's one of those old radios where you turn the volume dial until it clicks to turn on. We both looked at each other, pale as ghosts. He happened to be an extremely religious man, and this event visibly shook him. He found an excuse to leave early, not long after the incident. I shut the radio off as I typically used my iPhone to listen to music while doing embalming work. When I had finished the procedure and was attempting to move her from the embalming table to a dressing table, I heard that click from that old radio, and it turned on full volume yet again. At that point I was fairly freaked out and left not long after. My partner and I never spoke of it again, and nothing like that ever occurred to my knowledge, before or after. Just a few days ago, I had the strangest experience I have had in the 10+ years of driving a cab. I picked up this well-dressed and good-looking middle-aged man. However, when he opened his mouth, he said the strangest things. What started out as an entertaining discussion ended up as an all-consuming fear. I'm going to explain everything. Saturday night, I was working the graveyard shift. Most of my fares come from bars. I had just dropped off a pair of drunk women. It was around 3 a.m. when I noticed a well-dressed, tall man waving me down. The neighborhood combined with his fancy suit spoke possible big tipper to me. Once he got in and closed the door, he removed his hat, a fine-looking straw fedora. His clothing and movie star good looks were out of place. I feared at first that I had picked up a time traveler. I did the usual and asked him where he was headed. I don't know really. I'm in town on business and I was looking for someone to show me around. His answer made me chuckle. It seemed awful late for a sightseeing trip. As long as you're paying, mister, I'll drive you anywhere. And that was how it all started. For the next 2 hours or so, I showed him around town. The university, the Capitol building, the usual touristy stuff. At some point during our little tour, I remembered why he said he was in town. So what kind of business are you in? His reply made me laugh even more than his first. The guy was a natural comedian. I'm what some people would call a contract killer. We had been having such a good time so far, I decided to go ahead with the ruse. Okay, mister, I'll play along. Tell me how it works. How does one go about hiring a contract killer? Well, a woman contacts me. How they do so, I'll keep to myself. If their references check out, we move on to business. She gives me the names and any other info I ask for. If I decide to take the job, we move on to money. If we agree on a number, then I go to work. With all that anonymity, I asked him how he made sure that he would get paid after he offed someone. It appeared my choice of words made him laugh. It probably wouldn't be wise to tell you that part. We professionals have to keep some secrets to ourselves. Okay, fair enough. Well then, how does a client know you've completed the job? I regretted asking the question even before I finished asking it. Even though it was a stupid question, he still entertained me with an answer, albeit with a tinge of sarcasm in his voice. We live in a time with a 24-hour news cycle and multiple social media outlets. Don't you think if your dad died suddenly, that someone's not going to contact your mother first? If you don't discover it on your own, someone is going to tell you. Once I'm paid, my relationship with the customer ends. She's ultimately on her own after that. The last part of his answer brought up another question in my mind. If something goes wrong, per se, and she gets arrested or implicates herself, what do you do? He thought for a moment before answering. I imagine he was considering how much he should say to a stranger driving his taxi. Some contingencies have been put in place to protect myself. First off, if I've done my job right, the client shouldn't have any information about me to give to the cops. And if, on the off chance, I screw up so badly that she can, I have multiple exit strategies. I certainly won't let the police get their hands on me. None of us get to live forever. There were a few times I had to remind myself that this was a game. He made it fun, nonetheless. His imagination and forethought wowed me. We had been playing this game for hours before I had thought to ask him how he got started in his business. I joined the army fresh out of high school. It seemed my work caught the attention of my superiors. They referred me to a couple of gentlemen in the government, and I worked for them for 10 years before I made the decision to go into business for myself. I gotta tell you, mister, you're really good at this stuff. You really should be a storyteller, if that's not what you're really doing for a living. I'm seriously impressed. And I wasn't blowing smoke. This was the most fun I had had driving a cab in my entire life. I was used to dealing with drunks and arrogant businessmen. This was a blast. Thank you, young man. I appreciate everything you have shown me tonight. I could tell by the way he was talking the night was coming to an end. It was just as well. The sun would be up soon, and I was beginning to flag myself. I took the opportunity to ask one more question, one I should have asked far earlier. He had said earlier in the night that he was in town on business. Did that mean he was here to take care of someone? A sly grin grew across his face as he thought on his answer. As a matter of fact, I was. However, I received a message at the last minute to cancel the hit. I get to keep the half she had already given me, so I didn't mind. That's business. It happens on occasion. That's a woman's prerogative after all, isn't it? To change their minds. I hope her and her old man work it out. Anyhow, that's how I ended up with you. Just as the first rays of the sun broke over the horizon, he pointed out a place to let him out. There were a few hotels at the end of the parking lot, and I assumed that was where he was headed. He reached over the seat and handed me 10 $100 bills. Before I could argue, he told me to keep the change. Keep the change, kid. You earned it. I had a great time tonight. Thank you, mister. I had a great time myself, and thank you most of all for that awesome story. As he stepped from the cab, he said one last thing. Thank you for showing me around tonight, Adam. Take care of Linda and stay out of trouble. I pulled out of the lot and headed for home. My hope was that Linda would have breakfast going. That was when it hit me like a hammer. How did that man know my name? Not to mention my wife's. My license was nowhere he could have seen it. I reenacted the night's discussion in my head. There was never a point in which I told him. It would have ruined the game. I didn't ask him his, and there was no reason for me to tell him mine. Certainly not my wife's. How did he know I was married anyway? I hadn't worn a ring in years. I lost it down a drain and never found it. He could have guessed. The problem with that is Linda and I had just gotten back together last week. We had been separated and considering divorce for 2 years before that. When I pulled into the driveway of my house, a terrible idea came into my mind. Was there a possibility that guy wasn't making up a story? No one would dare tell someone, even a stranger, in such a bold and frank way, that he was a hitman. If he was serious, the fact he knew my name and my wife's could only mean one thing. Even if it was true, I wasn't ready to accept it. While Linda and I sat and ate that morning, I couldn't stop myself from watching her. I was terrified that my wife had wanted me dead. Even if she had changed her mind, there was no way she would admit it. If I did ask, either answer would most likely destroy the fragile peace we have built between us. I need to know, you listening, what do you think? Am I crazy, or is this really happening? This story takes place all the way back when I was still in high school. In order to earn money to fund my video game addiction, I regularly tutored this 11-year-old girl. We actually got along so well that the parents ended up asking me to babysit her and her little brother a couple times. One night in particular, the parents were meant to go downtown to watch a baseball game before a few drinks with friends, telling me they would be back earlier than midnight. Basic babysitting job, right? Wrong. Right around 8 o'clock in the evening, it started raining pretty hard. We all lived in a Gulf city at the time, and storms can blow in fast before turning into flooding really fast. Once it became horrifyingly clear we were in for one big storm, the parents tried to get home as quickly and safely as possible. but the streets had already started to flood, and apparently they ended up trapped in a parking lot. The irony was lost on me at the time, but not today. The kids' parents called and we agreed I would spend the night in their guest bedroom while they booked themselves into a motel. I had the kids go to bed while I sat up in the kitchen to do homework and watch Netflix. After a little while, I started to notice water seeping in from under the back doors. They had a large house with like 3 double doors to the back, so it was very large with lots of square feet. I got every towel in the house and started wiping up the water and using the towels to block the door. After this had mostly been cleaned up, I went back to the kitchen table to watch more Netflix. Not much else I could do, right? But it couldn't have been any more than like 15 minutes later when the power cuts out and all the lights shut off. This freaked me out a bit, but I tried to stay as calm as I could. That's when the burglar alarm went off in the other room. I pretty much crapped my pants. I was in a pitch black house with 2 young kids surrounded by flooded roads that no one could drive on. After a minute or so of almost blind panic, I realized, to my horror, I was the closest thing in the house to an adult. There was no one looking after me. In fact, I was directly responsible for those kids. So I grabbed the biggest, sharpest kitchen knife I could find, then went to go check all the doors. They were all still closed, and no one was in the house. So I called the parents. It turns out the alarm went off when the power cut out, and I just needed to shut it off with a code upstairs. This happened about 3 more times over the next few hours. After the power came back on, I thought things had chilled out, but then we got a tornado warning. I went and got the kids from upstairs, and we all hung out in this study for about an hour until the warning passed. At this point, it was 2 a.m., and I passed out in the guest bedroom. The parents woke me up when they got home at around 7 a.m., and I drove home past giant fallen branches and stalled, abandoned cars. It was surreal, but thankfully, everyone was safe and well in the end. I have heard countless stories about other people's experiences with sleep paralysis, and I thought I would share my scariest ones. A lot of people have heard of the shadow people. I have had an unknown black force pin me down in bed, suffocating me. However, the other 2 instances I've had are more bizarre, and I still think about them quite often. About 4 years ago, I was 24. I still lived with my mom since I was in my 2nd year of nursing school, and it was just easier to live at home while going to school. Going to bed one night, all seemed well until I woke up for no reason. I couldn't move or talk. I heard almost static mumbling sounds on my left. Completely terrified, I listened as I tried desperately to move. Slowly, this static starts to get clearer, and I hear young voices, children's voices. They begin chanting, "You're going to die," and giggling after each chant. It was like they were singing a nursery rhyme. They chanted the same thing over and over again. My heart was pounding out of my chest. Logically in my head, I was telling myself this wasn't real. For all those that aren't religious, this may not seem like it makes sense, but I decided to pray in my head to make it stop. It was like I was screaming in my head because I couldn't physically speak. It felt like an eternity before it went away and I was able to move again. I rushed out of my room to my mom and told her everything. I didn't go back into my room that night. She looked at me with disbelief. I don't know if she truly believed me or understands sleep paralysis. Regardless, it's something I will never forget. My second story was around the same year. When sleep paralysis becomes a recurring theme every night or every other night, I just started to sleep with the lights on. For added comfort, my cats would sleep on my bed and cuddle with me until I fell asleep. For a while, no instances of sleep paralysis occurred, so I just assumed this is what I needed to do each night. Like usual, I went to bed with the lights on, and one of my cats, Salem, curled up in my arm while I slept. I woke up with a feeling of all too familiar dread. I couldn't believe what was happening. I felt like I was being watched. To my horror, I can't make this up if I wanted to, disturbingly saw a white figure on the right side of my bed, standing very close to me. My heart felt like it dropped into my stomach. I see piercing, bright blue eyes staring at me. I glanced down at my cat, seemingly unaware of the figure and sleeping soundly. This eased me up a bit. Seeing this made me remind myself that this wasn't real. After a few moments, the figure disappeared. Even with the lights on, I did not feel safe. I don't experience sleep paralysis as much as I used to, thankfully, but those are two instances I will never forget. And if you suffer from sleep paralysis, you know exactly what I went through and how horrible it truly is. When my mom was 16, a year before she got pregnant with me, she was having the same dream every night for about a year. In this dream, she and a boy around her age would be surrounded by a group of men in a cemetery. My mom had no idea who the boy was, but every night, a man from the group would stand in front of them and ask, "Would you die for him?" My mom would answer no, being that she had no idea who the guy was. The man would ask the boy, "Would you die for her?" The boy would reply no as well. One night, however, the man asked the boy first, "Will you die for her?" He said no as usual. The man then turned to my mom and asked her, "Will you die for him?" She isn't sure why, maybe out of curiosity of what would happen, or fear of getting hurt. She said yes. The man stared at her. The man then said, "Your fate is sealed, and so is his." But this time, he didn't hurt them. She just woke up. My mom was a model, and on this specific day, she had a fashion show that she would be doing in another nearby city. Her aunt had come to drive and accompany her to the show, along with my mom's best friend. Everything was fine that morning. My mom got dressed, her friend came over, her aunt arrived, and they piled into the car, ready for the 3 to 4 hour drive. While on the highway, my mom noticed she had forgotten something at home. They were only about 10 minutes out at this point, with plenty of time to spare, so they turned around to go grab it. Just as they turned around, listening to music and singing along, my mom's friend asked to turn the music down. "Do you hear that?" she asked. My mom and her aunt were silent for a moment before hearing a strange scraping sound, like metal on concrete. They looked around for the source of the noise, but saw nothing around them. There were no other cars on the road. When they got back to the house, my mom ran inside as her friend and aunt checked the car to make sure the strange noise wasn't the car. Everything looked fine to them, and my grandfather even checked and gave them the okay. This all took maybe 20 to 30 minutes. With that, they shrugged it off and headed back towards the highway. When they finally got on, the highway was now covered with police cars, blocking off a lane where they could see a horrible accident had taken place. My mom's aunt approached the scene slowly as a cop waved her down, telling her to stop. Give us a second to clear this lane of debris. What happened? Her aunt asked, clearly shocked at the scene. It was a head-on collision, he replied. When did this happen? We were just here 30 minutes ago. The officer looked shocked. It happened about 30 minutes ago. You didn't see anything? They explained that they had heard a strange noise that sounded like metal scraping against concrete before exchanging worried looks as her aunt asked, Is everyone okay? No, ma'am. You ladies are lucky. It sounds like if you had been running even 3 seconds late, that could have been you. With that, the officer waved them through and told them to have a nice day. But as they passed the wreckage, my mom looked out the window to see them removing a body from the car. Her heart sank when she realized it was the boy from her dream. She never had that dream again.